the LibriVox 11th Anniversary Song, sung to the tune of It's a Long Way to Tipperary, original words and music by Jack Judge and Harry Williams, celebratory LibriVox lyrics by Maria Casper. This is a LibriVox recording sung in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
It's a long road to meet our mission. It's a long road,
but fun.
Yeah, fun.
Every book in the public domain. We will read them one by one.
One by
one. It's been 11 years now, and still we're far from done. There are more books waiting on the doorstep. We've barely begun. Ancient classics, romantic sci-fi, history's rebels and kings,
mighty novels
and witty essays, tender poems that take wing. Woohoo! Playing drama and melodrama, we sometimes even sing.
Whether comic, tragic, or historic,
The book is the thing. Yes, sir. Some of us lend our voices, while some lend our ears.
Proof listeners.
Some dig
for hidden treasures in archives far and near.
archive.
From all around the world we have come together here. How many books have we recorded?
10,000 by this year.
Wow.
So let's celebrate together.
Throw a party that rocks.
Woohoo!
Sing happy anniversary. Shout hurrah for LibriVox. It's been 11 years now, and still we're far from done.
There are more books waiting on the doorstep.
We've barely begun.
Van harte gefeliciteerd. End of the LibriVox 11th Anniversary Song, sung by 16 enthusiastic LibriVoxiteers.
Aesop's Fables, embellished with 111 emblematical devices. This is a LibriVox recording in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aesop's Fables, Fable 3, The Lion and the Four Bulls. 4 bulls, which had entered into a very strict friendship, kept always near one another and fed together. The lion often saw them, and as often had a mind to make one of them his prey. But, though he could easily have subdued any of them singly, yet he was afraid to attack the whole alliance, as knowing they would have been too hard for him, and therefore contented himself, for the present, with keeping at a distance. At last, perceiving no attempt was to be made upon them, as long as his combination held, he took occasion, by whispers and hints, to foment jealousies, and raise divisions among them. This stratagem succeeded so well that the bulls grew cold and reserved towards one another, which soon after ripened into a downright hatred and aversion, and at last ended in a total separation. The lion had now obtained his ends, and, as impossible as it was for him to hurt them while they were united, he found no difficulty, now that they were parted, to seize and devour every bull of them, one after another. Application. The moral of this fable is so well known and allowed that to go about to enlighten it would be like holding a candle to the sun. A kingdom divided against itself cannot stand, and as undisputed a maxim as it is, was, however, thought necessary to be urged to the attention of mankind by the best man that ever lived. And since friendships and alliances are of so great importance to our well-being and happiness, we cannot be too often cautioned not to let them be broken by talebearers and whisperers, or any other contrivance of our enemies. End of Aesop's Fables. Embellished with 111 emblematical devices. An Edinburgh 11, Pencil Portraits from College Life by J. M. Barrie. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 6. Professor Campbell Fraser. Not long ago I was back in the old university. How well I remember pointing it out as the jail to a stranger, who had asked me to show him round. I was in one of the library ante-rooms when someone knocked, and I looked up, to see Campbell Fraser framed in the doorway. I had not looked on that venerable figure for half a dozen years. I had forgotten all my metaphysics, yet it all came back with a rush. I was on my feet, wondering if I existed strictly so-called. Calderwood and Fraser had both their followings. The moral philosophers wore an air of certainty, for they knew that if they stuck to Calderwood, he would pull them through. You cannot lose yourself in the back garden. But the metaphysicians had their doubts. Fraser led them into strange places, and said he would meet them there again next day. They wandered to their lodgings, and got into difficulties with their landlady for saying that she was only an aggregate of sense phenomena. Fraser was rather a hazardous cure for weak intellects. Young men whose anchor had been certainty of themselves went into that class floating buoyantly on the sea of facts, and came out all adrift on the sea of theory, in an open boat, rudderless, one oar, the boat scuttled. How could they think that there was any chance for them when the professor was not even sure of himself? I see him rising in a daze from his chair and putting his hands through his hair. "Do I exist?" he said thoughtfully, "strictly so-called?" The students, if it was the beginning of the session, looked a little startled. This was a matter that had not previously disturbed them. Still, if the professor was in doubt, there must be something in it. He began to argue it out, and an uncomfortable silence held the room in awe. If he did not exist, the chances were that they did not exist either. It was thus a personal question. The professor glanced round slowly for an illustration. "Am I a table?" A pained look traveled over the class. Was it just possible that they were all tables? It is no wonder that the students, who do not go to the bottom during their first month of metaphysics, begin to give themselves airs strictly so-called. In the privacy of their room at the top of the house, they pinch themselves to see if they are still there. He would, I think, be a sorry creature who did not find something to admire in Campbell Fraser. Metaphysics may not trouble you, as it troubles him, but you do not sit under the man without seeing his transparent honesty and feeling that he is genuine. In appearance and in habit of thought, he is an ideal philosopher, and his communings with himself have lifted him to a level of serenity that is worth struggling for. Of all the arts professors in Edinburgh, he is probably the most difficult to understand, and students in a hurry have called his lectures childish. If so, it may be all the better for them. For the first half of the hour, they say, he tells you what he is going to do, and for the second half he revises. Certainly he is vastly explanatory, but then he is not so young as they are, and so he has his doubts. They are so cocksure that they wonder to see him hesitate. Often there is a mist on the mountain when it is all clear in the valley. Fraser's great work is his edition of Berkeley, a labor of love that should live after him. He has two Berkeleys, the large one and the little one, and to do him justice, it was the little one he advised us to consult. I never read the large one myself, which is in a number of monster tomes, but I often had a look at it in the library, and I was proud to think that an Edinburgh professor was the editor. When Glasgow men came through to talk of their professors, we showed them the big Berkeley, and after that they were reasonable. There was one man in my year who really began the large Berkeley, but after a time he was missing, and it is believed that some day he will be found flattened between the pages of the first volume. The Selections was the textbook we used in the class. It is sufficient to prove that Berkeley wrote beautiful English. I am not sure that anyone has written such English since. We have our own stylists, but how self-conscious they are after Berkeley. It is 7 years since I opened my Selections, but I see that I was once more of a metaphysician than I have been giving myself credit for. The book is scribbled over with posers in my handwriting about dualism and primary realities. Some of the comments are in shorthand, which I must at one time have been able to read, but all are equally unintelligible now. Here is one of my puzzlers. Does be here mean impercipient and unperceived subject, or conscious and percipient subject? Observe the friendly be. I dare say further on I shall find myself referring to the professor as F. I wonder if I ever discovered what B meant. I could not now tell what I meant myself. As many persons are aware, the Selections consist of Berkeley's text with the professor's notes thereon. The notes are explanatory of the text, and the student must find them an immense help. Here, for instance, is a note. Phenomenal or sense-dependent existence can be substantiated and caused only by a self-conscious spirit, for otherwise there could be no propositions about it expressive of what is conceivable. On the other hand, to affirm that phenomenal or sense-dependent existence, which alone we know, and which alone is conceivable, is, or even represents, an inconceivable, non-phenomenal, or abstract existence, would be to affirm a contradiction in terms. There we have it. As a metaphysician I was something of a disappointment. I began well, standing, if I recollect aright, in the 3 examinations, 1st, 17th, and 77th. A man who sat beside me, man was the word we used, gazed at me reverently when I came out first, and I could see by his eye that he was not sure whether I existed properly so called. By the 2nd exam his doubts had gone, and by the 3rd he was surer of me than of himself. He came out 57th, this being the grand triumph of his college course. He was the same whose key translated cras donaberis hodo, tomorrow you will be presented with a kid, but who, thinking that a little vulgar, refined it down to tomorrow you will be presented with a small child. In the metaphysics class I was like the fountains in the quadrangle, which ran dry toward the middle of the session. While things were still looking hopeful for me, I had an invitation to breakfast with the professor. If the fates had been so propitious as to forward me that invitation, it is possible that I might be a metaphysician to this day. But I had changed my lodgings, and when I heard of the affair, all was over. The professor asked me to stay behind one day after the lecture, and told me that he got his note back with "left," no address on it. However, he said, you may keep this, presenting me with the invitation for the Saturday previously. I mention this to show that even professors have hearts. That letter is preserved with the autographs of 3 editors, none of which anybody can read. There was once a medical student who came up to my rooms early in the session, and I proved to him in half an hour that he did not exist. He got quite frightened, and I can still see his white face as he sat staring at me in the gloaming. This shows what metaphysics can do. He has recovered, however, and is sheep farming now, his examiners never having asked him the right questions. The last time Fraser ever addressed me was when I was capped. He said, "I congratulate you, Mr. Smith," and one of the other professors said, "I congratulate you, Mr. Fisher." My name is neither Smith nor Fisher, but no doubt the thing was kindly meant. It was then, however, that the professor of metaphysics had his revenge on me. I had once spelt Fraser with a Z. End of An Edinburgh 11 by J. M. Barrie.
The Constitution, Amendment 11, by the United States Congress. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Constitution, Amendment 11, passed by Congress March 4, 1794, ratified February 7, 1795. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. End of The Constitution, Amendment 11, by the United States Congress.
An Edinburgh 11. Pencil Portraits from College Life by J. M. Barrie. Chapter 11. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rev. Walter C. Smith, D.D. During the 4 winters another and I were in Edinburgh, we never entered any but free churches. This seems to have been less on account of a scorn for other denominations than because we never thought of them. We felt sorry for the men who knew no better than to claim to be on the side of Dr. McGregor. Even our free kirks were limited to 2, St. George's and the Free High. After all, we must have been liberally minded beyond most of our fellows, for as a rule those who frequented one of these churches shook their heads at the other. It is said that Dr. White and Dr. Smith have a great appreciation for each other. They, too, are liberally minded. To contrast the 2 leading Free Church ministers in Edinburgh as they struck a student would be to become a boy again. The one is always ready to go on fire, and the other is sometimes at hand with a jug of cold water. Dr. Smith counts 100 before he starts, while the minister of Free St. George's is off at once at a gallop, and would always arrive first at his destination if he had not sometimes to turn back. He is not only a Gladstonian, but Gladstonian. His enthusiasm carries him on as a steam drives the engine. Dr. Smith being a critic with a faculty of satire, what would rouse the one man makes the other smile. Dr. White judges you as you are at the moment. Dr. Smith sees what you will be like tomorrow. Some years ago the defeated side in the great assembly fight met at a breakfast to reason itself into a belief that it had gained a remarkable moral victory. Dr. White and Dr. Smith were both present, and the former was so inspiring that the breakfast became a scene of enthusiasm. Then Dr. Smith arose and made a remark about a company of Mark Tapleys, after which the meeting broke up. I have a curious reminiscence of the student who most frequently accompanied me to church in Edinburgh. One Sunday, when we were on our way to Slushy Bath Street to Free St. George's, he discovered that he had not a penny for the plate. I suggested to him to give 2d. next time, but no, he turned back to our lodgings for the penny. Some time afterward he found himself in the same position when we were nearing the Free High. "I'll give 2d. next time," he said cheerfully. I have thought this over since then, and wondered if there was anything in it. The most glorious privilege of the old is to assist the young. The 2 ministers who are among the chief pillars of the Free Church in Edinburgh are not old yet, but they have had a long experience, and the strength and encouragement they have been to the young is the grand outstanding fact of their ministries. Their influence is, of course, chiefly noticeable in the divinity men, who make their Bible classes so remarkable. There's a sort of Freemasonry among the men who have come under the influence of Dr. Smith. It seems to have steadied them, to have given them wise rules of life, that have taken the noise out of them and left them undemonstrative, quiet, determined. You will have little difficulty, as a rule, picking out Dr. Smith's men, whether in the pulpit or in private. They have his mark, as the Rugby boys were marked by Dr. Arnold. Even in speaking of him they seldom talk in superlatives, only a light comes into their eye, and you realize what a well-founded reverence is. I met lately in London an Irishman who, when the conversation turned to Scotland, asked what Edinburgh was doing without Dr. Smith, who was in America at the time. He talked with such obvious knowledge of Dr. Smith's teaching, and with such affection for the man, that by and by we were surprised to hear that he had never heard him preach, nor read a line of his works. He explained that he knew intimately two men who looked upon their Sundays in Free High, and still more upon their private talks with the minister, as the turning point in their lives. They were such fine fellows, and they were so sure that they owed their development to Dr. Smith, that to know the followers was to know something of the Master. This it is to be a touchstone to young men. There are those who think Dr. Smith the poet of higher account than Dr. Smith the preacher. I do not agree with them, though there can be no question about the other of Ulrich Grange, and Mr. Alexander Anderson, and the two men now in Edinburgh, who have, at times, the divine afflatus. Surface Man is a true son of Burns. Of him it may be said, as never can be said of Dr. Smith, that he sings because he must. His thoughts run in harmonious numbers. The author of Ulrich Grange is the stronger mind, however, and his lines are always pregnant of meaning. He is of the school of Mr. Lewis Morris, but an immeasurably higher intellect, if not so fine an artist. Indeed, though there are hundreds of his pages that are not poetry, there are almost none that could not be rewritten into weighty prose. Sound is never his sole object. Good novels in verse are a mistake, for it is quite certain that they would be better in prose. The novelist has a great deal to say that cannot be said naturally in rhythm, and much of Dr. Smith's blank verse is good prose in frills. It is driven into an undeserved confinement. The privilege of critics is to get 12 or 20 minor poets in a row, and then blow them all over at once. I remember one who dispatched Dr. Smith with a verse from the book Under Treatment. Dr. Smith writes of a poet's verses, "There is no sacred fire in them, nor much of homely sense unshrewd." And when the critic came to these lines, he stopped reading. He declared that Dr. Smith had passed judgment on himself. This is a familiar form of criticism, but in the present case it had at least the demerit of being false. There is so much sacred fire about Dr. Smith's best poetry that it is what makes him a poet, and as for homely sense and shrewd, he has simply more of it than any contemporary writer of verse. It is what gives heart to his satire, and keeps him from wounding merely for the pleasure of drawing blood. In conjunction with the sacred fire, the noble indignation that means things should be, the insight into the tragic, it is what makes Hilda his greatest poem. Without it there could not be pathos, which is concerned with little things, nor humor, nor indeed the flash into men and things that makes such a poem as Dr. Linklater's Scholar as true as life, as sad as death. If only for the sake of that noble piece of writing, every Scottish student should have North Country Folk in his possession. The poem is probably the most noteworthy thing that has been said of Northern university life. End of an Edinburgh 11 Pencil Portraits from College Life by J. M. Barrie, Chapter 11. Read by Larry Wilson.
(1811) A Poem by Anna Letitia Barbauld. This is a LibriVox recording. read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Still the loud death drum, thundering from afar, o'er the vested nations pours the storm of war. To the stern call still Britain bends her ear, feeds the fear and strife, the alternate hope and fear, bravely, though vainly, dares to strive with fate, and seeks by turns to prop each sinking state. Colossal power with overwhelming force bears down each fort of freedom in its cause. Prostrate she lies beneath the despot's sway, while the hushed nations curse him and obey. Bounteous in vain, with frantic man at strife, glad nature pours the means, the joys of life. In vain with orange blossom sends the gale, the hills with olives clothes, with corn the vale. Man calls to famine, nor invokes in vain, disease and rapine follow in her train. The tramp of marching hosts disturbs the plough, the sword not sickle reaps the harvest now, and where the soldier gleans the scant supply, the helpless peasant but retires to die. No laws his heart from licensed outrage shield, and war's least horror is the ensanguined field. Fruitful in vain, the matron counts with pride the blooming youths that grace her honoured side. No son returns to press her withered hand, her fallen blossoms strew a foreign strand. Fruitful in vain, she boasts her virgin race, whom cultured arts adorn in gentlest grace. Defrauded of its homage, beauty mourns, and the rose withers on its virgin thorns. Frequent, some stream obscure, some uncouth name, by deeds of blood is lifted into fame. Oft o'er the daily page some soft one bends, to learn the fate of husband, brothers, friends. Or the spread map with anxious eye explores, its dotted boundaries and penciled shores. Ask where the spot that wrecked her bliss is found, and learns its name but to detest the sound. And think'st thou, Britain, still to sit at ease, an island queen amidst thy subject seas, while the vast billows in their distant roar but soothe thy slumbers and but kiss thy shore? To sport in wars while danger keeps aloof, thy grassy turf unbruised by hostile hoof. So sing thy flatterers. But Britain, know, thou who hast shared the guilt must share the woe. Nor distant is the hour, low murmurs spread, and whispered fears, creating what they dread. Ruin, as with an earthquake shock, is here. There, the heart witherings of unuttered fear, and that sad death, whence most affection bleeds, which sickness only of the soul precedes. Thy baseless wealth dissolves in air away, like mists that melt before the morning ray. No more on crowded mart or busy street friends meeting friends with cheerful hurry greet. Sad on the ground thy princely merchants bend their ordered looks, and evil days portend, and fold their arms and watch with anxious breast the tempest blackening in the distant west. Yes, thou must droop, thy Midas dream is o'er. The golden tide of commerce leaves thy shore, leaves thee to prove the alternate ills that haunt, enfeebling luxury and ghastly want. Leaves thee, perhaps, to visit distant lands, and deal the gifts of heaven with equal hands. Yet, O my country, name beloved, revered, by every tie that binds the soul endeared, whose image to my infant senses came mixed with religion's light and freedom's holy flame. If prayers may not avert, if 'tis thy fate to rank amongst the names that once were great, not like the dim cold crescent shalt thou fade, thy debt to science and the muse unpaid. Thine are the laws surrounding states revere, thine the full harvest of the mental year, thine the bright stars in glory's sky that shine, and arts that make it life to live are thine. If westward streams the light that leaves thy shore, still from thy lamp the streaming radiance pours. Wide spreads thy rays from Ganges to the pole. O'er half the western world thy essence roll. Nations beyond the Appalachian hills thy hand has planted and thy spirit feels. Soon as their gradual progress shall impart the finer sense of morals and of art, thy stores of knowledge the new state shall know, and think thy thoughts, and with thy fancy glow. Thy locks, thy palace shall instruct their youth, thy leading star direct their search for truth. Beneath the spreading Platon's tent-like shade, or by Missouri's rushing waters laid, old Father Times shall be the poet's theme, of Hagley's woods the enamelled virgin dream, and Milton's tones the enraptured ear enthrall, mixed with the roar of Niagara's fall. In Thomson's glass the ingenious youth shall learn a fairer face of nature to discern, nor of the bards that swept the British lyre shall fade one laurel or one note expire. Then, loved Joanna, to admiring eyes thy storied groups in scenic pomp shall rise. Their high-souled strings and Shakespeare's noble rage shall with alternate passion shake the stage. Some youthful bustle from thy moral lay with stricter hand his fond desires shall sway. Some athwart as the fleeting shadows pass start at his likeness in the mystic glass. The tragic muse resume her just control, with pity and with terror purge the soul, while wide o'er transatlantic realms thy name shall live in light and gather all its fame. Where wanders fancy down the lapse of years, shedding o'er-imaged woe's untimely tears, fond moody power, as hopes, as fears prevail, she longs or dreads to lift the awful veil, on visions of delight now loves to dwell, now hears the shriek of woe of freedom's knell. Perhaps, she says, long ages passed away, and set in western waves our closing day, night, Gothic night, again may shade the plains where power is seated and where science reigns. England, the seat of arts, be only known by the grey ruin and the mouldering stone, that time may tear the garland from her brow, and Europe sit in dust, as Asia now. Yet then the ingenious youth whom fancy fires with pictured glories of illustrious sires, with duteous zeal their pilgrimage shall take from the Blue Mountains or Ontario's lake, with fond adoring steps to press the sod, by statesmen, sages, poets, heroes trod, on Isis banks to draw inspiring air, from Runnymede to send the patriot's prayer, and pensive thought, where camps slow waters wind, to meet those shades that rouge the realms of mind. In silent halls to sculptured marbles bow, and hang fresh wreaths round Newton's awful brow. Oft shall they seek some peasant's homely shed, who toils, unconscious of the mighty dead, to ask where Avon's winding waters stray, and thence are not wildflowers bearing away. Ancients enquire where Clarkson, friend of man, or all-accomplished Jones his race began. If of the modest mention aught remains, where heaven and nature prompted Cowper's strings, where Roscoe, to whose patriot breast belong the Roman virtue and the Tuscan song, let Ceres,
to the black and barren moor, where Cyrus never gained a wreath before. With curious search their pilgrim steps shall rove by many a ruined tower and proud alcove, shall listen for those strings that soothed of yore thy rock, stern Skiddaw, and thy fall, Lodore, fist with Dun Edin's classic browed side, and visaged Melrose by the pale moonlight. But who their mingled feelings shall pursue when London's faded glories rise to view? The mighty city, which by every road in floods of people poured itself abroad, ungirt by walls irregularly great, no jealous drawbridge, no closing gate, whose merchants, such the state which commerce brings, sent forth their mandates to dependent kings, streets where the turbaned Moslem, bearded Jew, and woolly Afric met the brown Hindu, where through each vein spontaneous plenty flowed, where wealth enjoyed and charity bestowed. Pensive and thoughtful shall the wanderers greet each splendid square and still untrodden street, or of some crumbling turret, mined by time, the broken stair with perilous step shall climb. Then stretched the viewed wide horizon round, by scattered hamlets trace its ancient bound, and, shook no more with fleet's fair time's survey, through reeds and sench pursue his idle way. With throbbing bosom shall the wanderers tread the hallowed mansions of the silent dead, shall enter the long aisle and vaulted dome, where genius and where valour find a home. Awe-struck, midst chill sepulchral marbles breathe, where all above is still as all beneath. Bended each antique shrine, and frequent turn to clasp with fond delight some sculptured urn, the ponderous mass of Johnson's form to greet, or breathe the prayer at Howard's sainted feet. Perhaps some Briton, in whose musing mind those ages live which time has cast behind, to every spot shall lead his wandering guest, on whose known site the beam of glory rests. Here Chatham's eloquence in thunder broke, here Fox persuaded, or here Garrick spoke, shall boast how Nelson, fame and death in view, to wanted victory led his ardent crew, and England's name enforced, with loftiest tone, their duty, and too well fulfilled his own. How gallant Moore, as ebbing life dissolved, but hoped his country had its fame absolved, or call up sages whose capacious mind left in his course a track of light behind. Pond where mute crowds on Davy's lips reposed, nature's coyest secrets were disclosed. Join with their Franklin, Priestley's injured name, home then each continent shall proudly claim. Oft shall the strangers turn their eager feet, the rich remains of ancient art to greet, the pictured walls with critic eye explore, and Renoir's be what Raphael was before. On spoils from every clime their eyes shall gaze, Egyptian granites and the Etruscan vase. And when mist-fallen London they survey the stone where Alexander's ashes lay, shall own with humbled pride the lesson just by time's slow finger written in the dust. There walks a spirit o'er the peopled earth, secret his progresses, unknown his birth, moody and viewless as the changing wind. No force arrests his foot, no chains can bind. Where'er he turns, the human brute awakes, and roused to better life, his sordid heart forsakes. He thinks, he reasons, glows with purer fires, feels finer wants, and burns with new desires. Obedient nature follows where he leads, the steaming marsh is changed to fruitful meads. The beasts retire from man's asserted reign, and prove his kingdom was not given in vain. Then from his bed is drawn the ponderous oar, then commerce pours or gives on every shore. Then Babel's towers and terraced gardens rise, and pointed obelisks invade the skies. The prince commands, in Tyrian purple dressed, and gypsy virgins weave the linen vest. Then spans the graceful arch the roaring tide, and stricter bounds the cultured fields divide. Then kindles fancy, then expands the heart. Then blow the flowers of genius and of art. Saints, heroes, sages, who the land adorn, seem rather to descend than to be born. Whilst history, midst the rows consigned with fame, with pen of adamant inscribes their name. The genius now forsakes the favoured shore, and hates, capricious, what he loved before. Then empires fall to dust, then arts decay, and wasted realms enfeebled despots sway. Even nature's changed, without his fostering smile or fear, no goad, no plenty yields the Nile. The thirsty sand absorbs the useless rill, and spotted plays from putrid fens distil. In desert solitudes and Tadmor sleeps, stern Marius and o'er fallen Carthage weeps. Then with enthusiast love the pilgrim roves to seek his footsteps in forsaken groves, explores the fractured arch, the ruined tower, those limbs disjointed of gigantic power. Still at each step he dreads the adder's sting, the Arab's javelin, or the tiger's spring. With doubtful caution treads the echoing ground, and asks where Troy or Babylon is found. And now the vagrant power no more detains the vale of Tempe or Ausonian plains. Northward he throws the animating ray, o'er Celtic nations bursts the mental day, and as some playful child the mirror turns, now here, now there, the moving lustre burns. Now o'er his changeful fancy more prevail Batavia's dykes and Arnold's purple veil, and stinted suns and rivers bound with frost, than Anna's plains or Bayer's viny coast. Venice the Adriatic wets in vein, and death sits brooding o'er Campania's plain, o'er Baltic shores and through Hercynian groves. Stirring the soul the mighty impulse moves. Art plies his tools, arid commerce spreads her sail, and wealth is wafted in each shifting gale. The sons of Odin tread on Persian looms, and Odin's daughters breathe distilled perfumes. Loud minstrel bards in Gothic halls rehearse the runic rhyme and build the lofty verse. The muse, whose liquid notes were wont to swell to the soft breathing of the Aeolian shell, submits, reluctant, to the harsher tone, and scarce believes the ordered voice her own. And now, where Caesar saw with proud disdain the watered hut and skin of azure stain, Corinthian columns rear their graceful forms, and light verandas brave the wintry storms, while British tongues the fading fame prolong of Tully's eloquence and Marius' song. Where once Bonduca whirled the scythed car, and the fiend's matrons raised the shriek of war, light forms beneath transparent muslins float, and tilted voices swell the artful note. Light-leaved acacias and the shady plain and spreading cedar grace the woodland ring, while crystal walls the tenderer plants confine, the fragrant orange and the nectared pine. The Syrian grape there hangs her rich festoons, nor asks for purer air or brighter noons. Science and art urge on the useful toil, new mould a climate and create the soil. Subdue the rigour of the northern bear, o'er polar climes shed aromatic air. Unyielding nature urged the new demands, and ask not gives but tribute at her hands. London exults. On London art bestows her summer ices and her winter rose, gems of the East, her mirror crown adorn, and plenty at her feet pours forth her horn. While even the exiles her just laws disclaim, people a continent and build a name. August she sits, and with extended hands holds forth the book of life to distant lands. But fairest flowers expand but to decay. The worm is in thy core, thy glories pass away. Arts, arms, and wealth destroy the fruits they bring. Commerce, like beauty, knows no second spring. Crime walks thy streets, Freud earns her unblessed bread. O'er want and woe thy gorgeous robe is spread, and angel charities in vain oppose. With grand earth grows the mass of misery grows. For see, to other climes the genius soars, he turns from Europe's desolated shores, and lo, even now, midst mountains wrapped in storm, and Andes' heights he shrouds his awful form. On Chimborazo's summits treads sublime, measuring in lofty thought the march of time. Sudden he calls, "'Tis now the hour," he cries, spreads his broad hand and bids the nations rise. La Plata hears amidst her torrents roar, Potosi hears it as she digs the ore. Ardent, the genius fans the noble strife, and pours through feeble souls a higher life. Shouts to the mingled tribes from sea to sea, and swears, "Thy world, Columbus, shall be free." End of 1811, a poem by Anna Letitia Barbauld. Read by Lilith Brander.
"11 Days at Moravia" by Thomas Hazard. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the 26th of December, 1871, I took an evening train on the New York Central Railroad at Albany for Syracuse. Next morning at 6, took the cars on the same road some 26 miles to the depot at Auburn. Thence by omnibus 1/2 mile to the depot of the Southern Central Railroad. Thence some 17 miles to Moravia, where carriages were in waiting to take passengers to the far-famed Spirit House of Morris Keeler, 3/4 of a mile for 50 cents each, the whole cost of railroad fare from Boston, omnibus, and back, hire included, being less than $11. Moravia is a pretty cozy-looking village of some 12 or 1500 inhabitants, pleasantly situated on the southwesterly declivity and base of a range of hills running along the easterly side of the rich alluvial Owasco Valley, which is several miles long and 1/2 mile or more wide. Fortunately, I found a lodging-room vacant at Mr. Keeler's, there being less of a rush of visitors than usual, owing probably to the domestic festivities of the season. As a general rule, more or less newcomers are necessitated to lodge at the village. Though not on the summit, Mr. Keeler's house stands high on the hill. It is nearly new, of 2 stories, and larger and more commodious and tastily finished than most farmhouses. On its western side, or end, is a slight projection or alcove, forming in part the base of a tower or cupola of moderate height, commanding a fine view of the surrounding country. An apartment of convenient dimensions in the 2nd story, situated beneath this tower, is set apart exclusively for the spirit room. Like the rest of the house, this room is neatly finished and very prettily papered, with the exception I shall presently mention. Its furniture, all included, consists of an air-tight stove, a sofa, a kerosene lamp and candlestick, a small paper screen, a piano, and some dozen chairs, a large part of which are broken, rickety, or disfigured, in consequence of an ill-bred habit to which some spirits in the form are addicted of tipping back, greatly to the injury of both chairs and carpets. The alcove on which the cupola partly rests is partitioned off with rough boards, rudely and scantily papered, thus making a cabinet some 10 feet by 4 or 5 in size, an aperture about 12 by 13 inches being made in the center of the partition some 4 feet above the floor. A piece of black broadcloth, some 14 inches square, fastened at the top only, on the inside of this aperture, excludes or admits the light, the spirits in attendance raising or dropping it themselves to suit their purposes. 4 windows in the alcove within the cabinet are tightly boarded up and rudely pasted over with old newspapers. A movable door without hinges or latches, some 7 feet high by 2½ wide, which, with the aid of lists and buttons, it is rather difficult to adjust so as to exclude the light entirely from the interior of the cabinet, completes the meagre arrangement of a tiny room, in which more denizens of the angel spheres have probably shown themselves to materialize within the last few years than have ever made themselves visible in all the splendid cathedrals and costly churches of Christendom. The whole movable furniture or articles of any kind within the cabinet consists of 1 common wooden chair and 1 battered tin trumpet. Except when séances are being actually conducted, the cabinet stands open at all times for inspection. The medium, Mrs. Mary Andrews, by the aid of whose occult powers the spirits are enabled to make themselves visible to material eyes, is a rather stout, well-formed married woman, of medium height, apparently from 25 to 30 years of age. She is the mother of 3 nice little girls, the eldest of whom has been adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Keeler. Her husband owns a small house where they reside about half a mile away. Mrs. Andrews is comely in face and person, and bright-looking, and if nature meant to affix the stamp of dishonesty or trickery to her features, it made a most transparent mistake. She is very amiable and conversable with those who approach her with respect and kindness, but cannot give any explanation of the why and wherefore of the wonderful phenomena that occur in her presence. Her antecedents are rather remarkable, and I regret that I neglected to obtain a full knowledge of the incidents that attended her early youth and mediumistic development. I understood in brief, however, that her parents are Irish, and that she went in early girlhood to live with an American family not far from Moravia, to whom she became much attached, but was removed by her Catholic parents by direction of their priest, who suspected that the religious faith might be shaken by living in contact with her Protestant friends. Mary, however, was not satisfied with the new arrangement, and suspecting that her parents meditated consigning her to a conventional prison, she absconded from home, and was seen some days after, barefooted and half-naked, wandering on the shores of the adjacent lake. She finally found employment in a family in Moravia, from whence she went to live as a domestic with Mrs. Keeler, under whose motherly care Mary's extraordinary medium powers were gradually developed. Mrs. Keeler, as well as her husband, was born and bred in Connecticut, and is one of those modest, unassuming, pale-faced American women who move about their houses with noiseless and apparently feeble step, and yet manage to accomplish more work in the same time than half a dozen of ordinary help could be hired to do. She always rises before day, and together with Hannah, her cook, a remarkably handsome and efficient specimen of the Celtic race, does the whole indoor work of the establishment, although there are generally some dozen or more lodgers in the house to be provided for, besides her own family. I marveled how our hostess was enabled to accomplish so much, until I accidentally learned that her spirit mother uniformly assists in performing the mundane duties of her daughter without charge for wages or expense of board. Mr. Maurice Keeler, our host, is a candid, hearty, honest, outspoken specimen of the Yankee farmer of the old Putnam stamp, who has, with help of his wife, earned his well-drained and well-cultivated broad acres, and something considerable besides, by honest thrift and hard work. He is a pretty tall, large, rough-looking man, who always hangs up his coat when he enters the house, and sits in his shirt-sleeves, though the thermometer may be at 0. Though troubled with asthma, he is pretty fat and jolly, too, and fond of giving and taking a good-natured joke. He accommodates boarders in plain but substantial farmer's style, at $1 per day, evidently more to please them and the spirits than from any pecuniary motives. I understand that he did so without charge until his hospitality was too much taxed for his means. At first my impressions were not strikingly in Mr. Keeler's favour, but he wonderfully improved upon acquaintance. I soon discovered that whatever might have been his weaknesses or peccadilloes in bygone days, his intimate relation and intercourse with the spirit world, or something else, had wonderfully softened and developed his better and higher nature. The heart of the old man seems as big as an elephant's, and filled with love and kindness for all mankind, including even his ignorant and bigoted neighbors, some of whom, I learned, have threatened him with private injury, because of his spiritual proclivities. There is, too, a peculiar softness and tenderness of expression in his eye, rendered more striking by the roughness of its facial setting. When I regarded these fine traits and listened to the noble, though uncouth utterances that often fell unconsciously from his lips, and heard him speak of calling instead of driving his cows to and from pasture, I began to love the uncultured, unlearned man, and ceased to marvel why the angels from heaven had passed by the monarch on his throne, the priest at his altar, and the parson in his pulpit, to come and dwell with plain and rough but true and spiritual-minded Farmer Keeler in the house that stands on the magnetic hill overlooking the lovely valley and fair village of Moravia. There is something undefinable in the atmosphere of the place. Everybody under the roof seems cheerful, happy, and contented. I think there may have been some 60 arrivals whilst I remained, and each and all, with scarce an exception, seemed to feel at home the moment they entered the door. Nor did I witness more than one unpleasant circumstance whilst under the roof, and that was satisfactorily explained away. During the 11 days I stayed, I never left the house but once, further than the adjoining yard, and then only for an hour or two. Terribly contrary to my disposition and usual wont, I always got up in the morning, in a cold room in January, by candlelight, and lived on the plainest food, and yet can truly say that I never experienced a moment's ennui or depression of spirits at Moravia. With the exception of an occasional private circle, Mary, as Mrs. Andrews is commonly called, generally holds a séance every forenoon and afternoon, including Sundays, at 50 cents for each person. If only 4 or less sit in private, her charge is $2 for the whole. The séance begins with what is called a dark circle, the visitors to the number of 8 or 10, ranging themselves in a semicircle some 8 or 10 feet from the cabinet, which is not used then, on the outside of the partition, of which, directly under the aperture, Mary sits facing the circle. Sometimes the number of visitors requires the making of 2 circles, one within the other. The chairs should be arranged in exact order, the feet of all the sitters kept flat on the floor, and the knees as nearly in a semicircular line as practicable. The hands are then joined, and the light, a very primitive tallow candle, is extinguished. Harmony in the circle is indispensable to secure good manifestations, and this is greatly promoted by singing, in which it is better that all, or a large portion of the circle, should join. It seems to matter but little what the words are, provided the will admit, like old John Brown's body, of being pronounced with a vim. This is probably because they receive closer attention from the members of the circle, and in that way promote harmony by concentrating the thoughts of all present at one point. Old-fashioned witches, probably without knowing why, used to produce a like effect by causing their votaries to look steadily at grounds of tea in a cup. It may be, too, that there is some element that goes forth from the organs of the singers, that is utilized by the spirits and made to contribute to the production of occult voices. In these dark circles the phenomena that occur are quite varied. The floor sometimes assumes a tremulous motion, or the partition of the cabinet is shaken, sometimes violently. Questions are answered by spirit lights, 3 appearing as an affirmative. Keys of the piano are occasionally struck. Water is sprinkled in the faces of the sitters, cold breezes pass around the circle, stars or lights appear in various parts of the room, and sometimes engage in playful exhibitions, as if mingling in a dance. The flapping of something like the wings of a large bird is heard as if close by, and on 2 occasions I and some others were sprinkled with something that felt cold but not moist. Besides these manifestations, spirit voices, sometimes very distinct, generally join in the singing. The hands and persons of sitters are patted by spirit friends, and generally some of these manifest themselves by speaking audibly or in distinct whispers, sometimes at considerable length. Once, while I was present, the tin trumpet was thrown out of the aperture in the cabinet onto the floor, picked up and spoken through by a spirit, then dropped on the floor and again taken up and thrown back into the cabinet. After some 30 or more minutes have expired, a spirit voice in a cheerful or jocose tone, and generally with a German or Indian accent, though not always, asks that a light may be struck, and the dark séance closes. Mary now takes her seat in the cabinet opposite the door, which is closed so as to exclude the light. The kerosene lamp is next lighted and set on the piano, turned partly down, the candle extinguished, and the lamp so adjusted by an exceedingly primitive screen as to reflect directly on the aperture in the cabinet. If some visitor would present Mrs. Keeler with a score of wax or spermaceti candles, it might be the means of improving the atmosphere of the room. The members of the circle should sit as before, and again join in singing. Before the faces, arms, or hands appear, the curtain is lifted by the spirits, sometimes in part, or other times in whole. At times the tin trumpet is used by them to speak with through the aperture, their faces not always being visible, though sometimes, on such occasions. More generally, however, they speak audibly without the aid of the trumpet, their faces being visible and even the motion of the lips plainly discernible. After the light séance has continued some 30 minutes or more, a finger generally announces its close by pointing toward the door from the corner of the aperture. At other times, raps or shaking of the cabinet intimate that the medium should be let out. Perhaps this clumsy description may convey to uninitiated readers some idea of the mode that is pursued in obtaining spirit manifestations at Moravia, and of the phenomena that occur more or less at every séance, so that they can better comprehend what follows, as well as much that has before been published on this subject. Upon my arrival on the 27th of December at Mr. Keeler's, I found but 3 or 4 visitors there, including a Mr. Livingstone, who resided not many miles away, and Mrs. Kate Gibbs, of Utica, New York, both of them highly mediumistic and friends of the family, and familiar with the phenomena that usually occur. At the first séance, held on the afternoon of the 27th instant, the manifestations were weak and unsatisfactory both in the dark and light circle. At the latter, 2 male faces appeared at the same time, but were too indistinct to be recognized or described. I was told by those present that for several weeks past the power had been daily decreasing and apparently dying out. Mr. Keeler himself told me that he was not expecting the usual manifestations to continue, as the spirits were about making a change. Mary, the medium, seemed also downhearted and discouraged, and I began to fear that the object of my visit to Moravia would prove a failure. Before leaving New York I had 2 sittings with Mrs. Studd, 53 East 20th Street, at which my wife and 2 daughters came among others, and reiterated their intention, as before conveyed through the mediumship of Mrs. Rockwood, 14 East Springfield Street, Boston, of showing themselves to me at Moravia. My daughter Anna, who passed away in early womanhood, told me that she meant to hand me a lily, her favorite flower when in earth life. The communications made through Mrs. Studd were in writing, which I read and put in my valise, not knowing that I should ever refer to them again. But on learning the state of things at Moravia, I reread them and was surprised to find how nearly some of the statements they contained tallied with what I found existing there, especially 2 communications purporting to emanate from the spirit of Theodore Parker, extracts from which I give below, word for word, exactly as written by the hand of Mrs. Studd, December 14th and 21st, 1871. Quote, "My friend, I promise you, if you will remain to join the circle which will gather, to add another crowning proof to your faith. We know that you have the attracting power, and all we ask is the time. There are so many going there that, as you are well aware, the place requires some change of magnetism and the medium some instruction. Men and women who go entirely out of curiosity are very apt to carry with them an adulterated magnetism, which leaves sometimes an odor and a sphere very disagreeable to a more advanced spirit. The wonder is that it has run so long as it has without an entire break-up. The medium seldom has a person sit down with her who regards her with the slightest degree of humanity. Indeed, they hold her responsible for all disappointments that may arise, and expect from her the greater manifestation from the fact of their unbelief. We desire to have you give her some encouragement, and we ask also that you remain as long as possible, making some suggestions, which we will give you, to improve the condition of affairs there. The fact is, the medium is already in a transition state, and the control are undecided whether to remove or increase the manifestations. I want the cabinet simplified and made more convenient, for as these manifestations increase there, they will spread everywhere, and the result will be spirits talking face to face with man. I see great advancement and earnest investigation everywhere. One thing is certain, nothing else can make man a law to himself and a light to others. And there is but one thing to look for progress in, namely, individual reform, learning to think and act for oneself. I will not interfere with your family circle, but will show myself, if possible, to you. I await any questions you may see fit to ask. End quote. I will here just say that Mr. Keeler assured me before I left Moravia that he would rebuild the cabinet. At a second sitting, December 21st, the same spirit said, quote, I come with you, my friend, tonight, and well pleased to meet you. I come to offer our congratulations and ask you to go forward in the path of progress, being bold in the truth. The time has arrived when all material things point to a verification of what was told you so long ago. The great struggles for truth are still going on, the conflict still being waged, and heaven and earth are acting in concert to produce to man the proper evidences of life immortal. Your articles have made a better basis for mediums and opened the way for us to do our work better. We ask that you go to Moravia. We promise to meet you there and will talk face to face with you. Do not allow anything to interfere with you. Go alone and be prepared to wait a few days at least. Do not be hastened away, nor let those come in with you who are in any way disagreeable. We shall advise your going in what we call the holiday week, for the reason that most persons will be at home at that time and there will be less confusion there. In finishing this, we will give you a list of who will meet you there, and we ask that you throw off all external care and wait patiently until we come. We promise and will perform. Daniel Webster, Theodore Parker, your mother, wife, and 2 daughters, plain. End quote. Here the control was suddenly broken by an interruption. Both before going and whilst at Moravia, I frequently stated that I had seen and heard enough to satisfy me beyond doubt of a future state of existence, and that the object of my visit was not so much to obtain any new light for my own satisfaction as for that of others, believing that if I could see a spirit face so clearly as to be willing to affirm to its identity, it might be the means of causing some others to break away from the trammels of early education and habit and investigate the subject for themselves. I was therefore careful to say nothing to compromise my object, and further than the bestowal of a few words of encouragement and sympathy upon the medium, I said nothing until several days after my arrival at Moravia in connection with the foregoing spirit communications. On the next day, the 28th, the manifestations were somewhat better, both in the dark and light circles, than they had been, as was said, for some weeks. A daughter of Mr. Livingstone, who died in very early infancy, came and delivered quite a lengthy and highly instructive discourse. Several hands and arms were plainly exhibited, both outside and immediately within the cabinet, some of which were acknowledged as my wife's and daughter's. What purported to be my own mother showed herself so that I could clearly see her plain Quaker bonnet with cap beneath, but not her face distinctly enough to recognize it. Others present, whose eyesight was stronger than mine, described the features, however, as very much resembling hers. She also spoke for a minute or two very sensibly and characteristically, but not in her natural voice, but like one speaking through a trumpet, which might have been the case, as her face was not visible while speaking. Although I felt no doubt of her identity, and so expressed myself, she seemed disappointed that I could not see her more plainly, and made repeated efforts to bring her face further forward into the light. I regretted that I had not brought an opera glass with me, which might have assisted my vision. On the forenoon of the next day, the 29th, my mother showed herself again in the same bonnet and cap, but I was still unable to distinguish her features so as to recognize them, although I had no doubt, as before, of her identity. Several newcomers had joined this morning circle, and among them G.E. Hoyt of Chicago, who seemed to possess a magnetism wonderfully attractive to spirits. At this séance, several of his deceased relatives and friends showed themselves plainly, and conversed intelligently with him. I question whether there were any persons present who doubted their individual identity, though it would require a volume to describe the various shades and characters of phenomena that occur at only one of these sittings, so as to make them intelligible to readers who have never witnessed the manifestations. The following account, given me by a highly intelligent gentleman from Watkins, Schuyler Company, New York, who was present, will convey probably as good an idea of what generally occurs at one séance as can be given in equal space. Quote, Moravia, New York, December 30th, 1871. Mr. Thomas R. Hazard. Dear Sir, I considered it a pleasant duty to give my testimony as to what I saw at Mr. Maurice Keeler's Friday morning, December 29th. The first face shown at the aperture was so indistinct I could not decide what it was, but upon the spirit being requested to make an effort to give us something we could recognize, the face was shown several times, each time a little more distinct than at former efforts, until we were convinced that it was a colored woman's face. The next face was rather indistinct, but I think someone recognized it. The third face was so plain that the gentleman at once, without any hesitation or equivocation, positively asserted it to be his mother, to which the old lady bowed assent, and seemed rejoiced that her son so promptly recognized her. The fourth face was that of my own dear sister Emily, every lineament of which was shown with the utmost and unmistakable distinctness. When young, she fell against the stove and cut quite a gash in her cheek, and always carried the scar. The scar was now shown as plain as in the earth life. I asked several questions, and in every instance got perfectly satisfactory and truthful answers, either by the nod of her head or by the motion of the hands that were shown through the aperture in the partition. In spite of my best efforts to control my emotions, tears of joy and gratitude flowed, as I knew it was a reality. I felt as though heaven was very near earth. If all could see their friends as distinctly as I saw my sister, there would be no doubt of immortality. The fifth face was very distinct, and I should think thoroughly materialized. It was projected through the aperture far enough so all could see the motions of the lips as he spoke, in an audible voice, in answer to questions propounded to him by a lady from Utica. There was a mutual recognition between the lady and the spirit. In answer to one question, he said, "Thank God, it will be all right yet." The lady seemed pleased, and in fact quite overcome with joy. Audible voices were frequently heard during the séance. Arms and hands were shown plainly, distinctly too, exhibiting arms above the elbow. 4 hands were shown at one time. I have given a truthful statement of a portion of the wonders shown to myself and 10 others. I presume the others present saw as plainly as I did. If any portion of the above hastily drawn description is of any use to you, you are welcome to it. Yours respectfully, W.I. Vesilius, M.D. At the afternoon séance, no faces or hands were exhibited, one of the controlling spirits assigning as a reason that they were endeavoring to arrange to make the faces more distinct, so that those whose eyesight was not strong might see them plainer. This the spirit succeeded in doing, and for the remainder of the time that I attended the circles, I could see the features of many of the faces that were exhibited as clearly as if I had met them on the street at noonday. Still, greatly to my annoyance, my own mother never sufficiently succeeded in materializing her features so as to make them plain and absolutely recognizable to me, although at my request she would move her face from one side of the aperture to the other and place it in other different points of view. On one occasion I remarked that although I could not distinctly see her features, I felt entirely sure it was my own mother, to which she rejoined in a distinct whisper, "Yes, Thomas, it is as true as that the sun rises." I think this manifestation occurred at a private séance on January the 4th. Besides showing her face in the light, my mother came several times in the dark circles and manifested her presence by patting my head or hand with hers, or by speaking sometimes at considerable length in an audible, though not her natural earth voice. At one time she seemed to stand close by, in front of where I was sitting, and with a mother's affectionate partiality said in a distinct whisper, "Thomas, my son, I am with you in all your good works." It would take too much space to describe even a moiety of the manifestations I witnessed at the score and more séances I attended at Moravia. I will therefore just refer to a few of the incidents that occurred, and hasten to conclude with a narrative of some that more particularly related to my own spirit family. As before remarked, Mr. Hoyt, who was a most earnest and outspoken spiritualist, and I should think, in every sense of the word, a live man, seemed endued with an organism or magnetism singularly adapted to intercourse with the denizens of the spirit world. He passed through New York on his way to Moravia, where he had sittings with Charles H. Foster and Dr. Slade, before one or the other, or both of which mediums, I understood him to say. Every individual friend who subsequently appeared at Moravia had announced their intention of so doing, and among these, Owassa, an attendant Indian guide of Dr. Slade's. It seems that Mr. Hoyt has 3 wives in the spirit world, each and all of whom showed themselves to him unmistakably at Moravia. One of these, who had died of consumption, appeared in her night clothes, holding a handkerchief close to her chin. She anticipated Mr. Hoyt in giving an explanation by putting it to her mouth, as with a feeble cough she expectorated upon it, and folded it up in her hand precisely as Mr. Hoyt said she had been accustomed to do for some weeks or months before her death. After this, another of Mr. Hoyt's wives, with 2 of her children, were successively passed by the inside of the aperture in the cabinet in reclining attitudes, bundled up in what looked like bedclothes, including, in the instance of one of the children, a red blanket. These manifestations seemed rather mysterious until Mr. Hoyt stated that his wife and 2 children died of the smallpox, and to avoid spreading the infection were wrapped up in their beds and so buried. Several others of Mr. Hoyt's friends showed themselves distinctly and conversed with him, and among these was the Indian Owasso, who said he came to fulfill his promise made to Mr. Hoyt at the man Slade's. In answer to queries, Owasso said he came through the power of magnetism he brought from Dr. Slade's, and should return to Dr. S. on the strength of what he could obtain from the circle at which he was then present. One of the most active and efficient controlling spirits of both the dark and light circle at Moravia is an Indian squaw called Honto. She frequently spoke very sensibly, though characteristically of her Indian origin. On one occasion, while delivering quite a lengthy discourse in clear and forcible language, she took pride in exhibiting a beautiful scarlet blanket that was richly trimmed and ornamented with beads, more brilliant than glass or even diamonds. Parts of the blanket were occasionally pushed some inches outside of the aperture, where they would remain for a minute or more, and then be drawn in, probably to rematerialize, and again put forth. In depth and richness of color, I think the scarlet equaled anything I have ever seen, and, with the addition of the dazzling beads, produced the most pleasing and striking effect. Mrs. Kate Gibbs, before alluded to, has a very intelligent and interesting angel guide, whose spirit name is Rosa. She has been thoroughly identified as the spirit of a young Indian girl named Suki, who passed from earth life some years ago in the neighborhood of Utica. It is customary to hold circles on almost every evening in the spirit room at Moravia, apart from those for the usual manifestations, there generally being more or less mediums from a distance present. On these occasions the bright and ever-cheerful little Rosa occupied a prominent position. Mr. Keeler seemed mischievously fond of teasing her, and on one occasion twitted her with not having so pretty a blanket as Honto. This brought out the childlike earth feelings of Rosa, who pettishly replied, "Yes, Honto, Honto. Nobody is anything but Honto. Me got blanket as pretty as Honto." At a subsequent cabinet séance, Rosa came and talked for some minutes mostly with her Meddy, as she called Mrs. Gibbs, during which time she pushed her red blanket, as Honto had done, out of the aperture for us to admire. It was very pretty, but not as deep a scarlet color as Honto's, nor was it ornamented with beads. In answer to a query trenching on theology, Rosa gave us to understand that all that related to such matters might be summed up in 6 words, viz., goodness is godliness and happiness is heaven. After the close of the cabinet séance, Rosa was too impatient to wait for the customary evening circle, but entranced Mrs. Gibbs in the common sitting-room and asked how we liked her blanket. I replied that I thought it very pretty, but Mr. Keeler rather cruelly reminded her that it had no beads like Honto's. At this Rosa showed a good deal of feeling, and said she was going to have some beads. When asked how she would string and fix them without anything to do it with, she replied that they did not need needle and thread to make such things where she was. One of the most striking and vivid faces I saw at the aperture was that of a man who called his name George Butler. Nearly all the faces that are exhibited at Moravia have their eyes protected from the effects of the light by spectacles. Butler, who I learned had manifested several times before, showed himself without them, and his eyes had a peculiar ghastly appearance, like one under the influence of extreme bodily pain or terror. He said that he was murdered by one W. in drunken brawl that recently occurred in a saloon at Syracuse, that he had no friends present, and well knew that all he said could have no legal effect, but that he was killed by a blow on the temple inflicted by a billet of wood, and that his murderer would soon confess the crime. The whole scene was very graphic, and indicative that the time might come when the adage that dead men tell no tales may have to be modified to make it conform to the truth, and the saying that murder will out will be no longer a myth. Some of the spirits who spoke had passed from earth under the belief that there was no future state of existence, while others were imbued with the theological idea of a fiery hell. All such gratefully acknowledged their mistake, and joined with others in bearing testimony to the fact substantially that no mere form of worship or belief can help to prepare any human being for a happy entrance into the spirit world, and that the status mortals attain to on passing to the higher life is in conformity with the freedom and expansion of their minds, the good works they have done from unselfish motives, and the degrees of charity, sympathy, and love they have manifested and exercised in their intercourse with their fellow creatures on earth. A few days before I left, there came to Moravia a trance medium from Rochester by the name of Gilbert G. Eaton, one of whose controlling spirits professed to be the notorious Captain Kidd, who did not seem inclined to say much about his earth career, but admitted that he had, when in earth life, a hard, determined will. He further stated that he always thought he was condemned to death on insufficient testimony, and that the piracies for which he suffered were committed on Spanish vessels with the approval or connivance of the British government, until complications became so serious that it was deemed expedient to sacrifice his life to appease the Spaniards. In reply to a query concerning his entrance into spirit life, he stated that when he came to consciousness he found himself wandering in a darksome, dreary desert, where no vegetation other than stinted, unsightly shrubs was to be found, and where the spirits he encountered were each and all so repulsive and loathsome to each other that no two or more ever cared to meet or associate. In this forlorn condition he passed what to him seemed centuries of earth life, when his spirit became so broken and overpowered with suffering that in an agony of despair he threw himself upon the ground and cried earnestly on God for deliverance. Then for the first time he saw in the far-off distance a bright spot in the shape of a small anchor, from which trailed within his reach a thread of light. Guided by this, he succeeded in reaching the anchor, and from that point was enabled to see and communicate with his mother, through whose loving counsel and assistance he was started on the road of progress, and through the strength of the same strong will-power that had, when misdirected, sunk him so low in hell, he was enabled, when this was rightly directed, the sooner to reach the place he now occupied in heaven. This was the substance of what Kidd stated, but whether true or false, or whether it may have been some other spirit personating Kidd or not, he certainly did subsequently give us a most graphic relation of the mode pursued by spirits in showing themselves at Moravia. He told us in terse and definite language, remarkably free from the redundancy that frequently characterizes mediumistic communications, that the spirits who show their limbs and faces at the aperture are actually within the cabinet, though invisible to material eyes, in their own proper persons, and that the limbs and faces that are shown undergo a chemical process analogous to that adopted by mortals in coating or galvanizing specimens of wood or other substances and metals with a wash of another kind of metal. He stated that this material coating for the spirit form is collected by the spirits and partially prepared during the dark circle from the aura or effete particles that are constantly passing from the human body, the cold breeze that is so often felt by the persons present being a part of this aura, and that the consistency or efficiency of the material depends upon the degree of harmony that prevails in the circle. He further stated that these effete particles cannot be used by the spirit chemists until they are vitalized so as to make them partake of the quality of living flesh, and to do this it is necessary to pass them through or bring them in contact with a human organism possessing certain qualities or properties such as appertain to Mrs. Andrews, who always sits opposite the aperture during the process of collecting, preparing, and passing the material into the cabinet. Mr. Eaton's controlling spirit also asserted that the manufacturing of this occult material requires that certain elements should be abstracted from every organ of the medium, and that on some occasions, where the manifestations required high coloring, the spirit artists had drawn as many as 4 ounces of actual blood from her veins. It was said further that should any material substance, especially if in a fluid or semi-fluid state, be brought in contact with the spirit faces or limbs that are exhibited, the coarser particles of such substance will necessarily appear on the person of the medium, the pores of whose skin operate similarly to a fine sieve or strainer, and on the return of the elements that had been subtracted from her system exclude the coarser particles of the foreign substance. This coating of the spirit, Eaton's controlling guardian stated, was of too delicate a quality to resist for any great length of time the chemical effects of light. Though the spirits seemed confident that they should soon perfect and improve the processes so as to enable them to walk out of the doors of cabinets and greet their earth friends as naturally as when they were clothed with mortal flesh. The theory here put forth, if not substantially true, seems at least plausible, and to my mind is greatly strengthened by what follows. On my return from Moravia, I passed through Boston, where I learned from Mr. Luther Colby that at a recent private séance given by Mrs. Annie Lord Chamberlain at the rooms of Mrs. J. H. Conant, 76 Walton Street, Boston, the following answer was received from a spirit guide of the medium to the question by what process do the invisibles materialize the hands, faces, and other forms that from time to time are shown at circles held for physical demonstration of spirit power. The influence controlling at the time replied, quote, that the refined matter out of which these apparitions were formed, or at least rendered cognizable by mortal senses, was gathered from the individuals composing the circle, each contributing to the supply. The raw material was then collected together in a mass, as the housewife, having kneaded the dough for bread, prepares it to be rolled out into any form desired, and a certain portion, sufficient for the manifestations about to be made, divided from it. This portion, by the subtle force of spirit chemistry, was deposited in solution in a vapor or atmospheric bath over the heads of the circle, just as the copper is held in solution in the bath of the battery for electrotyping. Immediately the spirit's hand or other object is plunged in the bath, and as is the case with the copper upon the plate, in the process above referred to, the earthly matter in solution becomes precipitated upon the surface of the spirit object to be shown, and the form thus coated with said earthly material becomes tangible and visible to physical senses." Singularly enough, this explanation, as given, was sustained in part by Mrs. Catherine Morrison, the well-known blind trance and clairvoyant medium of Oswego, who happened to come to Moravia whilst I was there. On 2 occasions, Mrs. M. said to me naively, when sitting beside her in 2 different light seances, that she saw spirits in the cabinet mixing something that looked like dough, she using the same unique term to express the same idea that Mrs. Chamberlain did. Besides a wife, I have of my own immediate family in the spirit world a daughter named Mary, who died in 1842, aged 2 1/4 years, a grown-up daughter named Anna, who died young, in 1868, and 3 premature infants who never saw the light of earth days. I have abundant evidence, however, that these last have progressed toward maturity in a corresponding degree to what they would have done had they been naturally born and continued in earth life, and though they have not the fullness of development and being they might, through the experience of a material existence, have acquired in the rudimental sphere, still they are a happy, joyous little group. This, with millions of the same class, are those that are known and designated as angels by many spirits in the other world, for the reason that they have never been subjected to the trials and temptations incident to mortal existence, and are consequently free from its stains. My daughter Mary seems to have learned a great deal concerning earth life by communicating with me, the germ necessary to its acquirement having been partially developed while here. But still her spirit seems more closely allied with heaven than earth. In her frequent visits through different media, she almost always comes with her hands full of flowers, gathered, as she says, from her own garden, purposely for her father, nor as she affectionately places them in my bosom, or entwines them about my head, can I readily convince her that my earth senses are totally unconscious of the beautiful decoration. I have before stated that at a séance held with Mrs. Stad in New York, a few days before I went to Moravia, my daughter Anna said she would hand me a lily whilst I was there. I also find my reference to a memorandum that my wife assured me whilst at Mrs. Rockwood's in Boston on the 9th of last November that she felt confident she and our 2 daughters Anna and Mary would be able to show themselves to me at Moravia, entwined in each other's arms, the last named characteristically wreathed or garlanded with flowers. On inspecting the cabinet in Moravia, I saw at the first glance that the aperture would not admit of such a manifestation as this, but the circumstance did not disconcert me in the least, having learned through experience that the spirits of mortals are, except in degree, no more infallible or omniscient in one sphere of existence than in another. The hands and arms that were shown at the aperture, unlike the faces, were always plain and distinct. On an occasion early after my arrival, wherein several hands of different sizes were passed by in the inside of the cabinet, one of them held a flower which I thought I recognized, but, to be sure, I asked a lady who sat beside me what it was. She promptly replied, a lily. I then asked if the hand holding it was meant for me, and it was shown again in token of assent. During my stay, this manifestation was repeated several times, and I have no doubt that the hand with the lily in it was, as it purported to be, my daughter Anna's, and one or more of the smaller hands her sister Mary's. My wife also threw her arms full length, with hands clasped out of the aperture on several occasions, always in a night dress, which I suppose was meant to represent what she wore in her last sickness. The sleeves were uniformly buttoned close to the hand, and I am sure that the exhibition could not have been more natural, including the folds and drapery of the garment, had she made a like manifestation before her departure from earth life. From the first I had been careful, for obvious reasons, not to mention my wife's or daughter's name. At a séance where there was an attempted demonstration at the aperture, so indistinct and feeble that I could neither see nor hear anything that transpired in that direction, I was rather startled upon hearing a lady, who had but recently arrived, observe, "She says Fanny Haggard." On asking the lady to repeat the name, she did the first, and observed that the last sounded something like Haggard. On another occasion, a small star, enveloped in a mist-like halo, passed slowly upward from the bottom of the aperture and disappeared at the top. This was twice repeated, and upon my asking that it might show itself again if it was meant to represent my wife, it did so instantly and remained stationary for a short time before its final disappearance. This was a beautiful manifestation of which none present could know the full significance but myself. For the last 15 years my wife has been accustomed to draw a star through some automatic and writing mediums I sit with to announce her presence. It appears to be the name she is called by in her spirit home. Often, too, when I sit with trance or clairvoyant mediums, they will say, "Your star is here." The Sunday before I left Boston, on my way to Moravia, via New York, I attended one of Mrs. Hardy's, now 4 Concord Square, large evening circles. I had never sat with her at a private séance, and she could have known but little about me. But the little child that controls her called me out of the crowd from quite a distance to the medium's side and said, "Your star is here," and that it was so bright it would shine in sunlight. Though it may not have shone in sunlight at Moravia, it certainly did very plainly in lamplight. Mrs. Gibbs' Indian guide, the bright, sprightly little Rosa, used to keep me well posted up in what was transpiring behind the scenes in the cabinet with regard to my own family and spirit friends. She described my wife as always present, but generally standing back, partly because she could not attain the proper conditions to show herself distinctly, and partly to give place to other spirits who were anxious to manifest themselves to their friends, a self-sacrificing feature that was strikingly characteristic of her in earth life. At one time Rosa said she saw her doing, because she could not show herself to me, what they call weeping. Finally her repeated arduous but unavailing efforts became oppressive to me, and I told my wife, repeatedly, sometimes directly, as she attempted to show herself, and at other times through Rosa or the controlling spirit of some other medium present, that I was fully satisfied of her presence and hoped she would not distress herself further on my account. Hitherto I had sat altogether at the regular séances, the conditions of which were constantly being changed by the daily introduction of new and not always perfectly harmonious visitors. I had come to the conclusion that my staying longer would be of no avail, and proposed leaving Moravia. Previous to doing so, Mr. Hoyt and myself had arranged to hold a private séance on the 4th of January, he intending to leave on the 5th. On the 3rd instant, Mrs. Catherine Morrison, the interesting blind medium before mentioned, arrived from Oswego. On the same evening, a circle for ordinary manifestations was held in the spirit room. Mrs. Morrison was beautifully controlled by a little girl who, at 5 years of age, perished, as she said, in the fire at Chicago. In answer to queries, she told us that she never had any father, but was promised one in the spirit world. We learned that her mother had been killed by her father. She said her name was Lily Warner, and she also named the street in which she lived in Chicago, and an apothecary's shop on the corner where she used to look through the window at some objects that interested her childish fancy. I think Mr. Hoyt, to whom the child seemed strongly attracted, recognized the locality. On Lily's intimating that she had learned to sing a little, we begged her to sing for us. She seemed to doubt our sincerity in making the request, and asked us coyly whether we really wanted to hear her. Upon our reassurance, she said she never learned but 2 pieces, and would sing one of them, Autumn Up an Apple Tree, which she did in a sweet infantile voice that sensibly moved the feelings of those present, and carried handkerchiefs to some eyes. On being praised for what she had accomplished, Lily volunteered to sing her other song, Ma, May I Go Out to Swim, which she did in the same sweet plaintive strain as the other, though the words and measure were not quite so pretty. After she came out of trance, Mrs. Morrison, who was clairvoyant when in her normal condition, turned to me and described a lady, answering to my wife, who she said was writing something for me against the projection in the wall of the room very near where I sat. On my asking her to tell me what its purport was, Mrs. M. read it off as follows: Thomas, stay 2 days longer, and I think I can show myself to you. I asked her to intimate to my wife that I would cheerfully comply with her request, which she did. On the next day, after the 2 usual séances were closed, Mr. Keeler, Mrs. Gibbs, Mr. Hoyt, and myself held our private séance. The light was no sooner extinguished than we perceived a marked and favourable change in the manifestations. The little stars that were wont to appear in the preliminary dark circle at most of the séances were much brighter and more numerous than usual, and played about us with uncommon vivacity. Mr. Keeler subsequently told me that he had seen such little stars gradually expand and assume the appearance of human faces. The accompanying spirit voices were also remarkably strong and distinct. We were assured by a guardian spirit of the medium that if a harmonious company, such as the one then present, could be convened for a few consecutive days, the manifestations would become far more powerful and vivid than any we had witnessed. In the light seances that followed, Mrs. Gibbs received many affectionate words of encouragement and counsel from her spirit guardians. My own mother came, and as usual identified herself to my entire satisfaction in both the dark and light circles. My wife also exhibited her arms, full length, clothed in her usual drapery, but in a more desponding attitude than heretofore, they being bent and thrown upward, with the pale attenuated hands tightly clasped, as if in earnest supplication or prayer. I thought I discerned the meaning she intended to convey, and what little renewed hopes I had entertained of her being able to show her features to me distinctly almost entirely faded from my mind. Several delicately formed hands of different sizes, that looked as plain and real as if in earth life, were passed by the aperture just within the cabinet, one of them holding the customary lily. On this occasion its petals exactly resembled those of the water lily, and were of the most glistening white. These were for a considerable time turned in a full-blown point of view directly toward us, but with some of the petals so arranged as to hide the axil or seed bud. It looked so real and tangible that it seemed as if I might reach forth my hand and grasp it, and I asked my daughter, whose materialized spirit form was of course invisible, to throw the lily out of the cabinet, if she could not hand it to me. On this it was passed slowly along, and several efforts evidently made to do as I requested, as those present remarked at the time, but without success. A few days after this, while sitting with Mrs. Belle Bowditch, 798 Washington Street, Boston, who could not have known anything connected with my visit to Moravia, I asked my daughter Anna if she could tell me through the memory of the medium what she brought me at Moravia. She promptly replied, "A lily, Pa." A day or two after this I propounded the same question at Mrs. Mary Carlyle's, 94 Campden Street, Boston, to my daughter, and she replied, "2 lilies, Pa." It is highly probable that both answers were correct, as there was certainly a difference in the appearance of the flowers that were exhibited at the aperture in the cabinet. With the close of this day the time would expire that was allotted by the friend of Mrs. Morrison for his stay at Moravia. She had attended several seances, but had received but little, if anything, satisfactory, and intimated that she would be pleased if Mr. Hoyt and ourselves would permit her to join us in our contemplated private seance. As we were both going away very soon, and wished to give our spirit friends at least one favourable opportunity to manifest their presence, we were reluctantly declined acceding to Mrs. Morrison's request. On passing downstairs, I found her in the sitting-room a good deal distressed, in consequence of being obliged to leave her home in the morning without having obtained what she desired from her spirit friends. The amiability with which she bore her disappointment caused me to feel additional interest on her behalf, and I interceded with her to stay another day, promising that Mr. Benjamin Fish, an elderly friendly gentleman from Rochester, and myself would ask her to join us in a private seance we had already arranged for with Mrs. Andrews, to be held on the next day. The friend who accompanied Mrs. M. was largely engaged in business and declined remaining longer, until finally spirit friends interfered and advised them to stay another day. On the morrow, Friday the 5th instant, the manifestations at the public circles passed off as usual. One of the clairvoyant mediums that had recently arrived, whose name I do not this moment recall, told me, while we were sitting in the light circle, that she saw a lady friend of mine in the cabinet, with a girdle made of green leaves about her waist. I asked if she could learn her name, whereupon she looked that way a moment, and said she saw the name Fanny on the girdle. She then said she saw a younger lady there with a like girdle inscribed with the name of Anna, and that they wished her to convey to me from them the words, "Our love is ever fresh and green for you." In the afternoon, Mrs. Keeler, Mrs. Morrison and her friend, Mr. Fish, and myself composed our private circle. The lights that appeared and the spirit voices were quite equal to what they had previously been, whilst the keys of the piano were more frequently struck than at any time when I had been present. The spirit wife of Benjamin Fish came and laid her hand on his head and said, "I thank God that I can add to thy happiness." As far as my own experience enabled me to determine, the spirit hands at Moravia have none of the cold and velvet-like feeling usual in such phenomena, but were so natural that their touch could not be distinguished from that of the hands of persons in earth life. A deceased wife and brother of the friend of Mrs. Morrison also came and conversed with him, but far the largest portion of the time was occupied by the spirit friends of Mrs. Morrison, the guardian of Mrs. Andrews, announcing that the light circle would be dispensed with for the especial benefit of the blind medium. Quite a number of Mrs. M.'s personal friends and guardians announced their presence and conversed freely with her. It seems that Mrs. Morrison's husband was then constructing for her a cabinet at Oswego, where they have been promised that spirits will take on the form and manifest their presence as they do at Moravia. She received especial instructions in regard to the finishing and furnishing of this cabinet, accompanied with many words of counsel, encouragement, and good cheer. This was the last day of the 2, on one of which my wife had notified me she hoped to be able to show her face to me. Of course, in the absence of the light circle, this could not be, but the disappointment was almost gratifying to me in view of the perfect delight that was evinced by the little blind medium. I remarked to her that she seemed in a very different mood from what she was the previous day. She said in reply, "I could sit here forever." Her joyousness remained when, with the good wishes of all, she left the house next morning, her sweet though sightless face beaming with happiness and radiant with spirit light. I have dwelt longer on these incidents than I might have done were it not that it has been borne on my mind that the full fruition that finally attended upon my stay at Moravia was in some occult way connected with the self-sacrificing kindliness and sympathy that I had extended to the blind medium of Oswego. Before the séance just spoken of was held, I had concluded to remain another day, in consequence of disappointment in receiving expected letters, and Mr. Fish and myself arranged with Mrs. Andrews to have one more private séance after the 2 public ones were over, on the afternoon of the next day, Saturday the 6th instant, to which we invited Mrs. S.A. Wortman, a highly mediumistic lady who had, with several friends, recently arrived from Buffalo. Both the morning and afternoon public circles on that day, though unusually large, were quite good. Several faces were shown very distinctly, and other manifestations occurred, highly interesting. In the afternoon my wife threw her arms out of the aperture as usual, so far as concerns drapery and general appearance, but with a quick, lively motion that encouraged me to ask if she still meant to make another effort to show her face. In reply, an arm was instantly thrown upward, some 12 or 15 inches above the top of the aperture, in the full light, while she rapped animatingly on the partition with her fingers, as if trying the keys of a piano preparatory to executing some joyous piece of music. I could see the natural and most minute movement, not only of the fingers, but of the knuckles and sinews on the back of the thin, pale hand as plainly as it is possible to discern like movements of the hand of any mortal in earth life. It was at this séance the unpleasant circumstance occurred I have before alluded to, wherein a stranger present made a rude and wholly uncalled for remark, which was, however, afterwards satisfactorily explained away, to which I hastily replied, perhaps too much in the same spirit. All that was said was in whispers, but still it may be seen, by what will follow, that the circumstance did not pass unobserved by the spirits. For several days the weather had been lowering and unpleasant, but early in the afternoon the clouds began to disappear, and when our private circle was convened, consisting of Mrs. Keeler, Mrs. Wortman, Mr. Fish, and myself, the atmosphere was bright, clear, and electric. Mrs. W. is a very sensitive medium, and we had hardly composed ourselves in our seats, some 5 or 6 feet from the aperture, and joined hands, when she remarked how harmonious the atmosphere was, and unlike anything she had experienced in the previous promiscuous circles. With her many other accomplishments, Mrs. W. has a clear, soft, melodious voice, and she and Mrs. Keeler had scarcely begun to sing, the light being extinguished, before the space in front of us was unusually alive with bright little stars. These would congregate in groups, and then swiftly bound apart in couples, and again approach and retire, in the same order as if performing in a dance. Then again commence circling around each other in single pairs, until the whole galaxy would mingle and form one group, and all engage in the angel sport, playfully winding and intertwining rapidly around and between each other in an inextricable, bewildering maze, alike beautiful and indescribable. On several stanzas of Home, Sweet Home being sung with animation, a masculine spirit voice exceeding in power and pathos any, either human or spiritual, I had ever before heard, joined in the singing, and continued to the end. Upon the same stanzas being repeated, the spirit's vocalist, as if to afford us an opportunity to contrast its power with the voices present, or perhaps that it might gather up its own full strength, forbore joining in the concert until the second stanza, when, through all that followed, it poured forth its loud, soul-thrilling strains in a cataract of melody that overpowered and absorbed the human voices present as completely as the hoarse roar of Niagara, the gentle murmurs of the little brook that loses itself in the bosom of its mighty waters. This is no fancy or imaginative sketch, as I know all present at the time, if appealed to, will admit. It seemed as if the spirit vocalist, conscious of his unfaltering powers, was absolutely glorying in the greatness of his strength, and I have no question, although I confess to an almost total ignorance of the rules of artistic music, that if Mr. Gilmore could receive his assistance, together with the necessary harmonious conditions, in the mammoth concert that is to be enacted at his contemplated heaven-inspired international or world's musical peace jubilee, the performance will attract more attention and excite greater interest and admiration in the public mind than all exhibitions of mere human musical talent have ever yet called forth. After Home, Sweet Home had been twice repeated, I asked that, Oft in the Stilly Night, a favorite melody of my wife's when in earth life, might be sung. Several stanzas were sung by the ladies present, in which a sweet feminine spirit voice joined in concert, though I failed to recognize it as that of my wife. Among many other exhibitions that occurred after this in the dark circle, several friends of Mrs. Wortman manifested themselves to her. Benjamin Fish's wife came again, patted him on the knee, and said in a low voice, "God be praised that we can come." My own daughter Anna announced her presence by placing her hand, as soft and natural as if in earth life, on mine, and said in a low but distinct voice, "Forgive those, Pa, who hurt your feelings." As I did not respond immediately, the request was coaxingly repeated. "When anything is said that agitates you, Pa, think of my Lily and forgive." I regarded the manifestation of the lily as a remarkably pleasant incident, and had so spoken of it more than once. I answered that I would do so, which seemed to satisfy her. My spirit daughter seemed near enough for me to have felt her warm breath, had she been mortal, and I said, "Kiss me, Anna, if not my lips, my forehead." Immediately I felt a gentle and distinct presence on my forehead, but whether made by her fingers or lips I could not determine. In the light circle that followed, Albert and Thomas, two sons of Benjamin Fish, showed their faces and talked with their father. They were fully recognized. Albert, in referring to the doubts he had of a future state of existence, when in earth life, said, "We still live." One of the sons said to the father, "We are happy that thee has a dear companion to cheer thee in thy old age." Mr. Fish had been in the house but a few days, and I doubt whether the medium, or any one present except myself, knew that he had been recently married to a second wife. Mr. Fish's deceased wife came and showed herself as she looked in early womanhood. It was asked if she meant to show her features as they appear in spirit life. To this she nodded assent and disappeared, but immediately returned, looking as she did when she passed from earth at the age of 70. Mrs. D., a lady from Buffalo, told me subsequently that a friend once showed herself to her in rapid succession at the aperture of the cabinet in Moravia, as she looked at 6 different periods of her life, ranging from youth to old age. Although I was conscious that my wife, aided by her spirit friends, was exerting herself to the utmost to perfect the necessary conditions to show herself plainly to me, I had but little hope that she would succeed, when suddenly, toward the last of the séance, I saw a face gradually developing or approaching the aperture that I soon unmistakably recognized as hers. She seemed highly gratified at the recognition, and so expressed herself. As is usual with most of the spirits who show themselves, her eyes were protected from the light by spectacles. Mrs. W., who was not fully aware of the circumstances, asked if my wife wore spectacles. I said no, she did not, upon which the face instantly disappeared, but as quickly returned again without the spectacles, looking as natural as in earth life. I said, "It is enough, Fanny, I want no more. I am now fully satisfied." Upon this, she thrust her face partly out of the aperture, and said in a clear, loud whisper, "We have tried hard, Thomas, to make myself plain to you, and I thank God that we have succeeded." My wife was within 6 feet of where I sat, and I saw her lips move as distinctly and naturally while she was speaking as I ever saw them in earth life. Overcome with joyful emotion, I said, "Kiss me, darling," whereupon her hand was twice raised to her lips as she threw me 2 kisses. A remarkable feature of this last pleasing manifestation was that, although the hand was thrown toward me in the most natural manner, still I saw no arm. This, to my mind, goes to prove the correctness of the explanation that was given of the phenomena of spirit galvanizing or electrotyping by the controlling guides of both Mr. Eaton and Mrs. Chamberlain, as previously related. Probably the hand only was dipped into the prepared material and became visible, whilst the spirit arm, though possessing all the power necessary to control and direct the hand, not being materialized on its surface as the hand was, remained invisible. The whole manifestation, as it occurred, was as unexpected as it was full, complete, and entirely satisfactory. Some 8 to 10 years ago, my wife told me through Mrs. George E. Wilcox, now at 450 High Street, Providence, Rhode Island, that if I would go to the spirit photographer in Boston, Mr. Mumler, whom I had never seen, she thought she could present herself plain enough to be photographed. I went and procured a good likeness of her, but in a nightdress and looking as she did about the time she passed from earth life. Subsequently, on my asking her why she came in such a questionable shape, my wife told me that her spirit friends could not carry her further back on the occasion than to the point where her earth life terminated. This satisfied me, for I already knew that when spirits first control mediums to personate, they generally bring with them the conditions that attended their latest moments, and as photographing was a new phase of the phenomena, I thought it very probable that similar spirit law might apply in that direction that I already knew prevailed in others. Besides this, my wife has on some occasions shown herself very distinctly to me whilst in sleep, but always in a shadowy form, something analogous to the photograph. Again, for a year or more before my daughter Anna passed away, her mother repeatedly assured both her and myself that she would show herself to her before she passed from earth life. This occurred with wonderful distinctness some few days before Anna died. I was present at the time. My daughter was lying on a lounge and suffering intensely from spasmodic pain that periodically assailed her. I held one of her hands in mine, and her little brother and one or more of her sisters stood near by. Suddenly her countenance changed. The pain had entirely left her, and with a radiant face she looked beyond the side of the sofa and said, "Why, Pa, there is Mother. There is Aunt Gertrude, too." She described them as standing in a beautiful forest, amidst flowers and shrubbery that hid their persons below the waist. I put several questions to my wife, which she answered satisfactorily by signs. The vision was perfectly enchanting to my sick daughter, who had no fear of death afterwards, but looked cheerfully forward to it as a welcome messenger to waft her to her spirit home and friends. But still, this manifestation, like the others mentioned, was shadowy. Footnote. Since this article has appeared in the Banner of Light, I have read an obituary notice of my daughter in that paper, wherein the following sentences occur that had escaped from my memory until they were recalled by its perusal. They are, as the reader will see, highly suggestive in connection with the lily. Some time before her sickness, she saw in a dream a remarkably beautiful lily, unlike any she had ever seen before, which disappeared upon her reaching out her hand to pluck it, whilst a grave opened in the ground beneath where it had stood. This same lily, for the first time since, was now again presented to her interior vision, and upon her asking her spirit mother if she was to join her soon, she smiled and bowed her head in token of assent. End of footnote. Again, for several years past, my wife has occasionally told me through several different mediums that, before I joined her in spirit life, she would be able not only to show herself, but converse with me as plainly as she ever did whilst in earth life. It is true, I hope that in this she would succeed. But when I learned, on coming to Moravia, that a large proportion of the spirit faces that were exhibited bore the latest impress of mortal life, I could not flatter myself that my own wife would constitute one of the exceptions to the rule, and show herself to me under more favourable circumstances than most others, especially when I reflected that every manifestation she had made up to almost the last hour of the last day I stayed at Moravia was of the same character that pervaded her spirit photograph. If, therefore, she showed herself at all, I was only prepared to see her appear with the suffering, emaciated face that attended her last moments, corresponding with the attenuated arms and pale hands that had so often been thrust out of the cabinet. It may be imagined, then, what my emotions were, just as the last moment of my last séance was about to expire, to see my wife's face suddenly presented before me, as plain and distinct as I ever saw it in our own house, not as it looked in the last weary hours of her life, nor even yet as it was in less mature years, when the colour had partially faded from her cheeks, but in the full bloom of health, and all the glorious beauty that so preeminently distinguished her early womanhood. Then it was, indeed, that I could comprehend the full significance of the tender emotions I had so often witnessed at Moravia, on the meeting of the living with loved friends, that were dead but alive again, and as my heart swelled with inexpressible gratitude toward the great loving parent of humanity, my tongue involuntarily exclaimed, "Surely, if there is a heaven on earth, it is here." Before this crowning proof, my experiences had banished all doubt from my mind as regards a future state of existence, but now even belief that had passed into knowledge was doubly confirmed. The keystone was placed in the arch from whence I know it never will or can be wrenched away. I had at last obtained all I sought for. I had looked upon the resurrected spirit face of a loved one, the identity of whose features I am not only willing to affirm to, under the pains and penalties of perjury, before any assemblage of mortals or tribunal on earth, but, if need be, swear to it on peril of my salvation before the assembled hosts of heaven and the judgment seat of God. End of 11 Days at Moravia by Thomas Hazard.
How to Furnish and Decorate an $1,100 Cottage by Cosmos, an article from the Decorator and Furnisher, Volume 17, published December 1st, 1890. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to Furnish and Decorate an $1,100 Cottage. We present our readers with an illustration of an ornamental cottage known as Design Number 4 in the Illustrated Atlas of Sensible Low-Cost Houses, issued by the National Architects Union of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the estimated cost of which is $1,100. The perspective view presents a design which is at once pleasing and comfortable, having a light, graceful effect, the two porches adding much to its beauty. The double row of windows at one side adds much to the general appearance, and the design has been selected as one of those which gives a great deal of comfort and pleasure as well as artistic effect for the small amount invested. We also give illustrations of the first and second stories. First story. As will be seen, the entrance opens into a large, well-lighted hall, from which the staircase is entirely curtained off and private. The first room to the right of the hall is a study, office, or sewing room, 9 by 9. The parlor, 12 by 14, is at the end of the hall and is a bright, handsome room. The dining room, 13 by 14, opposite the entrance, is a very pleasant room with an open fireplace and bay window. It connects by a passageway with the kitchen, 12 by 14, which has a large passageway and is well lighted. Closets are arranged on either side of the passage. Second story. This contains 3 bedrooms, 12 by 14, 13 by 14, and 10 by 12, each with ample closet room. Such, therefore, is the style of house we have selected to furnish and decorate, beginning with the dining room in the present article. When the average man or woman takes possession of an empty house, they are at their wits' end to know how best to proceed to furnish the same so as to produce a maximum amount of artistic effect for a minimum expense. If they allow their furnishings to be dictated by a professional dealer, they will very easily run up big bills without the question of suitability or artistic merit in the articles purchased being very much considered. They absolutely require the services of a conscientious, professional decorator whose judgment can be purchased in their interest to guide them in furnishing their home. The Decorator and Furnisher, having during its 8 years of existence been the standard of taste with regard to everything pertaining to the furnishing and adornment of the home, supplies the place of the conscientious decorator by introducing a new feature, namely the publication of decorative charts illustrating low-cost artistic methods of interior decoration, accompanied by plans of rooms, with suggestions for furniture, upholstery designs, carpets, pictures, and bric-a-brac. These plans will be original designs and will be prepared by the most expert decorators in the country, and their recommendations as to the correct styles and colorings of walls, carpets, upholstery fabrics, and decorative draperies are alone worth 10 times the cost of the subscription to our journal. The furniture shown in the drawing room is designed in the Romanesque style as applied to simple articles of furniture. Oak would be the most suitable wood to use, perhaps stained slightly a warm brown with what is known to the trade as B walnut filler. The tiles in the fireplace may be of any color from rich cream to a deep red or brown. Should brick facing be used, dark red facial brick could be employed with good effect. The burlap is intended to be of the natural color, simply sized or shellacked, or it may be decorated with gold bronze. The frame for the glass and the moldings should be of oak. Brass-headed nails could be used around the burlap as a border with good effect. The walls are decorated with plain ingrain. The dado between the skirting and dado rail has the paper a citron tint. The wall filler is yellow-orange. The frieze is a light gold ground with the ornament in citron empleavened with gold. The ceiling is tinted a cream color and may have a border similar to that of the frieze. This scheme of decoration with a yellow-orange, cream, or ecru carpet would produce a simultaneous harmony of color, the great idea in decoration being to harmonize the coloring of the more important space. The chart is drawn to the scale of 1/2 inch to the foot so as to facilitate its actual reproduction. In our January issue, we hope to give charts for the decoration of the parlor, den, and bedrooms of the cottage. It may be stated that this department of the journal is in the hands of a practical decorator who is willing to act as agent for the purchase of furniture, carpets, wallpaper, upholstery, and drapery fabrics, pictures, and bric-a-brac, and any of our readers, entrusting their orders to him, will be satisfied with the result. Remittances should in all cases accompany orders, which should be made payable to the Art Trades Publishing Company, publishers of the Decorator and Furnisher, who will be responsible for the proper execution of the orders. End of How to Furnish and Decorate an $1,100 Cottage, read by Sue Anderson.
11 Important Wild Duck Foods by W. L. McCaddy. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. Accounts of the value, nature, range, and methods of propagation of various groups of plants having importance as wild duck foods are contained in a series of contributions of the Biological Survey to publications of the Department of Agriculture, of which this bulletin is the third. 11 groups here discussed include 2 assemblages of freshwater plants of universal distribution in the United States, 2 of more southerly range, 2 trees of southern swamps whose abundant seeds are eagerly eaten by ducks, 1 strictly saltwater duck food, the first thus far recommended by the Bureau, 1 brackish water plant, and 3 others of such luxuriant growth as to be especially adapted for use on duck farms. Musk grasses. Value as duck food. Parts of musk grasses, algae, cheraceae, have been found in the stomachs of the following 14 species of ducks: mallard, black duck, pintail, widgeon, gadwell, green-winged and blue-winged teals, bufflehead, golden eye, ruddy duck, little and big bluebills, ringneck, and redhead. The small tubers of these plants are eaten in large numbers, More than 1,100 were contained in the stomach of one golden eye, and more than 1,500 in that of a pintail. However, all parts of musk grasses are eaten. Certain ducks spending the late autumn on Currituck Sound, North Carolina, were feeding extensively on these plants. 3/5 of the food of 70 little and 35 big bluebills taken in that locality in November 1909 consisted of musk grasses. The stomachs of 3 pintails collected in the same locality in September contained on the average 52% of musk grasses, and of 2 in October 90%. Musk grasses belong to the great group of plants known as algae, which include forms commonly known as frog spit, green slime, and seaweeds. Most of the musk grasses, Cheraceae, live in fresh water and are among the most highly organized algae that do so. They are attached to the bottom, and over it often form a fluffy blanket a foot or more in thickness. Small round white tubers occur in numbers on the rhizoids, root-like organs, of some species. The slender stems are jointed and bear at the joints whorls of fine tubular leaves, which usually have a beaded appearance, Fig. 1, due to the reproductive organs growing there. These are of 2 sorts, the antheridia, which are spherical and red when mature, and the oogonia, which are ovoid and black, more or less overlaid with white. The oogonia correspond to the seeds of higher plants and are about 1/2 millimeter in length. These plants are translucent and fragile, dull green in color, and often encrusted with lime. This has given them one of their common names, limeweed. Other names are stonewort, fine moss, Michigan, oystergrass and niggerwool, North Carolina, and skunk grass, Massachusetts. The latter name and that here adopted for these plants, namely musk grass, refer to a strong odor given off by a mass of the plants when freshly taken from the water. Distribution. Probably no part of the United States entirely lacks representatives of Chara or Nitella, our 2 genera of Cheraceae. They require lime, however, and hence reach their best development in regions where that mineral is plentiful. Propagation. For transplanting, musk grasses should be gathered in quantity in late summer or fall, when some or all of the oogonia are mature. For shipment, they should be packed in small units, as in berry crates, open to the air on all sides. This will prevent fermentation. A little drying will not hurt. If they are to be transported long distances, the package should be iced. For planting, bunches of the plant may be weighted and dropped to the bottom. Growth should appear the following summer. Musk grasses will grow on almost any kind of bottom, but it must be remembered that they will not thrive permanently in the absence of lime. Duckweeds. Value as duck food. Duckweeds are abundant only under special conditions, but these conditions exist in some of the favorite haunts of our wild ducks. In the still recesses of southern cypress swamps, where duckweeds cover the entire water surface, these plants contribute to the support of all species of wild ducks. A statement of the duckweed content of 2 lots of stomachs collected at Menasha, Arkansas, in November and December will serve to show the importance of these plants in that locality. In the first lot were 8 mallards, and duckweeds composed an average of more than 62% of their stomach contents. The proportion of other species was as follows: spoonbill, 1 stomach, 55%; redhead, 10, 50.3%; and little bluebill, 6, 8.33%. In the second lot were 64 mallards, and they had eaten duckweeds to the average extent of more than 49%. 15 ringnecks had consumed on the average 21.7% each, and 2 wood ducks 95%. In the woodland ponds also of the northern states, duckweeds abound. Here in the brooding season the wood duck still manifests its preference for these little plants. Some stomachs are filled exclusively with them, thousands being present. Duckweeds are relished by most of our ducks, and have been found in the stomachs of the following species, additional to those above mentioned: pintail, gadwall, black duck, widgeon, blue-winged and green-winged teals, and big bluebill. As duckweeds sink at the approach of cold weather, they are available in the north during only the warmer months. In the south, however, they remain at the surface practically all the year. Description of plants. The duckweeds most commonly seen are the green discs, sometimes more or less tailed on one side, Fig. 2 ABCD, which cover the surface of quiet and usually shaded waters. These discs are really leaves, the plants being reduced to a leaf, with one or a few roots on the underside. Duckweeds multiply largely by budding, and the parent plant and offsets often cling together in clusters. Individual plants vary in size from 1/12 to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Two genera of duckweeds lack roots. One of these, Wolfia, Fig. 2 EF, contains the smallest flowering plants. These appear as green granules, 1/24 of an inch or less in diameter, and are often abundant among other duckweeds or about the margins of lakes and ponds. When the hand is dipped into the water, large numbers of the plants adhere to it. They look like coarse meal, except for their green color, and feel like it, so that a good name for them would be water meal. The other genus of rootless duckweeds, Wolfiella, consists of strap-shaped plants, Fig. 2 G and H, narrowed at one or both ends. They are from 1/5 to 3/5 of an inch in length, and commonly cohere in radiate bodies, or in large masses of less definite structure. Duckweeds are known also as duck's meat, water lentils, and seed moss. The latter term, in fact, is used in Arkansas to cover all components of the vegetation of the water's surface. Besides duckweeds, this mass includes that green or red, velvety, moss-like plant, Azolla caroleana, and the branching strap-like liverworts, Richiella. Both of these are eaten by waterfowl along with the duckweeds, but being less plentiful are of minor importance. Distribution. Most of the species of duckweeds are wide-ranging. Of the single-rooted kind, Lemna, Fig. 2 C and D, 3 species occur throughout the United States, 2 others are confined to the southern part, and 1 to the eastern. The one many-rooted species, Spirodella, Fig. 2 AB, is of universal distribution. The granule-like rootless forms, Wolfia, Fig. 2 EF, so far as known, are confined to the eastern half of the country, and the strap-like rootless species, Wolfiella, Fig. 2 GH, to the southeastern quarter. Propagation. The seeds of duckweeds are minute and seldom mature. The plants, therefore, must be transplanted bodily. There is no difficulty about this, for if they are not crushed or allowed to ferment or dry, duckweeds are perfectly at home from the moment they are placed in a new body of water. Fermentation may be prevented by shipping in small units freely exposed to the air. Plants which are to be transported a long distance should be iced. It is useless to put duckweeds in large open bodies of water. They thrive best in small pools and ditches where the water surface is rarely disturbed. In ponds entirely surrounded by forest growth and wooded swamps, duckweeds also abound, but they are equally at home in small pools and other openings among the reeds and sedges of marshes. They are strictly freshwater plants. Frogbit. Value as duck food. Frogbit and the 3 species next described, thalia, water elm, and swamp privet, are at present known to be of only local importance as wild duck foods. Frogbit is an abundant inhabitant of some of the shallow cypress-margined lakes in Avoyelles Parish, Louisiana. It produces spherical fruits filled with gelatinous matter, in which are a multitude of seeds, eagerly sought by ducks. Nearly 18% of the food of 308 mallards collected in that locality from October to March, inclusive, consisted of these seeds. From 8,000 to 10,000 were found in each of several stomachs, and one contained 32,000. Other ducks found feeding on frogbit seeds were the pintail and ringneck. 25 stomachs of the latter species collected in December contained on the average over 35% of these eagerly sought seeds. Description of plant. Frogbit, Limnobium spongia, floats in shallow waters, extending its roots into the muck below, or it may grow on soft mud itself. On stalks from a few inches to a foot in length are several heart-shaped leaves, Fig. 3, which have 5 to 7 longitudinal veins springing from the base, and numerous cross veins. The underside of the leaves is sometimes purplish. Numerous spongy runners help to support the plant in the water, and they also form new plants at the joints. The flowers emerge from conspicuous sheaths, and appear to have 3 sepals, which are broader and sometimes reflexed, and 3 petals, which are narrow and more erect. The stamens, 6 to 12 in number, are given off at different heights from a central column. The stalks supporting the berry-like fruits are thick and recurved. The berry, as previously noted, is filled with a mixture of seeds and gelatinous substance. The seeds are covered by minute tangled processes, which cause them to cohere in masses. The fruit ripens in August. Distribution. Frogbit is a local plant, especially in the northern part of its range. It has been found at Braddock Bay, New York, Monmouth County, New Jersey, and in Delaware, but the normal range probably is from North Carolina and Missouri southward. The range here mapped, Fig. 4, is not complete, since the plant has been found in Mexico. Propagation. Frogbit is extensively used in aquaria and water gardens, and may be obtained from dealers in plants for such purposes. The plants themselves should be set out in water a few inches deep over a mucky bottom, or in soft mud near the water's edge. Thalia. Value as duck food. The writer's only experience with thalia, species divaricata, as a wild duck food was on St. Vincent Island, Florida. Here a slough filled with a tall growth of these elegant plants was a favorite resort of ducks, especially mallards, which could always be flushed from this place. However, at the time of the writer's visit, only one bird was obtained, and its stomach contained a few thalia seeds. Another mallard collected at a later date in the same place, by the late Dr. R.V. Pierce, had fed almost exclusively on these large seeds, and its gullet and gizzard were well filled by 144 entire seeds and fragments of others. The evidence is sufficient to show that thalia has great possibilities as a wild duck food. The seeds are large and nutritious, and are borne in great abundance. They ripen in July and August, and are available to ducks throughout the winter, if the water is not frozen over. Description of plant. A single plant of Thalia divaricata is a stout, one-leaved stalk, from 4 to 15 feet in height, rising from a large tuber-like root, and the stems are usually clustered, Fig. 5. The leaf is much like that of canna, is stalked, and may measure 5 inches wide and 15 inches long. The top of the stalk divides and subdivides into a large fruiting head, which may bear from 200 to 300 seeds. The ultimate branches of the fruiting head are strongly zigzag. The flowers and seeds are borne in husks, each of which is formed by 2 purplish bracts, one much larger than the other. The oblong seeds, Fig. 6, are plump and vary in length up to 3/8 of an inch. They have thin, closely fitting individual husks, are slightly curved, and bear numerous longitudinal rows of small irregular elevations, which are lighter in color than the rest of the surface. Distribution. Thalia divaricata is native from Florida to southern Arkansas and Texas and southward into Mexico, and doubtless it will thrive as far north as South Carolina and Missouri. 2 other species, dealbata and barbata, occur in the region from South Carolina and Missouri south to Florida and Texas. Their value as a duck food is unknown. Propagation. Thalia can be propagated from either seeds or rootstocks. The seeds have a thick shell, and the rootstocks are massive, so that neither should be injured if transported with ordinary precautions. Thalia occurs in greatest abundance in muddy sloughs, but it will grow in open water from 2 to 3 feet deep. If planted directly into open water, rootstocks should be used. Seeds should either be placed in shallow water or sprouted in a protected place, and the young plants set out after they have attained some size. Water elm. Value as duck food. That trees should produce food for wild ducks is at first thought surprising, but many do, as oaks, thorns, hollies, ashes, hackberries, and others. None is of more value for this purpose, however, than the water elm. The most common wild duck in central Louisiana is the mallard. In fact, it outnumbers all other species combined. Foods important to it, therefore, are the important duck foods of the region. 171 mallards collected in the vicinity of Mansura and Marksville during October, November, and December had fed on the seeds of water elm to the extent of 45.5% of their local subsistence. The largest number of seeds taken by a single duck was upward of 200. These tightly filled the whole gullet and gizzard. Other species of ducks seem to be fond of the seeds, judging from smaller numbers examined from this region. These include the black duck and the ringneck. Water elm seeds are eaten by Arkansas mallards also. Description of plant. The water elm thrives in swamps and on the margins of sluggish streams. Normally it grows in water which is permanently 2 to 3 feet deep, but it survives prolonged inundation of much greater depth. The tree seldom exceeds 40 feet in height and 20 inches in diameter, and usually is much smaller. The bark is much like that of the hop hornbeam or ironwood, and the leaves, fig. 7, while obviously similar to those of our other elms, are smaller and have blunter marginal serrations. The water elm flowers very early, from February to April, and the fruit usually ripens and falls in a month or 6 weeks, but occasionally is found on the trees as late as August. The extreme length of a single specimen of the fruit is about 1/3 of an inch. It consists of a plump seed with a shiny blue-black coating, enclosed in a burr-like hull, fig. 7, which is ridged and provided with numerous fleshy projections. The fruits, which are very numerous, drop into the water immediately upon or even before ripening. Seedlings, fig. 8, come up by the thousand in midsummer, and young plants in all stages of growth are abundant, providing that, for increase, seed is the main dependence of the tree. The water elm is also known, in books, as plainer tree, and among the French-speaking people of Louisiana as châtaignier and charmille. Distribution. The range, fig. 9, of the water elm, Planera aquatica, extends from the lower Wabash Valley in Indiana to the river bottoms of eastern Texas, and from western Tennessee and southeastern North Carolina to Florida. Propagation. Seeds of the water elm do not seem to be ripe at the time they usually fall. The real ripening probably occurs as they lie in the water beneath the parent tree. While it is difficult, therefore, to collect seeds in proper condition for planting, young plants of water elm abound, and if carefully lifted and packed, should stand shipment well. Great care must be taken to prevent the roots from drying. They should be embedded in balls of earth and sewn up in burlap. Transportation should be as rapid as possible, and the young trees should be set out or healed in immediately upon receipt. Transplanting should be done when the trees are leafless. Swamp privet. Value as duck food. The swamp privet is included principally on account of the testimony of numerous hunters as to its usefulness. Wood ducks in particular are said to feed extensively upon its seeds. Weeks before other species of ducks arrive, these birds are abundant in the country where swamp privet grows, and are said to consume most of the crop of seeds, leaving little for other ducks. The seeds have been found in numerous mallard stomachs, but in quantity in only one. Description of plant. Swamp privet, Forestiera acuminata, or Bois Blanc, Found in the same kinds of localities as the water elm, is a smooth-barked shrub, sometimes a small tree, usually with drooping stems which frequently take root at the tip. The smooth, light green leaves, Fig. 10, are opposite, oval, taper-pointed at both ends, and with rounded serrations which are more prominent on the apical half. The fruit of swamp privet is a blue watery berry from 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch in length. Greatly subject to insect attack, it is usually distorted. The pit is nearly as long as the berry, pointed at both ends, and has numerous lengthwise fibrous ridges. The seed within is white and smooth. The flowers, borne in clusters, bloom in March and April, and the fruit is ripe in May and June. As is the case with seeds of the water elm, those of the swamp privet may remain under water for a long period without apparent deterioration. Probably most of the seeds are exposed by the annual lowering of the water level, and germinate the summer they are produced. See Fig. 11. Whether those which fall in deeper water ever germinate is unknown, but it is certain, so far as utility as duck food is concerned, that they keep in perfect condition far into the succeeding spring. Distribution. Swamp privet is native from central Illinois and Tennessee, near Nashville, south to Texas and Florida. See Fig. 12. Propagation. Fruits of swamp privet fully ripen upon the tree. The seeds, being protected by a fibrous cover and the pulp of the berry, undoubtedly will stand shipment for ordinary distances. Prompt handling is advisable, however, and the usual precautions against fermentation should be taken. The seeds should be sown in well-watered beds, and the young plants grown to some size before setting out. Collected young plants and the offshoots produced by the rooting of the tips of branches of older ones may be handled like those of the water elm. Eel grass. Value as duck food. Few who have written of the habits of sea brant have failed to mention its fondness for eel grass. The relation between this species of bird and plant seems to be as close as, if not closer than, that existing between the noted freshwater pair, the canvasback duck and wild celery. So far as investigations of the food of the brant are concerned, the published record is thoroughly substantiated. All normal stomach contents of the common brant thus far examined consisted exclusively of eel grass. Other saltwater fowl also feed on eel grass, as the surf and white-winged scoters. 6 birds of the latter species collected at Natart's Bay, Oregon, had made 43% of their last meal of it. The list of other ducks feeding on the plant includes the goldeneye, old squaw, bufflehead, mallard, and black duck, the last named species sometimes devouring the seeds of eelgrass in large numbers. The stomachs of 5 black ducks collected at Amityville, Long Island, New York, in October and November, contained on the average more than 66% of eelgrass seeds, the number of seeds per stomach varying from 700 to 4,000. 11 birds taken at Scarborough, Maine, during the same months had eaten enough eelgrass seeds to make up 51% of their food. In 3 cases, fully 2,000 seeds had been taken. 13 ducks of the same species collected in Massachusetts in January and February had taken eelgrass, including both seeds and leaves, to the extent of more than 11% of their food. The widgeon, a species which prefers foliage to the seeds and roots of aquatic plants, sometimes visits salt water to feed upon this plant. 5 of these birds taken at South Island, South Carolina, in February, had made 1/4 of their meal of the leaves of eelgrass. Description of plant. Eelgrass, Zostera marina, consists of bunches of long tape-like leaves which rise from a jointed fibrous rooted creeping stem, Fig. 13. The leaves bear a strong superficial resemblance to those of wild celery, but they are rarely more than 1/4 of an inch wide, while those of wild celery are seldom as narrow. The leaf of eelgrass, furthermore, is tougher and more leathery than that of wild celery. When a mature leaf is torn across, Numerous white fibers may be seen at the broken ends. Wild celery lacks these. The color of eelgrass leaves is olive or dark green, that of wild celery clear light green. The leaves grow in small bundles from the end of the rootstock or its branches, and may reach a length of 6 feet. The rootstocks, which usually are reddish, have joints about every half inch, at which they are easily broken. The numerous fibrous roots spring from these joints. Seeds of eelgrass are formed in sheaths alongside the leaves. They are about 1/8 of an inch in length, are placed end to end, and are barrel shaped, with the surface conspicuously longitudinally ribbed. Fig. 14. Eelgrass has numerous common names, among which we may cite sea wrack or grass wrack, sea, sweet, barnacle, turtle, and widgeon grass. Distribution. Eelgrass is strictly a maritime species. In its natural habitat it is cosmopolitan. In North America it is found from Greenland to the Gulf of Mexico and from Alaska to California. Propagation. This plant grows only in salt water. It is common along shores facing the open ocean, but also grows in bays and even lagoons where the water must be far less salt than the sea. The seeds are not well protected against drying, and for that reason are unsuitable for transplanting. Moreover, unless they can be sown in a very quiet place, the chances are against securing a catch. The rootstocks, however, are rather tough and resistant, and, furthermore, can be fastened to the bottom. They must not be allowed to dry, but should be shipped wet and handled as rapidly as possible. Bury or fasten to the bottom in water a few feet deep where there is little surf. Once established, the plant will spread to more exposed areas. Widgeon grass. Value as duck food. Widgeon grass is of rather restricted range, but of considerable importance as a duck food almost everywhere it grows. In no locality, so far as known, is it more important than on the coast of Texas. Here the bays that have kept their widgeon grass have kept their ducks. Those in which the plant has been destroyed by influxes of mud and filling up of inlets have lost them. At Rockport, Texas, widgeon grass still holds its own and is the main dependence of the visiting vegetarian ducks. About 64% of the food of 33 pintails collected at Rockport in December was made up of rootstocks, leaves, and seeds of widgeon grass. This plant furnished also 2/3 of the food of 3 widgeons and more than 54% of that of 37 redheads taken at the same time. Records of the food of ducks on St. Vincent Island, Florida, show 2 other species of ducks to be very fond of this grass. 19 little bluebills collected in January had eaten it, primarily the seeds, to the extent of over 63% of their food, the number of seeds per stomach varying from 500 to 4,000. The food of 17 gadwalls taken at the same time and place was 84% widgeon grass, and the stomach of a redhead contained about 5,120 seeds. Most of the duck stomachs received by the Biological Survey from South Island, South Carolina, have contained widgeon grass. It composed 41% of the food of 3 blue-winged teals collected there in March, and 27% of that of 8 gadwalls obtained in February and March. In Currituck Sound, North Carolina, widgeon grass grows among too great a profusion of other valuable duck foods to have the importance attained in less favored localities. Nevertheless, it is a plant of considerable value. Practically 10% of the food of 35 big bluebills collected there in November was composed of widgeon grass, as was about the same proportion of the diet of 70 little bluebills. At Back Bay, Virginia, 17% of the food of 9 pintails collected in February consisted of widgeon grass, and at Virginia City, Virginia, 16% of the food of 14 mallards taken in January was of the same composition. Other ducks found feeding on widgeon grass are the Florida duck, black duck, green-winged and cinnamon teals, spoonbill, canvasback, ringneck, bufflehead, old squaw, ruddy duck, surf scoter, and hooded merganser. Description of plant. Widgeon grass, Rupia maritima, is similar in habit to sago pondweed or foxtail. Both have long, slender, filamentous leaves on widely spreading, much-branched stems. In widgeon grass, the basal parts of many of the leaves are enlarged, see Figure 15, and this, upon close inspection, gives the plant quite a different appearance from sago pondweed. The seeds of sago pondweed are compactly grouped on a central axis, while those of widgeon grass are borne singly on rather long stalks which radiate from the top of the fruiting peduncle, Figure 16. The latter organ usually is spirally coiled in widgeon grass. In sago pondweed it never has more than a simple curve. The rootstock of widgeon grass is tougher than that of sago pondweed, more frequently jointed, and often angled at the joints. There are no tubers. The seeds are black, rounded triangular in outline, with a small pit on each side near the apex, and on one edge an oblong lid which is forced out during germination. Pondweed seeds have a similar lid, but are usually larger than those of widgeon grass, never black, and lack the apical pits. Widgeon grass is usually referred to in books as sea or ditch grass. It is also called tassel grass, tassel weed, tassel pondweed, niggerwool, puldue grass, and peter grass. The last two names are compounded from terms by which the coot is known in southern states, and indicate that widgeon grass is highly relished by that bird. Distribution. Widgeon grass is a brackish water plant. It grows in salt water, but probably never in that of full ocean strength. It also grows in water that passes for fresh, as in the upper part of Currituck Sound, North Carolina, but inlets from the ocean to this part of the sound have existed in recent years, and high tides at times cross the narrow beach. Salt in the soil or salt springs, even if covered by fresh water, also give widgeon grass the conditions necessary for existence. This explains its scattering distribution in the interior of the country, Figure 17. Along the coasts, widgeon grass occurs from the base of the Alaska Peninsula and the Gulf of St. Lawrence south to Central America. Propagation. Widgeon grass may be propagated from the seeds, which ripen in late summer and early autumn. These should be gathered with about 6 inches of the upper part of the plant, as the foliage tends to keep them from drying. This material should not be packed in large masses, but free circulation of air should be provided to prevent fermentation. As little time as possible should intervene between gathering and planting. If it is desired to keep the seeds for some time, they may be placed in wet cold storage. After soaking the seed until it will sink, sow broadcast in quiet but not stagnant water over mud bottom. Widgeon grass grows in water varying in depth from a few inches to 10 feet. It should be sown where the water is permanently 1 to 2 feet deep. 3 plants for duck farms. The plants considered under this head are distinguished by rankness of vegetative growth, comparative unimportance of their seeds as duck food, and lack of fleshly rootstocks and tubers. These qualities render the plants generally undesirable for propagation as wild duck foods, but they are the very things which make them valuable for duck farms. As a rule, abundant green food is available to wild ducks, but the birds usually have to search for seeds, fruits, tubers, and like forms of concentrated nutriment. The conditions on a game farm are just the reverse. The birds are supplied grain food constantly, but need roughage, particularly of naturally suitable kinds. Plants of rapid, luxuriant growth are necessary, and all requirements are fulfilled by watercress, waterweed, and coontail. Use of these plants. The 3 plants just mentioned are not recommended for planting in waters where any other growth is desired, since they are such rank growers that they are apt to take complete possession. One of them, namely coontail, has considerable value as a wild duck food, however, and may be tried in waters where other plants have failed. On duck farms, best results will be obtained if the unit system of ponds be adopted. Ducks can be turned into one pond at a time, and when a pond is eaten out it may be resown, screened off, and allowed to make a new crop. Under favorable conditions, waterweed and coontail will grow 6 inches a day. Watercress. Value as duck food. Knowledge of the importance of watercress as a duck food is derived entirely from breeders of wild ducks who almost without exception consider it a valuable plant for a duck farm. Not only is it relished, but it is said to grow so fast in some places that the ducks cannot eat it out. Description of plant. Watercress, Cicimbrium nasturtium aquaticum, either floats on the water, rooted only at the lower end, or creeps along on mud or in shallow water, throwing out roots at every joint. It is a smooth, fleshy plant with divided leaves and small white flowers. Figure 18. The leaves consist of 3 to 9 symmetrically arranged oval or roundish segments, of which the apical of each leaf is the largest. The pods vary from 1/2 to 1 1/4 inches in length, and are slightly curved, and contain numerous small seeds. There is a constant succession of flowers and pods throughout the growing season. The plant sometimes is strongly tinged with olive brown, suggesting one of its common names, brown cress. Other names are well cress or grass, water curz, cars, carse or grass, crashes, and brook lime. Distribution. Watercress occurs practically throughout the United States. Propagation. Watercress usually is propagated by seed. This may be obtained from most seedsmen. The plant is also easily transplanted by cuttings. It grows in springs, brooks, small streams, and shallow ponds. Waters in which it is found are usually cool and have some current. It may be sown in similar situations at any time during spring or summer. Waterweed. Value as duck food. Evidence for the value of waterweed is of the same nature as for watercress. The density and luxuriance of its growth are such that waterweed maintains its stand even when fed upon daily by a large number of ducks. Small quantities of the plant have been found in stomachs of the mallard, blue-winged teal, and goldeneye. Description of plant. Waterweeds, figures 19 and 20, have long branching stems with luxuriant foliage and are of a beautiful translucent green color. The leaves, which are set upon the stem in whorls of from 2 to 4, usually 3, vary from ovate to strap-shaped, and may be pointed or obtuse, and are sometimes finely toothed. They are from 1/4 to 1 inch or more in length, and from 1/12 to 1/8 of an inch in width. The small flowers are borne on rather long stalks and open at the surface of the water. The fruit, which is rare, is few-seeded and ripens under water. This plant was introduced into Great Britain in the middle of the 19th century, and spread rapidly, making such rank growth that it soon became a pest, filling ornamental waters, mill races, and canals. It became known there as American waterweed and Babington's curse, because introduced by a botanist of that name. Other names applied to the plant are ditch moss, water thyme, timeweed, cat's tails, and choke pondweed. Some botanists consider that there are several different species of waterweed in the United States. But, having in mind the entirely different aspect wild plants of waterweed assume when transferred to an aquarium, one is inclined to think that differences in the forms, which have been thought to represent different species, may be largely due to conditions under which the plants are grown. Waterweed has had various scientific names applied to it, and the following may be encountered in trade catalogues: Philotria, Elodea, and Anacharis. The specific name that has been most commonly used in this country is Canadensis. Dealers in aquarium plants usually list a form of waterweed known as Anacharsis canadensis gigantea. Distribution. Waterweeds grow naturally throughout most of North America. Propagation. Waterweed propagates itself from pieces of leafy stem or root. It is tenacious of life, and if shipment in good condition is achieved, no trouble will be experienced in obtaining a stand of the plant. Bury the roots or bases of stems in the bottom in shallow water for quick results. The plant will grow, however, if only thrown in water shallow enough, 3 feet or less, to allow it to send roots to the bottom. It likes a loam or sandy bottom and does not grow in clay. Either still or running waters are suitable. When established, it will spread to water up to 10 feet in depth. Coontail. Value as duck food. The seeds of coontail are eaten by practically all wild ducks, but the foliage by a much smaller number and less frequently. Ducks known to feed on this plant are the following: hooded merganser, mallard, black duck, Florida duck, gadwall, widgeon, green-winged and blue-winged teals, spoonbill, pintail, wood duck, redhead, canvasback, little and big bluebills, ringneck, goldeneye, bufflehead, old squaw, white-winged scoter, ruddy duck, and the whistling swan. The following instances show the local value of coontail to some of these species of ducks. About 30% of the food of 171 mallards collected about Mansura and Marksville, Louisiana, from October to December, consisted of coontail, and as many as 150 seeds were found in a single stomach. Much more than the ordinary proportion of stems and leaves of the plant were taken by these birds. Another illustration of foliage eating is furnished by 8 mallards and 1 black duck collected at Big Lake, Arkansas, in December 1912. More than 85% of the food of the mallards was made up of the foliage of coontail, with a few seeds, while 90% of the black duck's food consisted exclusively of coontail foliage. 64 mallards collected at Menasha, Arkansas, in November and December 1909, had fed on coontail seeds to the extent of 7.23% of their diet. 14 of the same species of duck, taken at Lake Wapanoka, Arkansas, in November 1910, had eaten enough seeds, with a little foliage of coontail, to form on the average more than half of their food. The plant thus has considerable local value as a wild duck food. However, its tendency to crowd out more desirable species makes transplanting unwise, unless in particularly difficult cases where other plants have failed. The very qualities of coontail that make it a nuisance in natural waters commend it to duck farmers. Description of plant. The stems of coontail, Ceratophyllum demersum, are thickly clothed with round, dense masses of foliage, figures 21 and 22, which in shape amply justify the common name so widely used in the South, and which is here adopted for the plant. Coontail is a submerged plant, but only exceptionally is it attached to the bottom, as it has no roots. It usually grows in rather quiet waters from 2 to 10 feet deep. The leaves are composed of slender but rather stiff filaments, twice or thrice forked, and sparingly furnished with small acute projections. They grow in whorls of from 5 to 12, and are usually much crowded on the upper part of the stem. The fruit of coontail, figure 23, is composed of a rather large flattened seed, wedge-shaped at one end and rounded at the other, enclosed in a thin covering which bears various tubercles on the surface and spines on the margin. A common form has one spine at the apex and one at each basal angle of the fruit. One may examine many plants without finding fruit. Nevertheless, the frequency with which ducks find it proves that a good crop is produced. Coontail is known also as hornwort, hornweed, morassweed, coontail moss, fish blankets, and June grass. Distribution. Coontail is practically cosmopolitan and occurs throughout all but the extreme northern parts of North America. Propagation. Pieces of coontail broken off from the parent plant promptly make new colonies, a characteristic which makes transplanting easy. Care need be taken only to see that the plants do not lose their vitality either through drying or fermentation during shipment. Plant in quiet water. As the plant has no roots, it is enabled to thrive over hard or sandy bottoms where many other plants cannot establish themselves. End of 11 Important Wild Duck Foods by W. L. McCaddy.
"11 Out" from Solitaire and Patience by George Hapgood. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shuffle 2 packs together. Lay out 12 packets of 8 cards each as shown in the tableau, the top cards being exposed, the others face downward. The remaining 8 cards are all exposed singly and form the dummy hand. Having done this, you look at the cards before you for any 2 which, when added together, will make 11, as 7 and 4, 8 and 3, etc. These you remove, as also picture cards when they form a sequence of knave, queen, king. You then turn up the top cards of the uncovered packets and search out the 11s as before. When no more cards can be worked off, you may have recourse to the dummy hand, from which you may take 1 card that makes 11 with 1 on the packets. In the case of a sequence, if there is only 1 kind of picture card on the packets, and the remaining 2 in the dummy, you may then remove both. But should there be 2 face cards upon the packets, which would complete the sequence with 1 from the dummy, these 2 must be taken, instead of a possible 2 from the dummy and 1 from the packets. When there are 2 exposed cards of the same signification, you may look at the card immediately underneath, to see which would be most advisable to take. The longer the dummy hand can be kept intact, the greater will be the chance of working off the patience. End of 11 Out by George Hapgood.
The 11th Hour by the New York Telephone Company. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 11th Hour, with the compliments of the New York Telephone Company as a souvenir of your trip behind the scenes in a telephone central office, 1914. This book tells in story and picture the inside history of Mrs. Douglas's party. Newspaper clipping. Mr. and Mrs. R. Gordon Douglas entertained informally on Friday in honor of Mrs. Douglas's sister, Mrs. Charles Picard Turner of Baltimore, who arrived in New York on Friday morning on her way to St. Moritz. Dinner was served at the Douglas home, No. 420 West 72nd Street. The guests were Mr. and Mrs. James T. Townsend, Dr. and Mrs. Mortimer W. Ripley, and Mrs. Douglas's brother, Spence Norman. After dinner the guests went to the Casino Theatre. Mrs. Turner sailed Saturday on the Mauretania. The 11th Hour. Just a little party. Dinner for 8 and the theatre, but they didn't start to plan it until nearly noon, and then there was so much to be done. The guests had to be invited, dinner had to be ordered, and theatre tickets had to be bought. Mr. and Mrs. R. Gordon Douglas easily solved the problem. They simply took the telephone into their confidence, made their arrangements over the wire, and gave a successful dinner party. There's nothing particularly unusual in that. It is exactly what you or anybody else would have done under the circumstances. But back of this story of a party arranged by telephone is another story of absorbing interest to every telephone user. It is the story of the vast organization and the delicate apparatus that make each call possible. The story of a world of unseen wonders. What goes on in this world, the flashes of signals, the spoken words, the constant tests and care taken to maintain a great system of communication, is practically unknown to you. You see very little of it, except the handy instrument on your table or on the wall. You hear only the cheerful voice that asks, "Number, please." So we will lift the curtain and take you behind the scenes in the central telephone office while Mrs. Douglas's dinner party is being arranged. We will follow each call and describe briefly some of the central office apparatus that is called into play. So rapid and varied is the action at Central that we will tell the story as nearly as possible in the form of a motion picture. We will show the relation between the story and the pictures by means of blackface type. New York City is here chosen as the scene of the action, but the story of how telephone calls are handled and the description of the telephone central office apply with but slight variation throughout the whole Bell system. The actors in this drama behind the scenes are real persons. They take part in thousands of similar dramas every day in the year. Only the people at the ends of the wires, Mr. and Mrs. Douglas and their friends, change each time. Because this story is so much the same every time a call is made, because you yourself have been frequently in the position of Mr. and Mrs. Douglas in making use of the telephone as a time-saver, we believe you will find in it a personal interest. Here you will see how the local and long-distance operators weave the ever-changing web of conversation. You will watch the switchboard electricians at work. You will visit information and the trouble operator and the wire chief as he guards the system against interruption of service. And through it all you will see the spirit of service, the spirit that directs the loyal, dependable work behind the scenes, so that you too, if you wish, may arrange your parties at the 11th hour by telephone. The characters in this little chapter of everyday life are Mr. R. Gordon Douglas, a broker; PBX, the private switchboard attendant in his office; Mrs. R. Gordon Douglas, the hostess; Mrs. Charles Picard Turner, her sister, the guest of honor; Monsieur Francois Maurier, the chef of the occasion; Dr. Mortimer W. Ripley, a guest; Mr. James T. Townsend, a guest; Mr. John T. Harrison, a friend in Albany; Mr. Lewis Bennett, at the box office; telephone operators at Central; the trouble operator; information; long distance; wire chief; outside trouble man, etc., all behind the scenes. Had the conference lasted 1 minute less, or had the elevator stopped 1 floor less on its upward trip, Mr. R. Gordon Douglas would have talked with Mrs. Douglas, instead of finding the note from her on his desk. Note: Friday, 11 a.m. Mr. Douglas: Mrs. Douglas wants you to call her up as soon as you get in. H.R.C. 11 o'clock, and a raft of work piled up ahead. But business had been waiting on Mrs. Douglas for 8 years, and it must wait again. Mrs. Douglas simply must be called. As he removes the telephone receiver, a signal shows on the switchboard in his office exchange. This signal is on his line, and the connection may be made through a hole or jack in the upper part of the board. Brass-tipped cords grouped in pairs are used to form the connections between 2 office telephones, or between the office and the great outside world. Upon receiving the signal from Mr. Douglas, his telephone attendant inserts a back plug in the jack corresponding to the number of Mr. Douglas's extension, and throws a switch so that she may talk to him. "Number, please," she asks, so that she may know to whom he wants to talk. "Riverside 22480, says Mr. Douglas. This is a call outside of the office, and we will follow that call through the maze of telephone equipment until it reaches Mrs. Douglas in her home miles away. His operator, who, as will be seen, is called PBX in official parlance, picks up the plug in front of the one now connecting with Mr. Douglas's telephone, and plugs into a trunk line leading to the telephone central office. Immediately, a tiny electrical current passes from the private switchboard over the trunk line wire to the central telephone office, flashing down an insulated wire to a cable box, where it enters a main cable that covers that section of the street. Several hundred pairs of wires, leading from as many separate telephones, are bound up in this lead-encased cable, which runs from the cable box down into the ground. Thousands of miles of copper wire, really the most valuable copper mine in existence, are carried in cables under the streets of a city. These heavy cables are far too many and too heavy to run overhead on poles or supports. They are deep in the earth and are reached through covered manholes, placed as conveniently as possible, usually at street corners. Through seemingly endless conduits, these heavy cables lead directly to the central office, located in the very heart of the district it serves. In this case, the wires are leading to the Spring Telephone Central Office, because Mr. Douglas's office telephone is Spring 43250. They enter the telephone building through a corridor called the cable vault in the basement. Pictured here is a group of these cables as they leave the street. Each is carefully numbered so that it may be properly identified. Order is the first command behind the scenes. Up through the walls they go to distributing frames, where the thousands of pairs of wires may be carefully arranged so that the connections may be made in an orderly manner. Here on the distributing frames, enormous racks ceiling high and filling a large room, the many wires are separated, each pair to go its way. This room is fireproof and moisture-proof, so that nothing can injure the delicate wires or interfere with their messages. Each wire has its own fuse, providing against damage by an overcharge of electricity. Such a charge only burns the individual fuse. Thus, Central and the telephone user at the other end of the wire are protected. All of these wires are readily accessible, permitting electricians to work on them easily and quickly. The wires carrying the message to this point are here joined to another pair leading to the central switchboard. Joining these pairs of wires is a delicate and thorough operation, for unless they are perfectly and tightly fastened together, the message would be hindered or interrupted. Constant supervision and careful examination are given to this very important detail, as well as every other detail inside and outside the telephone central office. The equipment employed in handling the particular call now being followed represents thousands of dollars and millions of cares, appreciated only when one realizes how many calls have to be answered promptly and properly during every hour of the day. Sometimes a condition arises where part of the switchboard becomes overloaded by an unusually large number of calls. To correct this overloading, some of the lines must be transferred to another part of the board. This change is made possible by an intermediate distributing frame, where any series of wires may be switched about. The second and third pictures show how this work is quickly done. Both the distributing and the intermediate distributing frames are under the direction of expert electricians. The call now approaches the switchboard through what is technically known as a relay, which operates and automatically lights a tiny signal lamp in front of Central, showing her that a call demands immediate attention. The B board has a long row of single cords instead of pairs of cords as on the A board. Each one of these cords is connected back through a trunk line to a numbered jack on the A board of some other central office. Each one is numbered, and each has a tiny signal lamp connected with it, which signals B to disconnect when A has disconnected. In this case, B picks up the plug of 46 trunk, which is idle, and assigns this trunk number to A. At the same instant, she tests the line being called by touching the tip of the plug to the sleeve of the subscriber's jack. If the line being called is busy, she hears a click in her receiver, which informs her of that fact. If the line is not busy, she plugs in now. The A operator, back in the Spring Central Office, now plugs her front cord into the jack which is the terminus of 46 trunk, leading to the B board at Riverside Central Office. This connects Mr. Douglas's telephone straight through both central offices to Riverside 22480, the number he is calling. Mr. Douglas has been holding the line and is therefore ready to talk as soon as Mrs. Douglas answers. Riverside 22480, she says, answering with her number in order that the person calling her may be sure that he has the right number and may state his message without delay. "Hello, Helen. Mr. Douglas recognizes his wife's voice immediately, and he starts speaking to her just 25 seconds after he took his receiver off the hook. "Hello, dear," Mrs. Douglas answers. "Dorothy is here, and you know she sails for Europe tomorrow. I'd like to give her a little dinner before she sails." Mr. Douglas agrees and suggests a theater party. He makes notes of the arrangements as they decide upon them. Note: Call Maurier, dinner for 8, 6:30. Jimmy Townsend, Doc Ripley, Spence Norman, Jack Harrison. Tickets for casino. "I'll see that everything is arranged," says Mr. Douglas. "All right, dear, and be sure to come up early. Goodbye." They both hang up their receivers. Instantly, a white signal on the private branch exchange board tells PBX that Mr. Douglas has hung up. She disconnects, pulling out the 2 cords and allowing them to drop back into place. A sees the little lamps associated with the cords light and knows that that conversation is finished, so she disconnects. As soon as B sees the signal lamp on her board light, she disconnects too, allowing the cords to fall back into place. All of these operators, PBX, A, and B, disconnect at almost the same time, as soon as Mr. Douglas and his wife have hung up. This clears the line for future calls. Only 2 minutes have elapsed since Mr. Douglas entered his office. And now to arrange for the dinner party. "I'll make sure of the dinner, anyhow," says Mr. Douglas to himself, as he lifts the receiver to call Francois Maurier, the caterer. "Number, please," says PBX. Mr. Douglas asks for information. Maurier has opened a new establishment, and his new telephone number is not yet in the directory, but Mr. Douglas can get the new number at once. PBX connects with the operator at the A board as before. A answers, and PBX asks for information. A promptly plugs in on a special jack which connects Mr. Douglas directly with information. Answering questions is not a part of the work of the operators who are usually known as central. All calls of this nature are handled by a special department. It is known as information, as all branches of the telephone exchange have the simplest possible names, for the convenience of the public and of the operators who handle the calls. Information will tell you the telephone number of an apartment house or the number of a residence, if you can supply the name of the party living there. She can give you the telephone number of a friend you may wish to call in a distant city. The information operator has records of telephone numbers, listed by street address, records of listings against telephone numbers, and records showing changes in numbers or the disconnection of telephones. The information records are kept up to date easily, as they are typewritten in loose-leaf books which can be revised at any time. Information answers, "This is information." Mr. Douglas gives her the name of Francois Maurier and his approximate address. "One moment, please," says information cheerfully. He holds the wire. She takes down the address record of telephones and turns to the page on which Monsieur Maurier's address appears. The picture shows the record as she has it. The number, she finds, is Gramercy 5, 1287. She gives the number to Mr. Douglas, in case he may wish to make a memorandum of it for future calls, and then signals A by moving the listening key back and forth. Gramercy 5, 1287, she repeats, giving A the number which Mr. Douglas is calling. A repeats the number, so that information may know that she has it correctly, and then disconnects information from the calling line. A holds the front plug, which she has just disconnected from the line to information, in her hand, while she passes the number on to the B operator in the Gramercy Central Office. B assigns an idle trunk line to A and tests the line by touching the sleeve of the jack with the tip of the plug. She finds that that line is not busy and plugs in. A promptly plugs into the assigned trunk on her board, back in the Spring Central Office. This part of the operation is precisely the same as when Mr. Douglas called his wife a few minutes ago. It is repeated in a city like New York about 2 million times a day. But this time, the bell of Monsieur Maurier's telephone does not ring. A watches the signal lamp, and sees that Monsieur Maurier does not answer immediately. Perhaps there is something wrong somewhere. There is, but the trouble is soon remedied. One of the electricians in the Gramercy Central Office hears an alarm bell ring, an automatic signal of trouble. On examination, he discovers that a shutter on a certain annunciator drop has fallen, which indicates that an excess current has blown out the generator fuse on B's position, thus preventing the current from reaching and ringing Monsieur Maurier's bell. The automatic ringing apparatus meanwhile continues to send the current out over this interrupted circuit every few seconds. Consequently, as soon as the new fuse is in place, the bell will ring. The location of the fuse is indicated on the plate in the back of the shutter. Immediately the electrician goes to the side of the frame where the fuses are inserted and replaces the blown-out fuse with a new one. Since any fuse trouble is indicated at once by the ringing of the alarm bell, making whatever repairs are necessary is a matter of seconds. Any accident is reported automatically. But as a matter of fact, cases of real trouble occur very seldom. Repairmen are constantly on the watch for anything that might endanger the equipment or interrupt the service. In this way, no serious accident can put a line out of order without its being detected in a very short time. The first picture shows the method of putting the new fuse in the place of the one which has been burned out. The trouble has been discovered so quickly that the fuse is replaced before any unusual delay is experienced in the response of Monsieur Maurier. His bell starts to ring as soon as the fuse is replaced, and he answers at once. "Maurier's," Monsieur Maurier answers, which assures Mr. Douglas that he has the right number. This is a courteous and time-saving way to answer the telephone. It saves much of the time which the exchange of hellos wastes, and allows the conversation to start at once. "This is Mr. Douglas speaking, 420 West 72nd Street. Can you serve a dinner for 8 tonight?" Monsieur Maurier assures him that he can take care of the dinner very nicely. He suggests the menu and makes a memorandum of the various dishes and of the time. The dinner is to be served in Mr. Douglas's home at 6:30. Mr. Douglas hangs up, Maurier hangs up, and PBX disconnects. A and B both disconnect as usual. Mr. Douglas's clock points to just 7 minutes past 11, when he takes up his receiver to call Dr. Ripley. Instantly the white signal of extension 3 flashes up on the private switchboard. PBX knows that Mr. Douglas is calling again. She plugs in on jack number 3 with one of her inside plugs and pushes the listening key. "Number, please," she asks. "Schuyler 53417, says Mr. Douglas, giving the number of Dr. Ripley's telephone. 3 seconds later, PBX has signaled to A in the Spring Central office, and A has plugged in to answer. Mr. Douglas, while he makes it a practice to have PBX secure his connections for him through the central office, has adopted the courteous practice of holding the wire while she gets the connection. "Number, please," asks the A operator. "Schuyler 53417, repeats PBX. A presses a button that connects her with the B operator in the Schuyler Central office, which is in another part of the city. Meanwhile, she holds the front plug in readiness to insert it in the trunk line that B assigns to her. B assigns a trunk, and when she tests that line by touching the plug to the sleeve of the jack, she hears a click in the head receiver which rests lightly against her ear, and which all telephone operators wear in order that both of their hands may be free for work all the time. This click tells her that Dr. Ripley's telephone, Schuyler 53417, is busy. In order to inform A that the line being called is already in use, she inserts the plug into the busy jack at the bottom of the board, which gives an automatic signal back to A, who tells PBX that that line is busy, while preparing to disconnect. "Please call me when you get them," asks PBX. A promises to do so, and notes down on a specially printed ticket, which has previously been dated, the number calling, the number called, the abbreviation BY, and the time of day. She then crosses the ticket to indicate that no connection has been made, and writes the capital letter C in the upper right-hand corner, which signifies that the calling party has requested her to complete the connection as soon as possible. She has previously written her initials over the date which appears on the ticket. This ticket is known as a busy ticket. It provides a memorandum of what A has been asked to remember. All of the records and memoranda used in the central office are designed to make the service as perfect as possible, and also to make the operator's part of the work as simple as is consistent with the proper working of the system. PBX tells Mr. Douglas that Dr. Ripley's telephone is busy, and he hangs up. PBX now disconnects, as also does A. A continues to call the number every few minutes until she finds it free. She will call PBX when the connection with Schuyler 53417 is made. Mr. Douglas, however, almost immediately takes up his receiver to call another number. This time it is Mr. Townsend, the next guest on the list. Plaza 49140, he tells PBX when she has answered. PBX plugs in to reach A, as usual, through one of the central office trunk lines and repeats the number. A answers in the usual way, and at once passes the call on to the B operator at the Plaza Central Office. The distance between the Plaza Central Office and the Spring Central Office is several miles. However, so complete is the system of wiring between the different central offices that the connection to the B board at Plaza is made with no more difficulty than if it were in the same building. B assigns a trunk and tests Mr. Townsend's line by touching the plug of the trunk line inside the sleeve of that jack. But this time she hears a peculiar noise, which indicates to her that the line is out of order. So instead of plugging in, she connects up with the trouble operator by plugging in on another jack before her. Every telephone exchange has its own trouble operator. Trouble occurs but seldom, but when something does go wrong, it must be fixed without delay. Trouble sits at a position at the B board and has facilities for determining whether or not lines are out of order. She finds out from Mr. Douglas what number he is calling. He promptly gives the number again, realizing that it must be needed for some good reason. Trouble then tests that called line by connecting it up with her voltmeter, which shows whether anything is wrong with the line. She finds that something is wrong and reports to Mr. Douglas that Plaza 49140 is out of order. She then signals A and gives the report. All parties disconnect. Here's the trouble. Mr. Townsend's 6-year-old daughter has been playing with the telephone. She has been a little puzzled by the sounds which she has heard over it, without being able to see any person speaking anywhere around. But at last she has become tired of playing at telephoning, and has left the instrument with the receiver hanging off the hook. Naturally, this prevented the bell from ringing, and thus stopped the use of the line. The little girl doesn't know how much her play has interfered with the telephone service. After Trouble has reported that Mr. Townsend's line is out of order, A endeavors to complete the connection with Dr. Ripley's number, the number which had previously been reported busy. She passes the number on to B again in the Schuyler Central Office. B assigns an idle trunk, tests the line, and plugs in, while A plugs in on her end of the connecting trunk line. When Dr. Ripley answers, A tells him that she has a call for him and asks him to hold the wire. Then she calls Mr. Douglas's office by ringing 43250. One of the electric shutters on his private switchboard drops. This signals to PBX that a call is coming in on one of the main trunk lines. Picking up one of the front plugs, she inserts it in the trunk line jack directly under the shutter that says Douglas and Company. "Do you still want Schuyler 53417? asks A. "Yes, thank you," PBX answers. She plugs in on Mr. Douglas's extension with the other cord and presses the button that rings his bell. This calls Mr. Douglas to the telephone at the same time that A is connecting. "Mr. Douglas speaking," he answers. He talks to Dr. Ripley and invites him to the dinner. Dr. Ripley accepts for himself and his wife. Mr. Douglas's clock says 10 minutes after 11. and already he has invited 2 guests and called the caterer. But he has still not received a connection with Mr. Townsend. When Dr. Ripley and Mr. Douglas hang up their receivers, PBX disconnects. A and B also disconnect. This leaves both of the lines free for incoming and outgoing calls. Because of the frequency of calls and the speed at which they are handled, prompt action is necessary at Central in disconnecting as well as in connecting the lines. Mr. Townsend's telephone, Plaza 49140, that has afforded amusement for his little 6-year-old daughter, has been reported to trouble for a steady signal, which is the official way of saying that it gives a steady signal before the A operator. This means that either the receiver is off the hook or that some trouble on the lines is causing this condition. Trouble has plugged into a line with a howler plug, from which a peculiar form of current is sent into Mr. Townsend's receiver. This produces a shrill, insistent noise in the receiver, which brings Mr. Townsend to the spot at once. He sees the difficulty and hangs up the receiver. The noise stops. The trouble operator receives a lamp signal showing that the receiver has been put back in place, and knowing that the line is all right again, she disconnects the howler. PBX, shortly after this, calls Mr. Townsend's number again. "Number, please," says the A operator as she answers the call by plugging in with her front cord. "Plaza 49140, says PBX. A repeats it, brightly and cheerfully. No matter how many times a day she repeats the old familiar "Number, please," and the names of the various central offices, she is always courteous, always obliging. That is one reason for the efficiency of the system, because Central is ready to do her best all the time. Once again, A passes on the number to the B operator in the Plaza Central office. B assigns her a trunk, testing Mr. Townsend's line at the same instant. Finding that it is not busy, she plugs in on this jack. A, in the meantime, plugs in on the other end of the trunk line assigned. This completes the circuit and automatically causes Mr. Townsend's bell to ring. Mr. Townsend takes up the receiver and answers with his number, speaking directly into the mouthpiece of the transmitter. He speaks in a low voice, but always talks with a smile. "Hello, Jimmy," he hears. "This is Bob." "Oh, hello, Bob. What's the news?" "Helen's giving a little dinner and theater party tonight for her sister, Mrs. Turner of Baltimore, who's sailing on the Mauretania. We want you and Mrs. Townsend to meet her. Can you join us?" "We'll be delighted to, old man." "All right, that's fine. Awfully glad you can come. About 6:30 up at the house. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Mr. Townsend hangs up. Mr. Douglas hangs up. PBX sees by her white signal that Mr. Douglas is through with the line and takes down the cords. A and B disconnect as usual. The clock points to 11:11. It is just 1 minute since Mr. Douglas finished speaking to Dr. Ripley, but in that minute he has talked with another friend 4 miles away and has invited 2 more guests to his party. "And now I had better get a hold of Jack Harrison," Mr. Douglas says to himself. Mr. Harrison lives in Albany, but it is nearly as easy to get a man on the long-distance telephone as it is to get a man just around the corner. Mr. Douglas calls his offices in Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago, and Philadelphia every day. He is almost constantly using a long-distance telephone as a business getter, and so he picks up his receiver with the same unconcern as though he were calling Plaza or Tremont instead of a city 100 and more miles away. "Long distance, please," he says to PBX when she has plugged in, and asks "Number, please," as usual. PBX now plugs in to reach A and asks for "long distance." A plugs into one of the long-distance trunks on her board. This puts Mr. Douglas in direct connection with the long-distance recorder. The long-distance operating room is in many ways the most interesting in the whole building. Here sit 300 or more girls, each one handling calls in much the same way as any other operator does. All of this switchboard work is done with practically no noise. The whole switchboard room, in fact, is operated so quietly that a stranger would hardly guess how important the work is that these operators are doing. The long-distance recorder takes down the details of the call as Mr. Douglas gives them. Mr. Douglas's name and his telephone number, Mr. Harrison's name and address in Albany, all these go down on a special ticket which is arranged to facilitate the putting through of the call. Mr. Douglas is to be called when Mr. Harrison is on the wire and ready to talk. Mr. Douglas accordingly hangs up. In order that Mr. Douglas's telephone may be kept free from interruptions, the long-distance recorder orders up his number, 43250, on the B board of the Spring Central office. In other words, she tells the B operator to plug into Mr. Douglas's line in order that no other calls may be made on that wire until the Albany call is completed. The line will be held up long enough to allow time for putting through the call, not more than 10 minutes as a rule. B assigns long distance a trunk line, and the long distance recorder plugs into this jack. All of this is done instantly. The recorder now puts the ticket bearing the details of the call into a pneumatic tube, which brings it immediately to the distributing operator. All the messenger work in the long-distance room is done by means of pneumatic tubes. This permits quick and noiseless communication between the operators who take care of the calls at the various stages, and avoids the necessity of moving around to reach another operator in another part of the building. The distributing operator notes that Mr. Harrison's telephone number is not given as yet on the ticket. She therefore sends the ticket on to the directory operator, who looks up Mr. Harrison in the Albany directory and adds the missing details in their proper places. All of this preliminary work is made necessary in order that there may be no delay or lost time when Albany Central is finally called. It would have facilitated getting the connection had Mr. Douglas been able to give this Albany number to the long-distance recorder. Long-distance conversation is valued at so much a minute. With the tremendous number of long-distance calls being handled daily, it is essential that no time be wasted on any call after the long-distance wire is put into operation. The ticket is complete now, and the directory operator sends it back through the tube to the distributing operator. The distributing operator sees that the call is ready to be put through. She therefore drops the ticket into another slot, which conveys it directly to the operator at the Albany section of the New York switchboard. This operator is called, for the sake of convenience, the New York to Albany operator. The New York to Albany operator notes Mr. Douglas's number on the ticket and plugs in the trunk to which his line is connected, in order that she may call him directly when she has made the proper connection with Albany. The trunk line number was put on the ticket by the recorder. This action, which connects the long-distance switchboard to the original A board, lights the signal lamp on the board in front of the long-distance recorder, who sees that Mr. Douglas's line is now being held properly by the New York to Albany operator. The long-distance recorder accordingly pulls out the plug with which she has been holding his line. Her part of the work is now done. The New York to Albany operator is now ready to call Albany. This she does by taking the cord in front of the one which connects back to Mr. Douglas's line and plugging into one of the Albany trunks. By operating a ringing key associated with this cord, she signals to the Albany operator. Albany therefore plugs in and takes the number, Main 23750. Mr. Harrison is to be called to the telephone before the final connection is made. The Albany operator presses a call circuit button, which connects her with the B operator in the main central office, and asks for Mr. Harrison's number. This part of the operation is already familiar to the reader. The B operator assigns a trunk to the Albany operator and tests Mr. Harrison's line. Finding that it is not busy, she plugs into it with the trunk she has assigned. The Albany operator takes up this trunk, thereby completing the circuit between New York and Mr. Harrison's wire. The B board in the main central office in Albany is very much the same as the B boards we have already seen. In fact, the telephone equipment has been everywhere so improved and standardized that the switchboard equipment in various cities differs very little from the equipment described here, except in size and the number of subscribers it will accommodate. As soon as the B operator in Albany plugs in on the jack leading to Mr. Harrison's telephone, His bell rings automatically. Mr. Harrison answers the telephone at once and speaks directly to the New York long-distance operator, who tells him New York is calling Mr. Harrison. While Mr. Harrison holds the wire, the New York to Albany operator operates the ringing key on her board and calls PBX. "Ready with Mr. Harrison at Albany," she says when PBX answers. PBX plugs in on Mr. Douglas's extension and presses the button that brings him to the telephone. Mr. Douglas and Mr. Harrison are ready now, each at his end of the wire. Mr. Douglas speaks first, as he is making the call. "Hello, Jack." Mr. Douglas's voice sounds so natural that Mr. Harrison recognizes it at once. "Come on down this afternoon on the 2:00 train. We're having a little party tonight, and we want you and Mrs. Jack to be there." Mr. Harrison thanks him heartily for the invitation, but explains to him that he will be unable to come. So after a brief conversation, they both hang up. The record of the call is then completed, and all of the operators disconnect as usual. The clock on Mr. Douglas's desk shows that it took him 4 minutes to get Albany and 3 minutes to carry on the conversation. It is now 11:18. "Guess I'll skip Spence Norman. Helen will invite him. Now for the theater tickets." He knows that Mrs. Douglas will make good use of the residence telephone if any further plans have to be made. For in the social world and the sphere of activity around the home, the telephone is as great a time saver as it is in the business world. Mr. Douglas lifts his receiver. "Number, please," asks PBX when she has plugged in on his line. "Bryant 33000, please." That is the number we will use for the Casino Theater. PBX plugs in. A answers and takes the number, Bryant 33000, and passes it on to the B operator in the Bryant central office. When B tests the line, she hears a peculiar sound, which indicates to her that the telephone at the theater is out of order. So instead of completing the connection with the theater, she plugs in on the trouble jack. This connects Mr. Douglas with the trouble operator in the Bryant central office. The trouble operator, just like trouble back in the Plaza central office, sits at a position on the B board. All the subscribers' lines in the Bryant district are represented there in thousands of little holes or jacks in the board before her. She can thus test any line in the office by plugging into the proper jack on her board. Trouble answers and learns that Mr. Douglas is calling Bryant 33000. By means of trouble-detecting apparatus which is wired to her position, she finds that the line being called is temporarily out of order. It is open, broken. In fact, Bryant 33000 has just been reported to her for trouble, and is now on an out-of-order cord, which gives the out-of-order test to other operators in the Bryant central office who may wish to call this line. She reports the line out of order to Mr. Douglas, who hangs up. PBX accordingly disconnects her cords as usual. Trouble then signals A in Spring Central Office by working her signaling key back and forth and telling A that Bryant 33000 is out of order. Trouble, just before this, has made a trouble memorandum, giving the number of the line, the time, the trouble, and such other information as is necessary. This memorandum she rolls into a small leather cylinder provided for the purpose, which she drops into a delivery tube at her side. A moment later, this cylinder with the trouble memorandum drops out on the desk of the wire chief's clerk. The wire chief is responsible for the mechanical end of the telephone central office. The wiring, the dynamos, the storage batteries, the cables and fuses. He is a master electrician and directs a corps of trained men who repair any injury to the wires or instruments as soon as it is reported. A squad of outside trouble men attend to the accidents which affect the wires outside of the central office. These men telephone to the wire chief at half-hour intervals to report in and get new assignments of lines which are out of order. The wire chief now makes a second memorandum of the trouble which has been reported about the theater telephone. This memorandum he holds on file for his own record. The original trouble memorandum is endorsed with his signature and the time of its receipt. It is subsequently returned to its originating point to be filed there. In the meantime, the wire chief makes a test of his instrument, and when the outside trouble man telephones in, from some public telephone in the square mile or so of territory covered by this central office, the wire chief gives him the number and address of the theater telephone and the details of the trouble. The outside trouble man makes a note of these details on his pad. The trouble, as stated in the blank, is that the line is open, in other words, it is broken. The outside trouble man hangs up his receiver, and a moment later he is at the corner of Broadway and 39th Street. To locate the trouble, he inspects the telephone, not from the inside but from the outside. He begins by connecting with the wire by means of a small pocket telephone which he carries with him, together with the tools needed in making repairs to the wires and instruments. He finds that the insulation has worn off in one place where the scenery has been rubbed up against the wall and the wires that run along it. The damage was slight, but it was sufficient to break the circuit and throw the subscriber's line out of commission. The outside trouble man quickly makes the necessary repairs and reconnects the wire. He then re-insulates the wire by binding adhesive tape tightly around the place which had been scraped bare. Then he inspects the line thoroughly to see that nothing else is wrong. He makes sure that all parts of the line are once more in perfect working order before he leaves the premises. Then he telephones to the wire chief over the theater wire. The wire chief tests the repaired line and tells him that everything is now okay. The voltmeter, an instrument which the wire chief has for testing lines, indicates that the line is all right again. The outside trouble man accordingly leaves the theater and goes to another telephone a few blocks away which is in trouble. The wire chief, in the meanwhile, has told Trouble to take down the out-of-order cord from Jack 33000. The line Bryant 33000 is now okay, and calls may be completed both to and from it. Mr. Douglas has been reading his mail during the 15 minutes since he found the theater telephone was out of order. Now he lifts his receiver to try calling the theater again. His private switchboard operator, PBX, plugs in the usual way and passes on the number Bryant 3300 to the A operator. The board in front of her, the private branch exchange switchboard, is a small-sized replica of the A board, simplified in some details to permit of its being used by operators who have less technical experience than the A and B were required to have before they became operators. For A and B had to go to school at headquarters before they were given their present positions as operators. They are graduates of the telephone operators' school maintained by the company. PBX's switchboard merely passes on outgoing calls to the A operator in Spring Central office. A passes the call on to the B operator in the Bryant Central office, and B promptly assigns a trunk and tests the line being called. The line is not busy, so she plugs in. A, in the meantime, plugs in on the trunk assigned, and the connection is completed with the telephone in the theater box office. The bell rings. "Casino Theater," says the box office man, taking up the receiver. This answer indicates at once to Mr. Douglas that he has the right number. He speaks directly. "Have you a box for 8 for tonight?" he asks. "Box for 8, yes. Give you box AA on the right. What's the name, please?" Mr. Douglas orders the tickets to be held in his name until he can send a boy for them. He has long used the convenient telephone method of arranging for theater tickets. Assured now of the theater tickets, Mr. Douglas hangs up his receiver. PBX draws out the plugs and lets them fall back into place. The box office man hangs up. A sees the disconnect lamp light and knows that the call is completed, so she takes down the connection. B also disconnects. Mr. Douglas now turns to his day's work. The party has been arranged definitely. The guests have been invited. The dinner has been ordered, and the tickets have been provided for. He takes up his work with the satisfaction of one who has done much with the aid of the telephone. During the rest of his busy day, his work is made lighter and smoother by the use of the telephone. And Mrs. Douglas, at home, is saving time at her end of the wire by using the telephone. Soon after 6, the guests begin to arrive. Thanks to the ever-helpful telephone, Jimmy Townsend and Mrs. Jimmy, and Doc Ripley and his wife, and Spence Norman, and the guest of honor, Mrs. Charles Pickard Turner, Mrs. Douglas's sister, are all there, and a jolly party it is indeed. The telephone, at the 11th hour, brought them all together, and the story of how it helped to make the party a success is ended. But the work at the telephone central office goes right on, day and night. When the day operators go home for the night, other operators come to take their places. The telephone never sleeps. Every night, after midnight, all the subscribers' lines in every central office are tested carefully. The night tester watches the voltmeter as he connects with every one of the jacks on the board in front of him. He can detect any kind of electrical trouble instantly. If anything is wrong, he makes out a detailed report of the trouble. This is a picture of the night tester's report. Every number that is out of order is crossed off as soon as the trouble has been repaired. Every telephone operator in every central office is trained in the subject of telephony, so that she thoroughly understands the operation of the telephone system. These young women are carefully selected, and after they have become employees of the telephone company, every care is taken to provide for their comfort and efficiency. The telephone company in all of the large cities has its own schools for operators, where they are taught the principles of switchboard operation, and later on are given lessons in actual switchboard work in the school practice room. These pictures show the study room, the lecture room, and the practice room. There is also a pleasant rest room for operators in every central office. Mr. Douglas's jolly party, arranged at the 11th hour, would have been almost impossible but for the help of the telephone and the operators, whose watchword is, "The voice with the smile wins." End of The 11th Hour by the New York Telephone Company. Read by Maria Casper.
The 11th Hour, from The Alchemist's Secret, by Isabel Cecilia Williams. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 11th Hour. It was an ordinary tenement house of the poorest class, exactly like its neighbors, which lined both sides of the dingy street. The door was always open, more than half the time hanging by one hinge, the stairways were dark and crooked, the rooms small and dirty. In a back kitchen on the topmost floor a man sat, or rather huddled, in a chair drawn close to the stove. His eyes were closed, and his head drooped wearily against the back of the chair. That last spell of coughing had been unusually severe, and had left him weak and breathless. A plague on the cough, anyway. Why was it he could not get rid of it? The doctor from the dispensary, the district nurse, even Maggie, had assured him that with the coming of summer this cold of his would be better. Summer was here, though you would not think so to-day, with this raw east wind and drizzling rain, and instead of being better, he was worse, decidedly worse. Could it be that they were all wrong, and Nancy alone was in the right? Nancy, who, of all that approached him, was the only one who dared to tell him the truth. The truth? No, it was a lie, a lie. He was not dying. He was going to be well and strong again as soon as he could shake this cold that had settled upon him. Nancy was a meddlesome old woman. He had told her so not more than an hour ago, and had sent her off about her business. He had been harsh to her and rude, and after all she was old and had probably meant to do him a kindness. But then he was not sorry. She'd not come bothering him any more now with her dismal croakings of death and eternity. Death? He defied it. Eternity? Time enough to think of that. He opened his eyes, and they rested upon the chair which Nancy had occupied 1 hour ago. which she had occupied so frequently during the past few months. She had been almost a daily visitor since he and Maggie had been living in these wretched lodgings in Nancy's Alley, as it was called. Evidently the old woman seemed to think the entire street was her personal property, and that she was responsible for the welfare of all the dwellers thereon. Well, he guessed he had taught her not to come meddling in his affairs. He hoped he had, anyway. Dying? The idea of such a thing! How dared she tell him he was dying, when everyone else fed him with the hope that he would be better to-morrow, next week, next month? Ah, yes, but to-morrow never came. Or rather, when it did come, it was no longer to-morrow with its promise of renewed health. It was to-day, with the same disappointment, the same pains, the same racking cough, which he had endured on so many other to-days that had come and gone before it. Watching the chair she had so lately occupied, he could see once more the figure of Nancy, her bright eyes and cheery smile, and hear the nimble tongue which chattered so merrily or soothed so gently according to the needs of her listener. He could see the little stooped figure in its ragged gown, the work-worn hands, the smooth grey hair. He would miss her visits. Yes, indeed, he would miss them sorely. But what right had she to go talking to him of death? Still, she was old. She had been kind to him, and he had driven her away in anger. He had called her a meddlesome busybody who went about poking and prying into other people's affairs, and had ordered her to leave the house and never enter it again. "Pokin' and pryin', is it?" she had answered quietly, as she made her way towards the door. He remembered now how difficult it had been for her to walk even on the level floor, what a task it must have been for her to climb those 3 long flights of stairs, as she had been doing every day for these months past. "Pokin' and pryin', is it? Maybe so, maybe so. But Nancy didn't mean it that way. No, lad, indeed she didn't. Nancy was thinking of her own boy lying at rest out yonder, with the green grass growing over him. Her own boy that went the same way you're a-going now. He's about the same age as you, too, and there's the look on your face that I seen on his so often, the desperate, despairing look that it breaks my heart to see. I figured that if you was my boy, I'd be glad for someone to tell you the truth and try to bring you back to God before it's too late. I'd figured, too, that most likely you had a mother somewheres. She may be still on the earth, prayin' for you and longing for you, same as I prayed and longed for my Danny for so many years. She may be in heaven looking down on us now, but wherever she is, she'll be glad to know that I tried to bring you back. It's all for her sake that I'm doing this, for the sake of your poor mother, wherever she may be." His mother! What memories that name conjured up! His mother who had kissed and blessed him as she closed her eyes forever, so many, many years ago. He was still looking at the chair which Nancy had occupied, but he saw it not. He was a boy once more, standing by his mother's bedside, her soft white hand in his, and was promising her. Ah, how many promises he had made, holding that dear hand for the last time, and how readily he had broken those promises, every one. His mind wandered on, and he saw himself a boy at school, a youth at college, a grown man filling a position of trust in a large business concern. In those days, wherever he might turn, there was one figure standing out before all others, one friend tried and true. When boys at school, this friend had saved his life. When young men at college, it was to this friend's continued help he owed any little success he may have attained. After leaving college, his position was secured through the kindly offices of this same friend, whose desk was next his own in the office in which they were employed. His gaze still rested on the vacant chair, but he saw only a pretty little suburban cottage, with flower garden and smooth green lawn and box-bordered gravel paths. Once upon a time that cottage was his, and the sweet-faced girl who trod those paths so daintily
tripping to the gate to meet him on his return in the evening, was his wife. Upstairs in the nursery their children slept, 2 fair little girls with their mother's pretty eyes and dainty ways. All that had been his once upon a time. He still watched that vacant chair, but he saw only the day they discovered the loss of that money which had disappeared so mysteriously from the firm's safe. Suspicion rested upon that one true friend of his, the friend to whom he owed all he was, all he had. There was not sufficient evidence to prove that he was the thief, but in the minds of his employers there was no doubt as to his guilt. The supposed delinquent was dismissed, and the cloud of suspicion rested upon him wherever he went thereafter. Only 2 people had known the truth, the man now sitting by the stove in the tenement house kitchen, and the friend who had suffered in silence rather than betray him. They had never met again, and not long after the robbery, the man now sitting by the stove had heard of his friend's death. The physician said it was typhoid. But he knew better. Disappointment, anxiety, heartbreak were the real causes of his friend's early taking off. He still gazed at the empty chair, but he saw only the series of misfortunes that had befallen him since the day his friend died. He had launched into business on his own account. The result was dire disaster. His home was burned in the dead of night. They barely escaped with their lives. Everything was gone. There was no insurance, and ruin and despair confronted them. His children died suddenly of a malignant fever, and the heartbroken mother had followed them to the grave within a few weeks. He was alone, all alone, and from that day to this had gone steadily downward until now he found himself in this dirty tenement, depending for his daily bread upon the faded, ragged little woman who was now his wife. Poor Maggie! How she irritated him at times, and yet she had been a good, faithful wife to him. But for her, they would not have even this miserable apology for a home. Yes, even Maggie, with her watery eyes and thin, unkempt hair, Maggie who scrubbed floors for a living, and could not write so much as her own name, nor read the simplest child's primer, even Maggie was far too good for the worn-out drunkard and gambler whom she tended so faithfully. A light tap upon the door, but the man by the stove was too much occupied with those phantoms of the past to pay heed to it. The door opened quietly, and a priest stepped into the room. The man's gaze shifted from the vacant chair to the black-robed figure standing by the door, and looking at him in puzzled amazement. Phantoms of the past? Yes, indeed, and there was one more come to torment him and to mock him. The 2 watched each other in silence for a moment. Then the man crouching in his chair by the fire found voice at last. "What brings you here, you, of all men? Have you come to taunt me, to upbraid me, to delight your eyes with the sight of my misery? Have you come to laugh at me in my downfall?" "Nay, friend," returned the priest gently, "none of those things has brought me to you to-day. I come only on a mission of mercy, to bring you peace and pardon." "But how did you find me? Who sent you to me?" demanded the man by the fire. "A little old woman, Nancy by name, told me there was one here sadly in need of the ministrations of a priest. I did not dream that I should find you." "You know me, then? You remember me?" "I remember you perfectly, and recognized you at once, though you have changed almost beyond recognition." "You say you know me, but you do not. You do not. You may know who I am, but you don't know what I am. You don't know that I'm a thief. Yes, a thief, for it was I who took that money he was accused of stealing. Do you know that?" "I know it," answered the priest calmly, "and still I say I bring you peace and pardon." "Perhaps you know, too, that I am a murderer, for it was grief, heartbreak, which weakened him so that when disease attacked him he had not sufficient strength to combat the fever. Do you know that, you who talk to me so easily of peace and pardon?" I know that too, and it is in his name that I offer you forgiveness for your sins." "You know all, then? He told you?" "He told me in the delirium of fever. He never knew he told. He died thinking he carried the secret with him to the grave. He was faithful even unto death." "Faithful even unto death. And you, his brother, come to me now, and, knowing all, dare to hold out to me the hope of forgiveness and of peace?" The man stared incredulously into the kind, pitying eyes bent upon him. "I, his brother, offer you now forgiveness of all your sins and peace which surpasseth all understanding." The sick man was seized with a violent fit of coughing, and when it had passed he lay back in his chair exhausted, with closed eyes and white pain-drawn face. The priest, wishing to give him a moment to rest and recover his breath, walked to the window and looked out. In the field below more than a score of ragged men, women, and children were scratching and digging among piles of ashes, eagerly searching for and gathering up the half-burned cinders, searching, too, in the forlorn hope of finding something of greater value that might have been thrown away by accident. The rain beat noisily on the window-pane, and the priest shivered as he looked at those scantily clad little children, not one of whom could boast of shoes and stockings, and at the white heads and bent figures of old women, on whose unprotected shoulders the rain fell so pitilessly. What mattered the inclemency of the weather to them? Winter would be here by and by. They must gather in all the fuel possible before it was upon them with its snow and sleet and icy blasts. In fact, even when winter came, many of these same little children and old women, even grown men who could not find other work to do or did not care to seek it, many of these same people would be seen day after day, scratching and digging in this same field of ashes. The priest turned from the window with a sigh of pity for the miserable creatures below. His glance strayed over the untidy kitchen which bore all the marks of the most extreme poverty, and he gave another sigh of pity for the man who had been brought so low in the last days of his life, the man whom he had known in the time of his success and prosperity. He approached the chair beside the stove, and the tired eyes opened slowly and looked at him. Unaccustomed tears filled those eyes, and the hard voice softened marvellously. "Nancy was right," that changed voice was saying. "I am dying. Father, you say you bring me forgiveness in his name, forgiveness for the great wrong I did him. In his name I will accept the gift. Father, I will confess my sins to you, and beg God's pardon for them." 2 hours later, when poor tired Maggie, with aching arms and aching back, returned from her day's work, she was surprised at the gentleness with which he greeted her. Never had he been so kind before. She was much more accustomed to harsh words, and even curses, than kindness from him. She set about preparing their evening meal, and he actually ate what she put in front of him without even once finding fault with the food or with her. She could not understand it, and felt vaguely alarmed. Again the door opened, and a face peered in anxiously. It would look as if the owner of the face was fully prepared to slam the door and take to her heels at a second's notice. The man in the chair by the stove smiled faintly, and called, "Come in, Nancy, it's all right." The little stooped figure sidled into the room, but stood with her hand upon the door, ready for flight at any moment. She could not trust her eyes and ears. She knew they must be deceiving her. "Come in, Nancy," the man repeated. "Come in and sat down there, in the chair you occupied this afternoon when you dared to tell me the truth that all others feared to tell. You're a brave little woman, Nancy, and, thanks to you, all is well with me at last. As he said, he brought me forgiveness for my sins and peace which surpasseth all understanding. Thanks to you, Nancy, thanks to you." "Thanks to me, is it, lad? Not a bit of it, not a bit of it. Thanks be to God!" ejaculated Nancy fervently. "Thanks be to God!" whispered Maggie, as a tear rolled down her worn and faded cheek and splashed into the pan of water in which she was washing the supper dishes. "Thanks be to God for bringing him back even at the 11th hour." End of The 11th Hour. From The Alchemist's Secret, by Isabel Cecilia Williams. Read by Lynn Thompson.
A narrative of the formation and services, 11th Massachusetts Volunteers, from April 15, 1861 to July 14, 1865, by Gustavus B. Hutchinson. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A narrative of the formation and services, 11th Massachusetts Volunteers, from April 15, 1861 to July 14, 1865, by Gustavus B. Hutchinson. A brief account of their experiences in the camp and in the field, to which is added a roster containing the names of all surviving members known to the Veterans Association, compiled from such authentic sources of information as were available, and from the personal recollections of the participants. Published by Gustavus B. Hutchinson, late Sergeant Company D, 11th Massachusetts Volunteers, Boston, Mass. Preface. Our little volume, though not pretentious, has outgrown its original limits. The intention of the compiler was not to attempt to write a historic narrative of the 4 years' service in the field of the grand old 11th, but simply to place in the hands of the surviving members and their friends a brief sketch of its birth, organization, muster in, and its arrival at the front, thus connecting with Captain Henry G. Blake's 3 years in the Army of the Potomac, with a few notes of such changes as occurred in our commanding officers, a list of the battles in which the regiment participated, and as correct a list of the surviving members as could be obtained from the roll of our present Veterans Association roll book, with a reference to the time and place of holding our annual reunions, together with the names of the officers who served on each of those occasions. It is at the request of very many members of the association and their friends that I have undertaken to supplement this with a light sketch of the service of the regiment in the field, including, with the 3 years' service of the original members, an addendum covering the service of those who re-enlisted, with such officers as were retained and remained in the field after June 12, 1864, including the recruits who joined the regiment in the last few months prior to the return of the old 3 years men, 45 enlisted men transferred from the 1st Massachusetts Volunteers, 196 officers and men transferred from the 16th Massachusetts Volunteers, and Captain Bennett's company of 91 officers and men who maintained the regimental organization in the field from June 12, 1864 to July 14, 1865. As to the measure of my success, I leave criticism to the participants, contenting myself with the reflection that I have striven to be faithful and just. My intention has been to place no statement in this book that could not be substantially verified, but if unintentional error or injustice should be discovered, I shall be glad to retract or amend it. My main object has been, after waiting 25 years for someone else to perform the labor, to place in cold type such facts as could be collected, particularly since the close of the war, as would fully establish the claim that Company D of the old 11th was the first company of Massachusetts Volunteers raised for the war after the fall of Fort Sumter, that it was the nucleus of the glorious 11th, which was the first regiment raised, organized, and officered after the President's call. It seemed to me a duty that the record of the 4 years and 1 month's service of this gallant regiment, its hundreds of skirmishes, its active participation in the sieges of Yorktown and Petersburg, in its 25 battles of official record, where it carried Old Glory and the coat of arms of our grand old state into the thickest of the contest, should be made transmissible to those who were interested in the history of this regiment, second to none in the value of its service. With material which would readily cover 500 printed pages, my chief difficulty has been to so condense my narrative as to cover all essential points in these stirring events. I am much indebted to Captain Henry G. Blake, 3 years in the Army of the Potomac, Martin L. Haynes, History of the Old 2nd New Hampshire Volunteers, to the reports of the Adjutant General of this state, to the files of the Boston Daily Papers, 1861-65, to the diaries of comrades who have kindly loaned them to me, to official orders and letters to which have been added the personal recollections and recitals of many comrades, most of the latter being fully corroborated by existent records. To the brave officers and men of the regiment, to the kind friends who have aided and assisted it from 1861 to the present day, and to the families of our comrades, this little volume is lovingly and fraternally dedicated. Gustavus B. Hutchinson, late Sergeant, Company D, 11th Massachusetts Volunteers. Contents. Chapter 1, Call to Arms and the Response. Chapter 2, The March and First Battle of Bull Run. Chapter 3, Bladensburg to Yorktown. Chapter 4, The Siege of Yorktown. Chapter 5, The Battle of Williamsburg. Chapter 6, On the March, Fair Oaks, Savage's Station, Glendale, Malvern Hill, and Harrison's Landing. Chapter 7, Bristow Station, Second Bull Run, Centreville, Chantilly, and Alexandria. Chapter 8, Falmouth, Fredericksburg, and the Battle of Chancellorsville. Chapter 9, The March to Gettysburg and the Battle. Chapter 10, The Pursuit of Lee and Brandy Station. Chapter 11, The Battle of the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and Cold Harbor, and the Return of the 3 Years' Men. Chapter 12, Cold Harbor to Petersburg. Chapter 13, Petersburg to Lee's Surrender. Chapter 14, The Return and a Resume. Chapter 15, Veteran Association and the Roster. End of Preface and Contents of A Narrative of the Formation and Services, 11th Massachusetts Volunteers, from April 15, 1861 to July 14, 1865, by Gustavus B. Hutchinson. Read by Mary in Arkansas.
Elf Söhne by Franz Kafka. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ich habe 11 Söhne. Der erste ist äußerlich sehr unansehnlich, aber ernsthaft und klug. Trotzdem schätze ich ihn, wiewohl ich ihn als Kind wie alle anderen liebe, nicht sehr hoch ein. Sein Denken scheint mir zu einfach. Er sieht nicht rechts noch links und nicht in die Weite. In seinem kleinen Gedankenkreis läuft er immerfort rundum oder dreht sich vielmehr. Der zweite ist schön, schlank, wohlgebaut. Es entzückt ihn, in Fechterstellung zu sehen. Auch er ist klug, aber überdies welterfahren. Er hat viel gesehen, und deshalb scheint selbst die heimische Natur vertrauter mit ihm zu sprechen als mit den Daheimgebliebenen. Doch ist gewiss dieser Vorzug nicht nur und nicht einmal wesentlich dem Reisen zu verdanken. Er gehört vielmehr zu dem Unnachahmlichen dieses Kindes, das zum Beispiel von jedem anerkannt wird, der etwa seinen vielfach sich überschlagenden und doch geradezu wild beherrschten Kunstsprung ins Wasser ihm nachmachen will. Bis zum Ende des Sprungbrettes reicht der Mut und die Lust, dort aber statt zu springen, setzt sich plötzlich der Nachahmer und hebt entschuldigend die Arme. Und trotzdem allen, ich sollte doch eigentlich glückselig sein über ein solches Kind, ist mein Verhältnis zu ihm nicht ungetrübt. Sein linkes Auge ist ein wenig kleiner als das rechte und zwinkert viel. Ein kleiner Fehler nur, gewiß, der sein Gesicht sogar noch verwegener macht, als es sonst gewesen wäre, und niemand wird gegenüber der unnahbaren Abgeschlossenheit seines Wesens dieses kleinere, zwinkernde Auge tadelnd bemerken. Ich, der Vater, tue es. Es ist natürlich nicht dieser körperliche Fehler, der mir weh tut, sondern eine ihm irgendwie entsprechende, kleine Unregelmäßigkeit seines Geistes, irgendein in seinem Blut irrendes Gift, irgendeine Unfähigkeit, die mir allein sichtbare Anlage seines Lebens rund zu vollenden. Gerade dies macht ihn allerdings andererseits wieder zu meinem wahren Sohn, denn dieser, sein Fehler, ist gleichzeitig der Fehler unserer ganzen Familie und an diesem Sohn nur überdeutlich. Der dritte Sohn ist gleichfalls schön, aber es ist nicht die Schönheit, die mir gefällt. Es ist die Schönheit des Sängers, der geschwungene Mund, das träumerische Auge, der Kopf, der eine Draperie hinter sich benötigt, um zu wirken, die unmäßig sich wölbende Brust, die leicht auffahrenden und viel zu leicht sinkenden Hände, die Beine, die sich zieren, weil sie nicht tragen können, und überdies, der Ton seiner Stimme ist nicht voll, trügt einen Augenblick, lässt den Kenner aufhorchen, veratmet aber kurz darauf. Trotzdem im Allgemeinen alles verlockt, diesen Sohn zur Schau zu stellen, halte ich ihn doch am liebsten im Verborgenen. Er selbst drängt sich nicht auf, aber nicht etwa deshalb, weil er seine Mängel kennt, sondern aus Unschuld. Auch fühlt er sich fremd in unserer Zeit, als gehöre zwar zu meiner Familie, aber überdies doch zu einer andern, ihm für immer verlorenen, ist er oft unlustig und nichts kann ihn aufheitern. Mein vierter Sohn ist vielleicht der umgänglichste von allen. Ein wahres Kind seiner Zeit, ist er jedermann verständlich. Er steht auf dem allen gemeinsamen Boden, und jeder ist versucht, ihm zuzunicken. Vielleicht durch diese allgemeine Anerkennung gewinnt sein Wesen etwas Leichtes, seine Bewegungen etwas Freies, seine Urteile etwas Unbekümmertes. Manche seiner Aussprüche möchte man oft wiederholen, allerdings nur manche, denn in seiner Gesamtheit krankt er doch wieder an allzu großer Leichtigkeit. Er ist wie einer, der bewundernswert abspringt, schwalbengleich die Luft teilt, dann aber doch trostlos im öden Staube endet, ein Nichts. Solche Gedanken vergällen mir den Anblick dieses Kindes. Der fünfte Sohn ist lieb und gut, versprach viel weniger, als er hielt, war so unbedeutend, dass man sich förmlich in seiner Gegenwart allein fühlte, hat es aber doch zu einigem Ansehen gebracht. Fragte man mich, wie das geschehen ist, so könnte ich kaum antworten. Unschuld dringt vielleicht doch noch am leichtesten durch das Toben der Elemente in dieser Welt, und unschuldig ist er. Vielleicht allzu unschuldig. Freundlich zu jedermann, vielleicht allzu freundlich. Ich gestehe, mir wird nicht wohl, wenn man ihn mir gegenüber lobt. Es heißt doch, sich das Leben etwas zu leicht zu machen, wenn man einen so offensichtlich lobenswürdigen lobt, wie es mein Sohn ist. Mein sechster Sohn scheint, wenigstens auf den ersten Blick, der tiefsinnigste von allen, ein Kopfhänger und doch ein Schwätzer. Deshalb kommt man ihm nicht leicht bei. Ist er am Unterliegen, so verfällt er in unbesiegbare Traurigkeit. Erlangt er das Übergewicht, so wahrt er es durch Schwätzen. Doch spreche ich ihm eine gewisse selbstvergessene Leidenschaft nicht ab. Bei hellem Tag kämpft er sich oft durch das Denken wie im Traum. Ohne krank zu sein, vielmehr hat er eine sehr gute Gesundheit, taumelt er manchmal, besonders in der Dämmerung, braucht aber keine Hilfe, fällt nicht. Vielleicht hat an dieser Erscheinung seine körperliche Entwicklung Schuld. Er ist viel zu groß für sein Alter. Das macht ihn unschön im Ganzen, trotz auffallend schöner Einzelheiten, zum Beispiel der Hände und Füße. Unschön ist übrigens auch seine Stirn, sowohl in der Haut als in der Knochenbildung irgendwie verschrumpft. Der 7. Sohn gehört mir vielleicht mehr als alle anderen. Die Welt versteht ihn nicht zu würdigen. Seine besondere Art von Witz versteht sie nicht. Ich überschätze ihn nicht. Ich weiß, er ist geringfügig genug. Hätte die Welt keinen anderen Fehler als den, dass sie ihn nicht zu würdigen weiß, sie wäre noch immer makellos. Aber innerhalb der Familie wollte ich diesen Sohn nicht missen. Sowohl Unruhe bringt er, als auch Ehrfurcht vor der Überlieferung. Und beides fügt er, wenigstens für mein Gefühl, zu einem unanfechtbaren Ganzen. Mit diesem Ganzen weiß er allerdings selbst am wenigsten etwas anzufangen. Das Rad der Zukunft wird er nicht ins Rollen bringen, aber diese seine Anlage ist so aufmunternd, so hoffnungsreich. Ich wollte, er hätte Kinder und diese wieder Kinder. Leider scheint sich dieser Wunsch nicht erfüllen zu wollen. In einer mir zwar begreiflichen, aber ebenso unerwünschten Selbstzufriedenheit, die allerdings in großartigem Gegensatz zum Urteil seiner Umgebung steht, treibt er sich allein umher, kümmert sich nicht um Mädchen und wird trotzdem niemals seine gute Laune verlieren. Mein 8. Sohn ist mein Schmerzenskind, und ich weiß eigentlich keinen Grund dafür. Er sieht mich fremd an, und ich fühle mich doch väterlich eng mit ihm verbunden. Die Zeit hat vieles gut gemacht, früher aber befiel mich manchmal ein Zittern, wenn ich nur an ihn dachte. Er geht seinen eigenen Weg, hat alle Verbindungen mit mir abgebrochen und wird gewiß mit seinem harten Schädel, seinem kleinen athletischen Körper, nur die Beine hatte er als Junge recht schwach, aber das mag sich inzwischen schon ausgeglichen haben, überall durchkommen, wo es ihm beliebt. Öfters hatte ich Lust, ihn zurückzurufen, ihn zu fragen, wie es eigentlich um ihn steht, warum er sich vom Vater so abschließt und was er im Grunde beabsichtigt. Aber nun ist er so weit und so viel Zeit ist schon vergangen. Nun mag es so bleiben, wie es ist. Ich höre, dass er als der einzige meiner Söhne einen Vollbart trägt. Schön ist das bei einem so kleinen Mann natürlich nicht. Mein 9. Sohn ist sehr elegant und hat den für Frauen bestimmten, süßen Blick. So süß, dass er bei Gelegenheit sogar mich verführen kann, der ich doch weiß, dass förmlich ein nasser Schwamm genügt, um allen diesen überirdischen Glanz wegzuwischen. Das Besondere an diesem Jungen aber ist, dass er gar nicht auf Verführung ausgeht. Ihm würde es genügen, sein Leben lang auf dem Kanapee zu liegen und seinen Blick an die Zimmerdecke zu verschwenden oder, noch viel lieber, ihn unter den Augenlidern ruhen zu lassen. Ist er in dieser von ihm bevorzugten Lage, dann spricht er gern und nicht übel, gedrängt und anschaulich, aber doch nur in engen Grenzen. Geht er über sie hinaus, was sich bei ihrer Enge nicht vermeiden lässt, wird sein Reden ganz leer. Man würde ihm abwinken, wenn man Hoffnung hätte, dass dieser mit Schlaf gefüllte Blick es bemerken könnte. Mein 10. Sohn gilt als unaufrichtiger Charakter. Ich will diesen Fehler nicht ganz in Abrede stellen, nicht ganz bestätigen. Sicher ist, dass wer ihn in der weit über sein Alter hinausgehenden Feierlichkeit herankommen sieht, im immer festgeschlossenen Gehrock, im alten, aber übersorgfältig geputzten schwarzen Hut, mit dem unbewegten Gesicht, dem etwas vorragenden Kinn, den schwer über die Augen sich wölbenden Lidern, den manchmal an den Mund geführten 2 Fingern. Wer ihn so sieht, denkt, das ist ein grenzenloser Heuchler. Aber nun höre man ihn reden, verständig, mit Bedacht, kurz angebunden, mit boshafter Lebendigkeit Fragen durchkreuzend, in erstaunlicher, selbstverständlicher und froher Übereinstimmung mit dem Weltganzen. Eine Übereinstimmung, die notwendigerweise den Hals strafft und den Kopf erheben lässt. Viele, die sich sehr klug dünken und die sich aus diesem Grunde, wie sie meinten, von seinem Äußern abgestoßen fühlten, hat er durch sein Wort stark angezogen. Nun gibt es aber wieder Leute, die sein Äußeres gleichgültig lässt, denen aber sein Wort heuchlerisch erscheint. Ich, als Vater, will hier nicht entscheiden, doch muss ich eingestehen, dass die letzteren Beurteiler jedenfalls beachtenswerter sind als die ersteren. Mein 11. Sohn ist zart, wohl der schwächste unter meinen Söhnen, aber täuschend in seiner Schwäche. Er kann nämlich zu Zeiten kräftig und bestimmt sein, doch ist allerdings selbst dann die Schwäche irgendwie grundlegend. Es ist aber keine beschämende Schwäche, sondern etwas, das nur auf diesem unseren Erdboden als Schwäche erscheint. Ist nicht zum Beispiel auch Flugbereitschaft Schwäche, da sie doch Schwanken und Unbestimmtheit und Flattern ist? Etwas derartiges zeigt mein Sohn. Den Vater freuen natürlich solche Eigenschaften nicht. Sie gehen ja offenbar auf Zerstörung der Familie aus. Manchmal blickt er mich an, als wollte er mir sagen, ich werde dich mitnehmen, Vater. Dann denke ich, du wärst der Letzte, dem ich mich vertraue. Und sein Blick scheint wieder zu sagen, mag ich also wenigstens der Letzte sein? Das sind die 11 Söhne. End of 11 Söhne bei Franz Kafka. Read by Julia Niedermeyer.
Judicium Astrologicum pro anno 1811, from Vox Stellarum, or a Loyal Almanac for the year of Human Redemption, 1811, by Francis Moore. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vox Solorium, Vox Dei. The voice of the heavens is the voice of God. He speaks in all the changes of the seasons and of the times. Courteous reader, I wish you to observe the events and signs of these times, for indeed they are very serious, and we should do well to take heed thereunto. For as a nation we are all deeply interested in what is passing on the continent of Europe and other parts of the world. For indeed half the world seems in motion, and threatens to alter or overturn the whole current of human affairs, both in a civil and ecclesiastical sense. There has already been struck a final blow to the papal power, as liberty of conscience and the Protestant faith are now more extended than ever. This was not the case heretofore in papish countries. The marriage of the French Emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte, with a daughter of the House of Austria, Her Royal Highness Maria Louisa, will be found an event of very great political consequence, both to us and to all Europe. Austria will gain more by this and negotiating than ever could or would have been done by the sword. By fighting, that illustrious house was fast falling to decay, but by this circumstance will begin again to rise. The Emperor of Austria could never gain by waging war against France what will now be obtained by this union. Such is the vicissitude of events. My readers may recollect that I did long ago, from stellary configurations and the cabalistical art, infer that divine providence had ordained some certain kingdoms and countries to great tribulations, if not an utter destruction or new modification of their constitutions, etc. This has been but too truly fulfilled in some countries, and is still, I fear, fulfilling in others. What reverses of fortune, and what a waste of life have late years produced! What a bloody and eventful war are we still engaged in! How wide has been its progress, and still how dark with respect to its termination! May God protect my native land and country from civil commotions, and all other calamities, both now and for evermore. I now present my readers with another hieroglyphic alluding to these eventful times. I shall omit the deciphering of these characters, as I sometimes have done, but leave them to time and the curious to construe. They relate to a view of mundane transactions. Before I finish this part of my almanac, I wish to remind my readers of what I believe to be a great truth, and that is, that God will in due time reform and purge his church. Before that is brought about, a great scourge shall be brought on Italy, that is, Popish Rome, and that for the deprivation and corruption of the clergy, and the evil government of corrupt prelates, who will not themselves enter into the kingdom of heaven, nor suffer those that would. Those in tribulation shall cry to the Almighty from the earth, and their cries shall be heard. And it is also my opinion, drawn from political and other observations, that we are near the dawning of some important change, or at least of something very important, which the sacred hand of Providence at present withholds from us, for there will be a time of great alterations in all nations, as is mentioned in the 12th chapter of the prophet Daniel. End of Judicium Astrologicum pro anno 1811. Read by Amy Graymore, Holton, Maine.
Las faldas pantalón, de la tarde, diario independiente de noticias y avisos del 23 de febrero de 1911. Esta es una grabación de LibriVox que forma parte de su 11º aniversario. Todas las grabaciones de LibriVox están en el dominio público. Para más información o para participar como voluntario, por favor visite LibriVox.org. La nueva moda sigue haciendo en Madrid heroínas. Esta tarde 2 mujeres elegantísimas pasearon por las calles de Atocha y Concepción Jerónima llevando la moderna falda pantalón. Un gentío inmenso las siguió dando prueba de su incultura y barbarie. Fueron silbadas y apostrofadas produciéndose fenomenal escándalo. Algunos individuos más osados y peor educados se abalanzaron a las 2 mujeres, intentando desgarrarlas la falda entre los gritos de la multitud, que no salió en defensa de las damas. Estas se vieron obligadas a refugiarse en un portal, estacionándose junto al mismo millares de personas que impidieron por largo tiempo la circulación de tranvías. Mientras se producían estos incidentes, en la calle se armó viva discusión entre los partidarios y los enemigos de la nueva moda, repartiéndose algunas bofetadas, supremo argumento a que se apeló para dar fuerza a la tesis sustentada. Mientras esto ocurría, del mismo portal donde se habían refugiado las 2 señoritas, salieron otras 2 vistiendo falda en trobé muy pronunciada, y creyéndose el público que usaban falda pantalón, se armó fenomenal gritería, persiguiéndolas el público en medio de denuestos e imprecaciones, obligándolas a refugiarse en una casa contigua. Los guardias disolvieron la manifestación. Entonces salieron las que llevaban falda pantalón dirigiéndose hacia la Puerta del Sol, produciéndose nueva rechifla. Los guardias las refugiaron en el Ministerio de la Gobernación. Fin de las faldas pantalón. De la tarde, diario independiente de noticias y avisos del 23 de febrero de 1911. Leído por Luis Alberto Martín.
The Lodger in Number 11 by Kate Jordan. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Pickwick lived in a garret in a decayed mansion which stood at the corner of Upper Bleecker Street and one of the queer little byways with a forgotten name running across that dingy New York thoroughfare. It was springtime. The dormer windows were open, and on each window-sill stood a small flower-pot, the sturdy blossoms making a bit of colour that was very effective beside the gauzy curtains of cheesecloth. An old mahogany dresser, to which Miss Pickwick had clung most tenaciously, even when she was hungry, stood in a corner, polished so beautifully by her own delicate hands that it shone like a dusky mirror. There were a few old blue plates, too, saved from the wreckage of her affluence. As for Miss Pickwick herself, she was in harmony with the refinement and cosiness of her garret room. Her collars and cuffs were of her own embroidering, and her best silk gown, turned so many times that it was now of a colour not in the calendar, fitted her spare graceful figure with a smoothness that told of long acquaintance with every line. She had a smile that old people and children warmed to, and a voice, a touch of hand, that made homeless cats and dogs adopt her as their own as soon as they came within the radius of either. Nevertheless, this gentle Miss Pickwick, who made scarfs or did fine sewing for a living, who painted china when anyone wanted it, and had been known to make over old hats at very low prices, thought herself quite a cynic. She thought all men fickle and faithless, except her young cousin Ralph. She thought all actresses wicked. She had known only one. The reason for these fixed antipathies tells her story. Years before, how many, many years before, she had lived in this very house where now she rented a garret. Then it had been the mansion of her father, a prosperous lawyer, and she had been his petted daughter. In this house she had loved. In this house she had first known what it was to taste the cup of pain. No one remembered the story now, except Miss Pickwick. David Townsend was the name written across a carte de visite photograph at the bottom of a cedar box which an uncle of Miss Pickwick's had brought years ago from Palestine. The picture showed a handsome, reckless type of the ultra-fashionable young man of the late 60s. The face had poetry and fire in it. The very pose of the head was impulsive. He seemed a man who would make bitter mistakes and eat the kernel of despair in unavailable regret for them. This is just what David Townsend did, no doubt, when he jilted pretty Rosanna Pickwick for Mademoiselle Delphine, the dancer at the Bowery Theatre, who walked on the hearts of the young men of that day. You will understand now why Miss Pickwick hated the words actress and theatre. She stopped sewing when a barrel organ paused under her window and began churning out "Her bright smile haunts me still." The old song that so many girls had sung to their sweethearts in the long ago seemed to speak in reawakened tenderness to the old house, and also to Miss Pickwick's heart. She had carolled that old song to David Townsend many a time, his eyes glowing as he listened. It is years since last we met, we may never meet again. I have struggled to forget, but the struggle was in vain. Never meet again, her thoughts ran. Never indeed. The needle fell unheeded to the floor as she began to think of the second chapter of her life story. The dark chapter after the blow fell, when she had to bear the stigma of jilted. She had carried her head high, though her heart seemed no longer to beat under its load of pain. Her cold, proud face was a defiance to the curious, pitying eyes of her friends. By degrees, when people had dared speak David's name to her, she heard he had circulated a story that she had dismissed him. She remembered now that she had thought him merciful, though weak and false, and she had not contradicted the rumour. She picked up the needle and went on with her task. If he is living, I suppose he is still in Paris. Wasn't it in 77 that Abby Sheldon ran across him on the stairs of the Grand Opera? Yes, he was living there then. Then it was 84 when Mary Fitzwilliam wrote to me from Rome, saying he was living in a pension there, his wife dead, most of his money gone. He's probably dead by this time. She stitched diligently. I wonder if he was happy. I wonder if he ever regretted. And her thoughts trailed away into thin imaginings. There was a hurried little tip-tap at the door. It was Ralph's individual knock, so that she would not hesitate to admit him. The same timidity that always made her look under her bed at night although it was scarcely 10 inches from the floor and could be the hiding place of only the most attenuated marauder, made her keep her door locked constantly. "I stay here because of old association," Miss Pickwick had explained at times, "but some of the lodgers seem to be doubtful people, and tipplers." She hurried over and turned the key, her face very happy. She loved Ralph, his youth, his handsome face, his talent, his ambition to be a great sculptor. "Why, Ralph," she said as she shook his hand, drawing him in, "I didn't expect a visit today. This is a pleasant surprise to your old cousin." "I was down after an Italian model. Thought I'd look in," said Ralph, with a touch of confusion as he sat down. "Can you have a bite of lunch with me, dear?" "Of course. Tea and toast. I'll be delighted." When the little table was set, Miss Pickwick became suddenly aware of a surprising thing which she had failed to notice in her hurry. "Why, Ralph," she exclaimed, "have not you on your best grey suit, and a white flower in your buttonhole? What does it mean?" "Why, it means, Cousin Rosie, that besides hunting for a model, I've been calling on a young lady who lives in this very house." "Whom can you possibly know here, Ralph?" And she stared at him. "Don't you know the people in number 11, first floor?" he asked. "I make no acquaintances among the lodgers here. They are mostly foreigners." From Miss Pickwick's untravelled, ultra-Puritan standpoint, foreign birth was eminently undesirable. "Foreigners?" Ralph laughed. "Why, Auntie, you've no idea what nice people live in other countries. Now, this girl, Eugénie, is French." Miss Pickwick thought of Mademoiselle Delphine and her very educated toes. "Have nothing to do with her, my dear Ralph," she said, setting her mouth primly. "French women are butterflies." "She's a peach," said Ralph tenderly and with boyish warmth. "A what?" "Well, I mean, she's just right. Her eyes are just like amethysts. I never saw such eyes." Miss Pickwick leaned forward and transfixed him with as stern a look as she was capable of. "What about her character?" she demanded. "She has character to burn." "Is that slang?" Miss Pickwick asked helplessly. "I don't understand." "Yes, I suppose it is, and not very elegant. But I mean she has heaps of character. Why, do you know, after singing her little part every night in an opera, she comes home and nurses her sick father. And in the daytime she makes straw hats." Ralph delivered the last words with an air which seemed to count out any further contradiction. "If that isn't character, if it isn't sweetness, if it isn't courage, if it isn't being a brick, then show me what is. I tell you, Eugénie is adorable. She is a witch, a saint, as merry as a kitten, as wise as a philosopher, and she has the miserable fate to love me." He knew that this would create consternation, and it did, but not the sort Ralph had expected. To his amaze, she sat back quietly, a pallor almost bluish stealing over the sweet, patient face. "A Frenchwoman, an actress," she said, in a voice scarcely above a whisper, and then she looked past Ralph into the distance, into years of which he could know nothing. "What's the matter?" he asked, springing up and taking her hands, which were closed and cold. "It seems strange that you should have chosen this girl of all others, because... "Well, tell me, Cousin Rosie. You look so strange. You've never even seen Eugénie, I'm sure." "I'm not thinking of her," she said, holding his hands fast and letting her grey eyes look deep down into his heart. "I'm thinking of the ruin a woman made of my life, a Frenchwoman, an actress." "Why, Cousin Rosie." You never heard my story, Ralph. Everyone belonging to both of us is gone, and my embittered heart, my useless life, were important failures only to myself. But you see, dear, why I feel almost an uncanny terror of this girl you love. She is not the one I would have chosen for you. Is she worthy of you? Will she make your life happy? How can she, a foreigner, a girl of the theatre, help or understand you in your career?" Ralph was touched to the very core of his warm heart. He could have tried to overcome her objections with a jest and a laugh, had they been merely dislikes formed from her prim, narrow outlook. But this glimpse of the disillusioned self, which she had kept so long and so proudly hidden, awakened new thoughts. He drew his chair over to Miss Pickwick's and wheedled from her some of the facts of her love story. She had told him only a few things, her lover's name, the dancer's name, when a slow light of comprehension stole over Ralph's face. When the story was done, he looked at Miss Pickwick, an unwonted tenderness mixed with a strange excitement in his blue eyes. "You have never seen this David Townsend since he married?" "Never. He went to Paris to live. I remained here. No, indeed, that pain was spared me," said Miss Pickwick, rising with a sigh. "And now, dear, that you have listened to my old maid's love tale, you will know how the thought of any similarity between your wife and the woman who dazzled David Townsend and drew him away from me could only cause me pain." "Yes, I understand," said Ralph, and there was still that strange look of excitement in his eyes. "But believe me, dear Cousin Rosie, you misjudge my sweetheart. Wait until you see her. She earns her living by singing to support her father, because God has given her the gift of a beautiful voice. She's as pure as a violet. The theatre need not be a den of iniquity, Cousin Rosie. Believe me, young as I am, I've learned that you can find in a place just what you bring to it. Eugénie comes and goes upon her way as a singer, but in heart and at home she is just a simple girl, true, womanly, proud and sweet." Miss Pickwick sat down, her hands folded primly. "I see you have made up your mind," she said with a little sigh. "You are your own master, of course. What favour do you want to ask of me?" "Well, it's just this," said Ralph slowly. "You have been asking me about Eugénie, and you're awfully afraid I'm making a mistake. Now her father is coming to you to make inquiries about me, because he's afraid Eugénie may be making a mistake." "Her father?" And Miss Pickwick gave a little shiver of distaste. "Yes," Ralph burst out into a peal of boyish laughter. "Oh, I suppose you see him in your mind's eye, a swarthy, mincing Frenchman of the most objectionable sort. Perhaps you think he wears earrings." Miss Pickwick passed her hand tremblingly over her face. "I speak so little French now." "He speaks English as well as you do." Ralph's tone was full of anticipation and mystery, although Miss Pickwick did not realise it. "Will you see him?" "When?" "Now." "Oh!" The unusualness of the coming episode flushed her cheek. "Very well," she added gently. "If you wish it, dear. But give me time to put away the lunch things and tidy up a bit." Ralph went to the door, and then he paused and looked at Miss Pickwick. She was frail and no longer young. A great surprise might shock her spent heart dangerously, and he had a great surprise in store for her. Impulsively he went back to her side and put his strong, masterful arms around her, kissing her warmly. "See here, Cousin Rosie. Something wonderful is going to happen to you. Something wonderful. Now, don't ask any questions, but be prepared." He fled from the room before she could speak. Miss Pickwick remained standing where he had left her. She pondered over Ralph's last words, but without reaching their meaning. Then she brushed her soft blonde hair and fastened her embroidered collar with the cameo brooch worn only on special occasions. When a quiet but decided knock came upon her door, she gave a nervous start. A thrill ran through her whole system, opening her grey eyes with expectancy and making a rosy bloom leap to her wan cheek, so that, for a moment, she looked more like the Rosanna Pickwick of other days than she had done in years. It was well she did, for when her door opened, admitting a grey-haired man in well-fitting but worn clothes, she knew that the past had entered, that it was looking at her from under the visitor's brows with the dark, unquenchable, never-to-be-forgotten eyes of David Townsend. For a moment the two stood like ghosts come back and gazed at each other. A miracle had happened. It was the man who spoke first. "You are Ralph Morton's cousin?" "Yes, and you," she faltered. "I'm Eugénie's father." He placed his hat on the table just in time to assist Miss Pickwick as she swayed in trying to reach a chair. As she rallied, their hands touched. "We meet again here," David was saying, "in the old house." "How long have you been here?" Miss Pickwick asked when she could. "Since before Christmas, 4 or 5 months. When I came back to New York with Eugénie, I wandered through this old neighbourhood, now so sadly changed. When I saw this, your old home rented out in rooms, I settled here with my daughter." He looked at her with sudden yearning. "Are you sorry? Do you want me to go away?" "I wonder why you came. This is a house I should have thought you'd try to forget," said Miss Pickwick, trying to be very stern. "But why should I wish to forget? All these years I've thought tenderly of you, in spite of the letter you sent casting me off to pay the price of my folly." "Cast you off? Folly?" Miss Pickering asked, sitting upright. "Surely you haven't forgotten," said David. "I confess I acted like a young fool and deserved to be dismissed. But now, in the twilight of our lives, I may tell you the truth. It was you I loved, Rosanna. I loved you then, and I love you still." As she listened in amaze, it seemed to Miss Pickwick that life had turned back many chapters. "When your letter came breaking the engagement," David continued. "Letter?" Miss Pickwick's lips tried to murmur in denial. "I think I went mad with grief. Then I wrote you, begging an interview. You wrote back a refusal. I thought I hated you then, and in my pain and wrath I married Delphine." Miss Pickwick was silent, but her memory was busy. She recalled how, 15 years before, her Aunt Betty, with whom she had lived then, had tried on her deathbed to tell her niece something about a letter. Now it was all clear. Aunt Betty, thinking David too inconstant and reckless to make a good husband, had sent those letters to keep Rosanna from what she thought would be a wretched marriage. Miss Pickwick pondered on the situation. Should she tell David the truth? No. Wise and feminine to the core, she determined to shield Aunt Betty. She sat perfectly quiet, dropped her lashes, a smile nicking the corners of her mouth. As David leaned nearer and kissed her hand with the grace that men have lost in these rushing modern days, her heart stirred under the caress like a bird in the spring. "Don't you think, Rosanna, that God has sent us to each other at last." In the back parlour, with number 11 marked in white letters on the big mahogany door, the younger lovers waited for the return of Eugénie's father. "Oh, it is such a happy day," said Eugénie, her hand in Ralph's as they listened for his step. "You know, this morning there came news of a legacy to my papa from his great aunt, enough to buy us all a pretty house in the country. It is wonderful, wonderful that your cousin and he are old sweethearts. Wonderful about the money. Wonderful, most wonderful that you love me," Ralph added. The hours crept along until it was almost twilight, and still Eugénie's father had not come. "They have forgotten us," said Ralph. "They have so much to talk of. A whole lifetime since they've seen each other." "Let's creep upstairs," said Eugénie. And they did, hand in hand. But outside Miss Pickwick's door they paused. First they heard a woman's voice speaking very softly. "And do you remember, David, that day—" Then there came a murmur and a low, happy laugh that Ralph could hardly recognize as his elderly cousin's. Next a man's voice said, "And the night of the ball to the Grand Duke Alexis. You wore white, with such a lot of roses. Oh, dearest, don't you remember?" The boy and girl looked into each other's faces in a startled way, almost with awe, as they stole away more softly even than they had come. On the threshold of number 11 they paused, and Ralph took his sweetheart's face into the circle of his hands as he looked into her eyes. "Sweetheart, may we love so when we are old." End of The Lodger in Number 11 by Kate Jordan. Read by Ruth Golding.
Number 11. A Hospital Story. From A Book About Doctors by John Cordy Jefferson. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honour of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "Then, sir," said Mrs. Mallet, "if you'll only not look so frightened, I'll tell you how it was. It is now 20 years ago that I was very unfortunate. I was not more than 30 years of age, but I was old enough to have just lost a good husband and a dear little babe, and then, when I hadn't a sixpence in my pocket, I caught the fever and had to go to a hospital. I wasn't used to trouble, for although I was nothing better than a poor man's child, I had known all my life nothing but kindness. I never had but one mistress, my lady, who, when she was the most beautiful young lady in all Devonshire, took me out of a village school and raised me to be her maid, and her maid I was for 12 years, first down in Devonshire, and afterwards up in London, when she married, somewhat against the will of her family, a thorough good gentleman, but a poor one, who after a time took her out to India, where he became a judge and she a grand lady. My dear mistress would have taken me out to India with her, only she was then too poor to pay for my passage out and bear the expense of me there, where labour can be got so cheap, and native servants can live on a handful of rice a day. She, sir, is Lady Burridge, the same who gave me the money to start this house with, and whose carriage you saw yesterday at my door. So my mistress went eastward, and I was left behind to marry a young man I had loved for some few years, and who had served during that time as clerk to my lady's husband. I was a young woman, and young women, to the end of the chapter, will think it a brave thing to fall in love. I thought my sweetheart was a handsomer and cleverer man than any other of his station in all London. I wonder how many girls have thought the same of their favourites. I went to church one morning with a fluttering heart and trembling knees, and came out under the porch thinking that all my life would ever afterwards be brighter and lighter and sunnier than it had been before. Well, in dancing into that pretty blunder, I wasn't a bigger fool than lots of others. And if a good husband is a great blessing, and she must be a paltry woman who can say nay to that, I was born to luck, for my husband was kind, good, and true. His temper was as sweet at home as his manners were abroad. He was hard-working and clever, sober and devout, and, though you may laugh at a woman of my age talking so like a romance, I tell you, sir, that if my life had to come all over again, I'd rather have the mischance of marrying my dear Richard than the good fortune of wedding a luckier man. There's no doubt the game turned out ill for me. At first it seemed as if it would be just otherwise, for my husband had good health, plenty of work, and sufficient pay, so that, when my little girl came, her sweet face brought no shadow of anxiety with it, and we hoped she would be followed in due course by 6 more. But, ere the dear babe had learned to prattle, a drear change came over the happy prospect. The fever crept over the gentle darling, and after she had suffered for a week or more, lying on my arms, God raised her from me into his happy home, where the beauty of summer reigns for ever, and the coldness of winter never enters. Richard and I took the body of our babe to the burial ground, and saw it covered up in the earth, which by turns gives all we get, and takes away from us all we have. And as we walked back to our deserted home arm in arm, in the light of the summer's evening, we talked to each other more solemnly and tenderly than we had done for many a day. And the next morning he went back to his work in the office from which he had absented himself since our child's death, and I encouraged him to cheer up, and not to give way to sorrow when I was not nigh to comfort him, but toil bravely and hopefully, as a man should. And in so advising him, I do not blush to say that I thought not only of what was best for his spirits, but also of what our necessity required, for we were only poor people, not at any time beforehand in the world, and now reduced by the cost of our little one's illness and funeral, and, sir, in this hard world we women, most times, have the best of it, for when the house is full of sorrow, we have little else to do but weep, but the men have to grieve and toil too. But poor Richard could not hold up his head. He came back from work that day pale and faint, and in the evening he had a chill and a heat fit that let me know the fever which had killed our little one had passed on to him. The next day he could not leave his bed, and the doctor, a most kind man who was always making rough jokes in a rough voice just to hide his womanliness, said to me, "If your husband goes down to his master's chambers in the Temple today, he had better stop at the coffin-maker's in the corner of Chancery Lane and leave his measure." But Richard's case was not one for a jest, and he rapidly became worse than the doctor fancied he would be when he made that light speech. He was ill for 6 weeks, and then began slowly to mend. He got on so far as to sit up for 2 days, for half an hour while he had his tea, and we were hoping that soon he would be able to be moved into the country, to his sister's, whose husband was an engineer at Stratford. But suddenly he had a relapse, and on the morning that finished the 10th week of his being seized, his arms let go their hold on my neck, and I was left alone. All during my babe's and Richard's long illness, my sister Martha had behaved like a true sister to me. She was my only sister, and to the best of my knowledge, the only relation I had in the world. And a good one she was. From girl to woman, her heart always rung out clear like a bell. She had 3 young children, but even fear of contagion reaching them could not keep her from me in my trouble. She kept making the journey backwards and forwards at least once a week in the carrier's cart, and though she had no money to spare, she brought me with her husband's blessing presents of wine and jellies and delicate meat, to buy which, I knew right well, she and her husband and her children must have pinched themselves down to scanty rations of bread and water. Her hands helped mine to put the flowers in poor Richard's coffin. She bore me up while I followed it pale and trembling to the grave. And when that horrible day was coming to an end, and she was about to return home, she took me into her arms, and covering me with kisses and caressings and 1,000 gentle sayings, as if I had been a child of her own instead of her sister and a grown woman, she made me promise to come down to her at Stratford at the end of the week, and stay with her till God should give me strength and spirits and guidance to work for myself again. But that promise was not kept. Next morning the rough, tender doctor came in out of his mere goodness, to give me a friendly look, and a "God speed you," and found me too sickening for an illness. I knew, sir, he had made the discovery before his lips confessed a word, for when he had taken my wrist and felt my pulse, and looked up into my worn face, he turned pale, as if almost frightened, and such a look of grief came on his eyes and lips that he could not have said plainer, "My poor woman, my poor woman. What I feared from the beginning, and prayed God not to permit, has come to pass at last." Then I fairly broke down and cried bitterly, and I told the doctor how sore afflicted I was, how God had taken my husband and babe from me, how all my little means had been consumed in the expenses of nursing, how the little furniture in my rooms would not pay half of what I owed to honest folk, and how, even in my unspeakable wretchedness, I could not ask the Almighty to take away my life, for I could not rest in death if I left the world without paying my just debts. Well, sir, the doctor sat down by me and said, in his softest and simplest way, "Come, come, neighbour, don't you frighten yourself. Be calm and listen to me. Don't let the thoughts of debts worry you. What little I have done in the way of business for your poor child and husband, I never wished to be paid for, so there's your greatest creditor disposed of. As for the others, they won't trouble you, for I'll undertake to see that none of them shall think that you have wronged them. I wish I could do more, neighbour, but I ain't a rich man, and I have got a wife and a regiment of little ones at home who won't help in the long run to make me richer, although I am sure they'll make me happier. But now for yourself. You must go to the fever hospital to have your illness out. The physician who'll take care of you there is the cleverest in all London, and, as he is an old friend of mine, I can ask him to pay especial attention to you. You'll find it a pleasant, cheerful place, much more cool and comfortable than your rooms here. The nurses are all of them good people, and while lying on your bed there, you won't have to fret yourself with thinking how you are to pay for the doctors and medicine and kitchen physic." I was only too thankful to assent to all the doctor said, and forthwith he fetched a coach, put me into it, and took me off to the fever hospital, to which his influence procured me instant admittance. Without delay I was conveyed to a large and comfortable bed, which, with another similar bed parallel to it, was placed against the wall at the end of a long gallery containing 20 other beds. The first day of my hospital life I spent tranquilly enough. The languor of extreme exhaustion had soothed me, and my malady had not robbed me of my senses. So I lay calmly on my couch and watched all the proceedings and arrangements of the great bedroom. I noticed how clean and white all the beds looked, and what kindly women the nurses were. I remarked what a wide space there was down the middle of the room between the 2 rows of beds, and again what large intervals there were between the beds on each side. I observed, too, that over every bed there was a ventilator set in the wall, and beneath the ventilator a board on which was pinned a paper bearing in a filled-up printed form the number of the bed to which it belonged, the date when the occupant was admitted to the ward, the names of the physician and nurse under whose charge she was, the medicine she was taking, and the diet on which she was put. It made me smile, moreover, to note how the nurses, when giving physic or nourishment, or otherwise attending to their charges, would frequently address them by the numbers on their boards instead of their names. "Nurse, dear," I asked with a smile when my attendant came near me, "what's my name?" "Oh, dear," said she, looking up at the board which had already been fixed over my head, "your name is number 11. It would be hard for me to give you, sir, any notion of how those words, number 11, took possession of my mind. This was the more strange because the nurse did not usually call me by them, for she was a motherly creature, and almost always addressed me as "poor dear," or "poor child." And the doctors who had the charge of me spoke to me as "friend," or "old friend," or "neighbour." But all the same for that, I always thought of myself as number 11, and ere many days, if anyone had asked me what my name was, I could not for the life of me have remembered Abigail Mallet, but should have answered number 11. The patient in the next bed to me was number 22. She was, like myself, a poor woman who had just lost a husband and child by the fever, and both of us were very much struck and then drawn to each other by discovering how we had suffered alike. We often interchanged a few words during the long, sorrowful hours of the long, hot nights, but our whisperings always turned to the same subject. "Number 11," I used to hear her poor thin lips murmur. "Are you thinking of your baby, dear?" "To be sure, darling," I would answer. "I am awake, and when I am awake I am always thinking of her." Then most times she would inquire, "Number 11, dear, which do you think of most, the little one or her father?" Whereto I would reply, "I think of both alike, dear, for whenever I look at her, the fair young angel in heaven, she seems to be lying in her father's arms." And after we had conversed so, number 22 would be quiet for a few minutes, and often in the silence of the night I could at such times hear that which informed me the poor woman was weeping to herself, in such a way that she was happier for her tears. But my malady progressed unfavourably. Each succeeding night was worse to endure. and the morning light, instead of bringing refreshment and hope, only gave to me a dull, gloomy consciousness that I had passed hours in delirium, and that I was weaker and heavier in heart, and more unlikely than ever to hold my head up again. They cut all the hair off my head, and put blisters at the back of my neck, but the awful weight of sorrow and the gnawing heat kept on my brain all the same. I could no longer amuse myself with looking at what went on in the ward. I lost all care for the poor woman who lay in the next bed, and soon I tossed to and fro, and heeding nothing of the outer world except the burning and aching and thirst and sleeplessness that encased me. One morning I opened my eyes and saw the doctor standing between me and number 22 talking to the nurse. A fit of clearness passed over my understanding, such as people suffering under fever often experience for a few seconds, and I heard the physician say softly to the nurses, "We must be careful and do our best, sister, and leave the rest to God. They are both very ill. This is now the 4th day since either of them recognized me. They must have more wine and brandy to help them through. Here, give me their boards." On this, the nurse took down the boards and handed them one after the other to the physician, and he, taking a pen from a clerk, who always attended him, wrote his directions on the papers and handed them back to the nurse. Having seen and heard all this, I shifted in my bed, and after a few weak efforts to ponder on my terrible condition and how awful a thing it is to die, I fell back into my former state of delirium and half-consciousness. The next distinct memory I have of my illness was when I opened my eyes and beheld a wooden screen standing between me and the next bed. My head felt as if it had been put into a closely fitting cap of ice, but apart from this strange sensation, I was free from pain. My body was easy, and my mind was tranquil. My nurse was standing at the foot of my bed, and looking towards me with an expression of solemn tenderness, and by her side was another woman, as I afterwards found out, a new nurse, unaccustomed to the ways of the hospital. "What is that screen there for?" asked the novice. My nurse lowered her voice and answered slowly, "Number 11, poor soul, is dying. She'll be dead in half an hour, and the screen is there so that number 22 mayn't see her." "Poor soul," said the novice. "May God have mercy upon her." They spoke scarcely above a whisper, but I heard them distinctly, and a solemn gladness, such as I used to feel when I was a young girl at the sound of church music, came over me at learning that I was to die. Only half an hour, and I should be with baby and Richard in heaven. Mixed with this thought, too, there was a pleasant memory of those I had loved and who had loved me, of Sister Martha and her husband and children, of the doctor who had been so good to me and brought me to the hospital, of my lady in India, and many others, and I silently prayed the Almighty with my dying heart to protect and bless them. Then passed through me a fluttering of strange, soft fancies, and it was revealed to me that I was dead. By and by the physician came his round of the ward, stepping lightly, pausing at each bed, speaking softly to nurses and patients, and, without knowing it, making many a poor woman entertain kinder thoughts than she had ever meant to cherish of the wealthy and gentle. When he came to the end of the ward, his handsome face wore a pitiful air, and it was more by the movement of his lips than by the sound of his mouth that I knew what passed from him to the nurse. "Well, sister, well," he said. "She sleeps quietly at last, poor thing. I hope and believe the next life will be a fairer one for her than this has been." "Her sister has been written to," observed the nurse. "Quite right. And how is the other?" "Oh, number 22 is just the same. Quite still, not moving at all, scarcely breathing, sir." "Huh. You must persevere. Possibly she'll pull through. Goodbye, sister." Late in the evening my sister Martha came. She was dressed in black, and led with her hand Rhoda, her eldest daughter. Poor Martha was very pale, and worn and ill. When she approached the bed on which I lay, she seemed as if she would faint, and she trembled so painfully that my kind nurse led her behind the screen so that she might recover herself out of my sight. After a few seconds, say 2 minutes, she stood again at the foot of my bed, calmer but with tears in her eyes, and such a mournful loveliness in her sweet face as I had never seen before. "I shouldn't have known her, nurse," she said, gazing at me for a short space, and then withdrawing her eyes. "She is so much altered." "Ah, dear," answered the nurse, "sickness alters people much, and then death more." "I know it, nurse, I know it. And she looks very calm and blissful. Her face is so full of rest, so full of rest." The nurse fetched some seats, and made Martha and Rhoda sit down side by side, and then the good woman stood by them, ready to afford them all comfort in her power. "How did she bear her illness?" inquired Martha. "Like an angel, dear," answered the nurse. "She had a sweet, grateful, loving temper. Whatever I did for her, even though my duty compelled me to give her pain, she was never fretful, but always concealed her anguish and said, 'Thank you, dear, thank you, you are very good. God will reward you for all your goodness.' And as the end came nigher, I often fancied that she had reasonable and happy moments, for she would fold her hands together and say scraps of prayers which children are taught." "Nurse," replied my sister after a pause, "she and I were the only children of our father, and we were left orphans very young. She was 2 years older than I, and she always thought for me and did for me as if she had been my mother. I could fill whole hours with telling you all the goodness and forbearance and love she displayed to me from the time I was little or no bigger than my child here. I was often wayward and peevish, and gave her many hours of trouble. But though at times she could be hot to others, she never spoke an unkind word to me. There was no sacrifice that she would not have made for me, but all the return I ever made was to worry her with my evil, jealous temper. I was continually imagining unchristian things against her, that she slighted me, that because she had a mistress who made much of her, she didn't care for me, that she didn't think my children fit to be proud of. And I couldn't keep all these foolish thoughts in my head to myself, but I must needs go and speak them out to her, and irritate her to quarrel with me. But she always returned smooth words to my angry ones, and I never had a fit of my unjust temper but she charmed me out of it, and showed me my error in such a way that I was reproved without too much humiliation, and loved her more than ever. Oh, dear friend, dear good nurse, if you have a sister, don't treat her as I did Abigail, with suspicion and wicked passion, for should you, all the light speeches of your forwardness will return to you, and lie heavy on your heart when hers shall beat no more." When Martha had said this, she cried very bitterly, and as I lay dead on my bed and listened to her unfair self-reproaches, I longed to break the icy bonds that held me, and yearned to clasp her to my breast. Still, though I could neither move nor utter a sound, it thrilled me with gladness to see how she loved me. "Mother," said little Rhoda softly, "don't cry. We shan't be long away from Aunt and her baby, for when this life is done we shall go to them. You know, Mother, you told me so last night." I was not permitted to hear any more. A colder chill came over my brain, and, wrapped in unconsciousness and deep stillness, I lay upon my bed. My next recollection is of beholding the grey dawn stream in through the half-opened windows, and of wondering, amid vague reminiscences of my previous sensations, how it was that a dead person could take notice of the world it moved in when alive. It is not enough to say that my experience of the last repose was pleasant to me. I was rejoiced and greatly delighted by it. Death, it seemed then, was no state of cold decay for men to shudder at with affright, but a condition of tranquillity and mental comfort. I continued to muse on this remarkable discovery for an hour and more, when my favourite nurse reappeared to relieve the woman who had taken the night watch, and approached me. "Ah!" she surprised me by saying, as a smile of congratulation lighted her face. "Then you are alive this morning, dear, and have your handsome eyes wide open." This, in my opinion, was a singularly strange and inappropriate address, but I made no attempt to respond to it, for I knew that I was dead, and that the dead do not speak. "Why, dear heart," resumed the nurse, kneeling by my side and kissing me, "can't you find your tongue? I know by your eyes that you know me. The glassy stare has left them. Come, do say a word, and say you are better." Then a suspicion flashed across my brain, and raising my right hand slightly, I pointed to the bed of number 22 and asked, "How is she? How is she?" "Don't frighten yourself, dear," answered the nurse. "She isn't there. She's been moved. She doesn't have that bed any longer." "Then it is she who is dead, nurse, and all the rest was a dream? It is she who is dead?" "Hush, hush, dear. She has gone to rest." Yes, it was all clear to me. Not I, but my unfortunate companion had died, and in my delirious fancy I had regarded the friends who came to see her and convey her to the grave as my sister Martha and her little daughter Rhoda. I did not impart to the nurse the delusion of which I had been the victim, for, as is often the case with the sick, I was sensitive with regard to the extreme mental sickness into which I had fallen, and the vagaries of my reason. So I kept my secret to the best of my power, and having recognised how much better I was, how the fever had quitted my veins and the weight had left my head, I thanked God in my heart for all his mercies, and once more cherished a hope that he might see fit to restore me to health. My recovery was rapid. At the end of a fortnight I was moved into the convalescence ward, and was fed up with wine and meat in abundance. I had every reason to be thankful for all the kindness bestowed on me in the hospital, and all the good effect God permitted that kindness to have. But one thing troubled me very much, and cut me to the quick. Ever since I had been in hospital, my sister had neither been to see me nor sent to inquire after me. It was no very difficult business to account for her neglect of me. She had her good qualities. Even in the height of my anger I could not deny that. But she was of a very proud high temper. She could sacrifice anything but her pride for love of me. I had gone into a hospital, had received public charity, and she hadn't courage to acknowledge a sister who had sunk so low as that. But if she was proud, so was I. I could be as high and haughty as she, and, what was more, I would show her that I could be so. What, to leave her own sister, her only sister, who had worked for her when she was little, and who had loved her as her own heart? I would resent it. Perhaps fortune might yet have a turn to make in my favour, and if so, I would in my prosperity remember how I had been treated in my adversity. I am filled with shame now, when I think on the revengeful imaginations which followed each other through my breast. I am thankful that when my animosity was at its height, my sister did not present herself before me, for had she done so, I fear that without waiting for an explanation from her, I should have spoken hasty words that, however much I might have afterwards repented them, and she forgiven them, would have rendered it impossible for us to be again the same as we were before. I never mentioned to anyone, nurse or patient, in the convalescent ward, the secret of my clouded brows, or let out that I had a friend in the world to think of me or to neglect me. Hour after hour I listened to women and girls and young children talking of home pleasures, and longing to be quite well and dismissed from the confinement of the hospital, and anticipating the pleasure which their husbands or mothers or sisters or children would express at welcoming them again. But I never gave a word of such gossip. I only hearkened, and compared their hopes with my desolation, morosely and vindictively. Before I was declared perfectly restored, I got very tired of my imprisonment. Indeed, the whole time I was in the convalescent ward my life was wearisome, and without any of the pleasures which the first days of my sickness had had. There was only one inmate of the ward to which I was at first admitted, and yet amongst the convalescents none of them knew me unless it was by my number, a new one now, for on changing my ward I had changed my number also. The nurses I didn't like so well as my first kind attendant, and I couldn't feel charitably, or in any way as a Christian ought to feel, to the poor people by whom I was surrounded. At length the day came for my discharge. The matron inquired of me where I was going, but I would not tell her. I would not acknowledge that I had a sister, partly out of mere perverseness, and partly out of an angry sense of honour, for I was a country-bred woman, and attached to the thought of going into a hospital a certain idea of shame and degradation, such as country people attach to going on the parish, and I was too proud to let folk know that my sister had a sister in hospital, when she clearly flinched from having as much said of her. Well, finding I was not in a communicative humour, the matron asked no more questions, but, giving me a bundle containing a few articles of wearing apparel and a small donation of money, bade me farewell. Without saying half as much in the way of gratitude as I ought to have said, I walked out from the hospital garden into the wide streets of London. I did not go straight to my old lodgings, or to the house of the doctor who had been so kind to me, but I directed my steps to an inn in Holborn, and took a place in the stage-cart for Stratford. As I rode slowly to my sister's town, I thought within myself how I should treat her. Somehow my heart had softened a great deal towards her during the last few days. A good spirit within me had set me thinking of how she had helped me to nurse my husband and baby, how she had accompanied me when I followed them to their graves, how she and her husband had sacrificed themselves so much to assist me in my trial. And the recollection of these kindnesses and proofs of sisterly love, I am thankful to know, made me judge Martha much less harshly. Yes, Yes, I would forgive her. She had never offended me before. She had not wronged me 7 times, or 70 times 7, but only once. After all, how much she had done for me! Who was I, that I should forget all that she had done, and judge her only by what she had left undone? The stage-cart reached Stratford as the afternoon began to close into evening, and when I alighted from it, I started off at a brisk pace, and walked to my sister's cottage that stood on the outskirts of the town. Strange to say, as I got nearer and nearer to her door, my angry feelings became fainter and fainter, and all my loving memories of her strong affection for me worked so in me that my knees trembled beneath me, and my eyes were blinded with tears, though if I had trusted my deceitful, wicked, malicious tongue to speak, I should still have declared she was a bad, heartless, worthless sister. I reached the threshold, and paused on the step before it just to get my breath, and to collect as much courage and presence of mind as would let Martha know that, though I forgave her, I was still fully aware she might have acted more nobly. When I knocked, after a few seconds, little Rhoda's steps pattered down the passage and opened the door. Why, the child was in black. What did that mean? Had anything happened to Martha or her husband or little Tommy? But before I could put the question, Rhoda turned deadly white and ran back into the living room. In another instant I heard Tommy screaming at the top of his voice, and in a trice I was in the room, with Martha's arms flung round my neck, and her dear blessed eyes covering me with tears. She was very ill in appearance, white and haggard, and, like Rhoda and Tommy, she too was dressed in black. For some minutes she could not speak a word for sobbing hysterically. But when at last I had quieted her, and kissed Rhoda and cosseted Tommy till he had left off screaming, I learnt that the mourning Martha and her children wore was in my honour. Sure enough, Martha had received a notice from the hospital of my death, and she and Rhoda had not only presented themselves at the hospital and seen there a dead body which they believed to be mine, but they had also, with considerable expense, and much more loving care, had it interred in the Stratford churchyard, under the impression that in so doing they were offering me the last respect which it would be in their power to render me. The worst of it was that poor Martha had pined and sorrowed so for me that she seemed likely to fall into some severe illness. On inquiry, it appeared that the morning when I and number 22 were so much the worse, and the doctor altered the directions of our boards, the nurse by mistake put the number 22 board over my bed, and my board, number 11, over the bed of the poor woman who had died. The consequence was that when the hospital clerk was informed that number 11 had died, he wrote to the doctor who placed me in the hospital, informing him of my death, and the doctor communicated the sad intelligence to my sister. The rest of the story you can fill up so for yourself, and without my assistance you can imagine how it was that, while in a state of extreme exhaustion and deeming myself dead, I heard my sister, in a strong agony of sorrow and self-reproach, say to my nurse, "Oh, dear friend, dear good nurse, if you have a sister, don't treat her as I did Abigail, with suspicion and wicked passion, for should you, all the light speeches of your forwardness will return to you, and lie heavy on your heart when hers shall beat no more." End of Number 11, A Hospital Story, from a book about doctors by John Cordy Jefferson. Read by Beth Thomas.
Psalm 11, King James Version. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Psalm 11. In the Lord put I my trust. How say ye to my soul, flee as a bird to your mountain? For, lo, the wicked bend their bow, they make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple, the Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold, his eyelids try, the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. this shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness, his countenance doth behold the upright. End of Psalm 11, King James Version.
Sonnet 11 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 11th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As fast as thou shalt wane, so fast thou growest in one of thine, from that which thou departest. And that fresh blood which youngly thou bestow'st, thou mayst call thine when thou from youth convertest. Herein lies wisdom, beauty, and increase. Without this, folly, age, and cold decay. If all were minded so, the time should cease, and 80 years would make the world away. Let those whom nature hath not made for store, harsh, featureless, and rude, barrenly perish. Look, whom she best endowed, she gave the more. Which bounteous gift thou shouldst in bounty cherish. She carved thee for her seal, and meant thereby thou shouldst print more, not let that copy die. End of Sonnet 11 by William Shakespeare. Read by Winston Tharp.